Lately, shamans have been popping up all over the country like some weird trend. This TV show actually invited a so-called supreme master to talk about the spiritual boom. Viewers were scratching their heads, wondering how a guy like that even hit rank 1. Seung knows they are strictly bottom tier. See, fortune tellers who only deal with personal luck? Yeah, they only deserve third place at best. These fakes do not even care about being right. They just bark out fortunes and collect their checks. They give out basic advice straight from a self-help book. Even students are getting readings now. When a customer walks in, the shaman's face says it all. You bought the cheapest package. Stop asking so many questions. Even in corporate offices, someone's desk is glowing thanks to a charm wrapped in red thread. Some shamans act as high-level corporate consultants. All this spiritual stuff brings in a pretty sweet, steady paycheck for these guys. But hey, if the company goes bust, the fortune teller's luck usually runs out right along with it. Even the big shot. Government officials are begging for help now. Rank 1.5 belongs to the shamans who whisper in the ears of politicians. If a politician wins power with a shaman's backing, that shaman gets more than just cash, they get major social status. But one single scandal can land them behind bars. So, what does it take to be number 1? The chopper is heading to the financial heart of South Korea. Here, guessing one stock right can net you hundreds of billions of won. Some people are screaming with joy, while others are just drowning in failure. To get ahead, they need an edge, even a 0.1% boost. They will try anything, including hiring shamans for elaborate rituals. Companies here are totally willing to drop billions of won in rewards for these shamans. It is just business as usual, and the shamans love the money. The capital is the ultimate playground for elite shamans, basically the Olympic stadium of the spiritual world. You gotta see it to believe it. Seung arrived at his destination pretty fast. He steps off the helicopter slowly. 2 people are already waiting. Once they confirm everything is set, the trio stops in front of a room. Someone throws salt on the floor as the doors swing open. He enters a full altar room buzzing with busy servants. NBO just jumped 8%. Seung's job? Kill that growth and tank the stock. If it drops just 1%, the boss pays out 1 billion won. He checks his tools and asks about the target. Turns out the other side hired a shaman who has served a mountain god for over 50 years. Based on what he knows, a local god's power drops fast the further you get from its territory. Seung smirks, totally mocking them. They should have invited a shaman from a nearby mountain for better results. He is absolutely sure he can crush this guy. The drums start pounding and the ritual begins. The smell of sacrificial blood fills the room, making everyone there shiver. The ritual is done and the alerts start flooding in. Aaron Bio has tanked over 10%. Everyone's faces go pale, and one guy is literally shaking, realizing their shaman just lost. Cheon Seung is a shaman of disaster, the kind of guy who drops curses on entire corporations. And this is exactly how he climbed his way to the top of this world. 7 years ago, I was living with my grandma in a tiny, rundown shrine in a hillside slum. An old flag hung by the sign on a sweltering summer day. Concrete walls were plastered with old advertisements. A teenager gets ready for school, looking totally miserable. That is Seung, 18 years old, pulling open the heavy door. He walks down the hallway, past rows of old family photos. Seung gets nostalgic. They say his grandma used to be the most famous shaman around. Highly respected and rich. He looks at the latest photo on the wall. But now she is just a poor old lady whose relatives stripped her of everything, leaving her stuck with an unwanted grandson like me. Seung gently pushes the door open. She was already waiting. A moment later, she finishes her meal, but before she even wipes her mouth, she is hungry again. She burps and starts demanding more food. Give me rice. All he can do is sigh. Ever since I started middle school, her memory started fading. She is rarely even in her right mind anymore. Seung clears the table. What do you mean more food? I literally just fed you before I changed your clothes. If you eat too much, you will get sick. But she is totally confused, just begging for food. He is used to this routine. Just watch some TV while I get ready. He shuts the door and slips away. After finishing the chores, he heads out. He is walking leisurely until he checks the time. 7:38. I am late. Seung starts sprinting. Cut to just another ordinary high school. You really thought my bad luck ended there? Not even close. I headed to class like everyone else. Seung made it just as the bell rang. He scanned the room coldly. Something even more brutal was waiting for him. Seung stared in shock. No money, no parents, living in a house owned by a shaman. Once you get labeled, a nasty little curse usually follows. My desk is a total wreck, isolated from the world, while a pack of low-life thugs waits to pounce on their next victim. Daehyun spots him first. He is the one with the freakish ghost-seeing eyes. He smirks like a total jerk. It is the winter solstice, right? So I bought you some red bean porridge to keep the spooks away. His crew waits for the punchline as the mess drips off the table. They are acting tough while the rest of the class stays dead silent. He picks the plastic bowl off the floor and starts cleaning the mess. Then, the bully shoves his face right into the sludge. He snaps, asking who gave him permission to clean. "I bought that for you," he snarls, staring him down with pure malice. "You disrespecting my kindness? Ghost eyes?" He grits his teeth, trying to take it, but the bully loves seeing him start to shake. "At least show me some tears. I only bought this red bean soup so I could watch you cry from being so moved." He slowly lifts his face from the muck. His eyes are bloodshot and terrifying. The bully actually flinches and steps back. He tries to block him, but fails. The whole gang just freezes. He slams the door so hard it leaves them looking rattled. He is gone. "You think that freak is going to snitch to the teacher?" The other guy just shrugs it off like nothing. "We were just being nice. We will just say we spilled it by accident." But man, his face looked pretty intense back there. "Maybe he will put a movie curse on you." Dae-hyun just laughs it off, totally unfazed and ready for a fight. "Let him try. My old man is a pastor." They both start cracking up like it is the funniest joke ever. Kim Dae-hyun, the pastor's kid, acting like the biggest thug in school. Meanwhile, the outcast is completely done with this place. Usually, when a story starts with school bullying, the kid just clenches his fists and takes the heat. The main character usually cries, denies reality, or waits for a hero. He walked away looking like a mess, but he was not that guy. He washes off the red bean mess, his face looking so dark and gloomy that he actually terrifies a girl nearby. He has made up his mind. It is time for the nuclear option. This time, those jerks finally push things way too far. He ditches class to go shopping. His plan is moving fast. He heads straight to the city library to finish the job. He hops on a computer to dig up some dirt. He is scanning the student activities and finds his own classroom, 2-1. He clicks on Kim Dae-hyun's profile picture and hits print. Now that he has the gear, it is time to go home. The old house is covered in talismans. Grandma is still glued to the TV. She looks up and asks if it is dinner time. He patiently tells her it is not time to eat yet. She starts grumbling, clearly not happy about the delay. "Fine, do not feed me. But why are you messing around in other people's rooms?" He knows she is talking about the developers. Her mind is slipping. She does not remember much, just people talking about shamans and mediums coming around the house. He opens the cabinet and starts searching. Do they really think this place is still a working shaman's shop? He finds the key he needs. He promises Grandma he will bring her food as soon as he is done. He gives a knowing smirk. Tonight, there is blood and guts on the menu. He stands before the rusted lock and opens the door to a room of mystery. He looks around the room with nostalgia. He remembers watching his grandmother do this and picking up a few tricks. He pulls out the bully's photo to set the target. He opens his bag and prepares the blood sacrifice for the ritual. He finds a video for the background music and grabs 2 more ritual items. He takes a deep breath to center himself. He gets into position and gives one last warning. His eyes are glowing red. "You brought this all on yourself, kid." He starts ringing the bell as the rusted sword swings through the air. Eerie music begins to echo throughout the small room. He slashes the photo and the blood pudding. He is making a lot of noise, enough for Mito to notice from her car. She recognizes the sound immediately. Even with the weird background noise, it sounds just like an exorcism ritual, doesn't it? Chiogon nods. Mito finds it hard to believe. That old lady has lost her mind. She should not be able to do this. Besides, this specific rhythm is clearly meant for a deadly hex. She considers the options. "Did you see anyone else in the house earlier?" He mentioned a room that probably belonged to her grandson. Mito smirks, finding it interesting. She orders a full investigation into the kid before the sun goes down tonight. Mito is focused on him now. Is the kid performing that ritual really the old lady's grandson? The ceremony is still going. She wants to see his power and what happens to the person he is cursing. Is everything ready? Chiogon confirms the plan. "Let us bring him to the office first." The black car pulls away and heads out. A bit later, he finishes up for Grandma. He actually turns the ritual sacrifice into a quick lunch for her. Meanwhile, Dae-hyun is chilling at school, enjoying his meal. He is feeling great until a piece of cigarette ash falls on his neck. The guy lost his balance and slipped. Terrified, he started falling backward. He was sitting way too high up. A heavy crash echoed, and everyone panicked. What was that? Someone fell! Quick, call the teachers! He is toast. Why the hell was he smoking up there anyway? Later that night in the parking lot, Mito checked the files Jogon brought back. He gave her the full report. The kid at the shaman's house is her grandson, 18, named Cheong-sung, abandoned by parents raised by a witch. He has been there 8 years. She was curious. Who did he put a curse on? He found the photo from the ritual. It was the bully leader who tormented him. Mito wasn't surprised. More importantly, how is the target? Jogon looked shaken while describing the current situation. He fell off the roof today and both legs are shattered. She laughed. That is interesting. Mito looked totally insane. Drive. Before that talent goes to waste, I need to go get him. The heavy door creaked open. She found him instantly. Ji-sung was about to be reeled in. Meeting that money-hungry guy was the start. Mito smoked while she talked to him. Do I know Chae-sung? She praised him. Among all the shamans in Luo, he is the best. They asked for her first impression. Mito used a fancy metaphor to describe him. Like the last flower on a dead branch, a bud ready to bloom. Flashback to their first meeting. Ji-sung was totally clueless. Why knock at this hour and just stare at me like that? Ji-sung stammered. Look, if you want a fortune, my grandma is too sick to do it. Mito ignored that. We are not here for her. We are here for you. Ji-sung froze. Me? Why me? She looked calculating. Mito suddenly turned to Jogan. What is the minimum wage right now? He answered fast. $10.30. Just make it 10 or 11. Why add those extra 30 cents anyway? Her wallet was full of big bills. No change. Ji-sung was confused. Joe, got 50,000 won? He checked his pockets. Honestly, I do not have enough change to break $1 million for you. Mito shrugged. Deduct the rest from your salary then, Joe. Ji-sung watched them swap cash. Are you two flexing your money in front of a poorhouse? Seriously? Ji-sung tried to leave. Look, I am going inside. She stopped him, showing 4 big bills. I will pay 20 times minimum wage just to buy 1 hour of your time. He accepted instantly. Too much cash to refuse. They headed over to the general store together. They sat on the quiet curb. Mito grumbled. This neighborhood sucks. No cafes or even a convenience store. Ji-sung muttered. Sorry for living in such a trashy area, okay? Jogan brought drinks out for everyone. Thanks. Ji-sung sipped and asked why she bought his time. Her direct question made him spit his drink out. Did you do a curse ritual today? He was lost. Mito happily added that the kid ended up with broken legs. Ji-sung broke into a cold sweat. No, that's not. You have zero proof it was me. He nervously dodged her gaze. It is not like you can call the police about this. Plus, are you sure it was a curse? Could have been a normal ritual. You know nothing. He grit his teeth, misunderstanding her. Did that jerk's parents send you two here? Do you even know what that bastard did to me? Mito just looked at him. Stop rambling to yourself. She suddenly leaned in close. Mito spoke with total confidence. Kid, I do not care why you snapped his legs. I am not here to blame you. Ji-sung was more confused. Why was she licking her lips like she found a prize? Mito pointed right at him. I want your talent. A half-baked ritual that shatters legs? Impressive. Ji-sung broke into a cold sweat. Are they actually hiring me to curse people? Mito started her pitch. Imagine your full potential. Thought he was dealing with some senile homebody. Yi-sung just shook his head. I do not do that crap. While he was busy preaching about ethics, she snatched him by the jaw. Because some boundaries? Yeah, you do not cross them. Mito flipped the script. Look, I paid you 200,000 won. For at least an hour, I am the boss. Shut your mouth and listen, she hissed. I am getting ticked off. Mito flicked her lighter and sparked a smoke. I am not hiring you to hit anyone. Our target is an entire corporation. She finally caught her breath and chilled. A business? Yi-sung looked stunned. You mean like a company? Mito just snapped and started cussing him out. I told you to zip it and listen. Are you actually dumb or just trying to trigger me? She started explaining. When a top-tier shaman pulls off a blessing for a firm, business booms and the stock price rockets up. But there is a dark side. Mito paused. Do a curse ritual, and that entire company is basically toast. The news was blowing up. Hong construction site just collapsed. No word yet on how many people are buried there. She had the inside scoop on everything. Stocks were tanking. Hong construction down 8.12%. Seems the spirit world is meddling. Because of that, if you can guess if stocks go up or down, you are going to be filthy rich. Asset managers, investment firms, even big banks, they all put shamans on payroll. The deals between suits and sorcerers are freaking intense. These shamans do not come cheap. A single ritual can cost a straight-up mountain of cash. It is insane. Mito said their fees range from hundreds of millions to tens of billions of won. We are talking major stacks. If they are top tier, she added, and my literal job is to track down and recruit those heavy hitters. Mito pulled a black business card out of a silver case. She gave a killer smile. Sell your talent to me. Trust me, Ji-sung. I will pay you a price that makes all this worth your while. No regrets. Gi-sung stared at the card while the streetlights flickered. He kept wondering, how do you even go about cursing a whole corporation? Is this even ethical? He walked alone, wondering. What did she actually mean by telling me to sell my power? Any normal kid would probably be drowning in all those deep, confusing thoughts right about now, trying to make sense of that lady's sketchy pitch. He trudged past a massive construction project over in Nakdong. The construction site faded as Gi-sung headed back to that run-down, crumbling shack he calls home. But right now, he squeezed his fist tight. He was so used to being broke that ethical dilemmas did not matter. The only thing actually stuck in his head was that one random comment she let slip earlier. She dangled some seriously juicy bait. Top-tier pay starts at millions and hits tens of billions of won. Yi-sung started dreaming about his future. Even if only a few hit the jackpot, the average pay is still huge. If I could just get that cash. He crunched the numbers. He could finally put his grandma in a decent nursing home. Back to reality, he was scrubbing clothes. His mind was stuck on those notices plastered all over the walls. He could finally escape this ghetto before the whole place gets leveled. He was so jealous of his classmates, just living a normal life, not constantly stressing about money. November came and went, and Ki-sung was still the total outcast at school. He was totally hooked, not just to live normal, but to walk with his head high and make everyone finally notice him. Thinking about the parents who walked out on him? Yeah, he wanted to make them feel sick with jealousy. Old memories hit him. Chi-eun crying while she hugged him. Two cold backs walking away. That was the day he became an orphan. That evening, he hit up the grocery store. For once, there was a little spark of life in his eyes. Mito smirked. Guess you did the math, huh? She already knew what he would say. He was literally dripping with sweat. I am in. I need the cash. Mito crushed her cigarette and stood up immediately. Great, let's get this show on the road then. Go where? He asked, looking like a total deer in headlights. Where do you think? To the testing grounds, obviously. We need to see if you actually have the goods. I cannot just hand over a high-paying gig for nothing. I need to see what you can actually do first. Chogan, start the car. She held out her hand. Look, I am not making you work for free. I will pay 50 times the minimum wage. 6 hours is 3 million won. Follow me. She did not even look back. Wait, 9,000 won? Gi-sung blurted out. He dodged her gaze. 50 times minimum is actually 3.9 million won. Mito's eyes nearly popped out. She gave him a dark little smile. You are interesting. The car peeled out, racing down the highway toward the city. Mito, check these docs, kid. To prep for the test, I need to know how you run a ritual. She wants Ti-shung specifically. From now on, I need you to answer my questions exactly. Mito cut to the chase. What sacrifice did you use? What melody? What specific charms? He listed them honestly. The sacrifice was blood-stuffed pig intestines. She started choking. Seriously? Blood-stuffed pig intestines? For the music, I just pulled up some random hell track on YouTube and did the ritual to that. As for the charms, I just grabbed some of my grandma's old scraps and used them. Mito's eyes widened. You actually managed to break someone's leg using total junk like that? Kid, if even one of those things had been prepared the right way, she remarked with a cold stare. You might have actually killed someone. Mito gave a calculating smile. I think I just found a prize way scarier than I imagined. Di-shuang started worrying for no reason. Should I have just made something up to look a bit more badass? Am I going to lose points for being an amateur? She told Chugon to set up a group call with the prep team immediately. He moved fast on the phone, calling the teams for the sacrifice, melody, and charms. Chirgon is a pro. Connection established. Straight to the point. We have a job tonight. He was stunned. She gave a quick rundown and assigned the tasks immediately. First up, the sacrifice team. Look, this sorcerer has never actually performed a proper ritual using a live animal before now. So don't get anything live. Just grab one that has already been slaughtered and processed. The shop was Bo Korea in the Mahang-dong area. They pounded on the door loudly until the owner angrily pulled it open and started grumbling. Can't you see the shutter is down? What time do you think it is, banging on my door like that? Ka-on pulled out 2 bags of cash. Here is 3 million won. That shut the owner up instantly. We want one animal. In a heartbeat, the goods were ready to go. Ka-on reported back that everything was ready. Milo is a total pro. Next, the music team. Forget traditional melodies this time. This sorcerer does rituals to hell music. She ended up making a pretty strange request. Find a band around the Hongdae or Hugh-yo area, maybe from a studio or small stage, and bring them in. They worked fast. The deal went down while the band was taking a break. Lua Hayao stepped forward with a stone-cold poker face and pulled some cash from her pocket. Lua Hayao smiled and asked for a private performance. Think you can handle it? The group was stunned by the cash, and Daytone tried to refuse, saying they still had a second set. She cut him off immediately, offering to pay even more. Just like that, the whole band packed their gear and followed. Laheo reported back. All done. Mito didn't rest for a single second. Finally, it was time for the charm team. Since we saved money on the sacrifice and the music, we can afford to use some high-end charms this time. She gave careful instructions to call the usual place and ask for something ancient. Someone sneaked out with the items, but a flashlight suddenly beamed right into the man's surprised face. But it was just Sun Gaya coming for the goods. The guard handed them over. Sun checked them as the man worriedly reminded him to return everything before tomorrow's exhibition starts. That item was just registered as top secret very recently. People are definitely going to show up just to see it. He gave a polite smile and asked, "Have we ever broken a promise?" "Don't worry. The payment was not made right away." X and Gia loaded the goods into the car, ready for transport. Everything was finally taken care of. The chosen location was in Yuhuoi. The layout was eerie, feeling like some ancient place that did not belong in the modern world at all. Di Shuang's eyes widened in shock. "What the hell is this? Where even is this place?" Mito smiled with satisfaction. "Where else? It is your playground for tonight." His jaw dropped. "A playground? You mean you are actually making me perform a real death ritual? Right now?" She stepped forward while calling out. Speaking in T-Sung, Mito Do announced that the test was officially beginning right now. She bluntly told T-Sung to perform the death ritual. "Have you ever heard of sunlock in your daily life? Sometimes we have to face really awkward conversations with friends, bosses, relatives, or even lovers. These kinds of situations are just completely and totally unavoidable in our normal day-to-day lives. Just add them to the Sun A Leo Bo list. Sun L will use your exact speaking style to text them and cut them off for you, okay? It will help guide you through ending the relationship in a way that is gentle and smooth. No more wasting your emotions. No more being tired of repetitive conversations. You are finally free from the burden. Get rid of unwanted relationships. This smart algorithm was developed from over 100 million real conversation samples. Your cutoff list will be encrypted for maximum security. It does more than cut people off. It can also match you with suitable new friends. Let Sundown handle the clean cutoff for you. And with that, the short video clip ends. Kim Dong, the secretary manager at Golden Zal 1TD 1TIA Investment, held a small TV while T-Sung looked on, totally confused and puzzled. "It looks like an ad for some new app kids are into. I do not really have anyone to contact, so I have no reason to use it. So why are you showing me this?" She adjusted herself slightly. "It is not just an app that young people use. You know." Mito explained the details. "It is extremely popular and has massive support from Gen Z. There are currently 6.2 million subscribers. She is hyped about its potential. Among all the new messaging apps hitting the market, this one is growing the fastest." Mito dropped the name. "The app is called Sonode Sante." She straight up mocked him, saying he probably does not know because he is a total social recluse. He just thought, my bad for being a loner. He still did not get the point. "Thanks for the breakdown. I see it as a big deal now, but why am I even looking at this?" Mito was losing her cool. "I told you the second you walked in." Her eyes went wild. "It is time for a full-on hex." She spat out the words. "We are doing a hex ritual to make their stock price absolutely tank." She coldly announced it was his test. Later on, he got a breakdown of the tools and how to use them. Ja Ong noted cautiously that the kid looked totally lost. Mito just nodded. "Yeah, he definitely is." That blank stare because he had no clue what to do was hilarious. Then came time to pick the music. It was heavy metal music so loud it shook the whole scene. Perfect for sleeping or when you want to target someone. Talking to the band made him feel a bit better. He adjusted his glasses. Are they really using Sonode Sante technology as a test for this kid? Na-ong did not look impressed at all. Their user base was exploding and they were going global. He had some really serious doubts about the whole thing. "Do you honestly think this new kid can actually stop that stock from skyrocketing like crazy?" Mito knew that to face the top shamans in Hulu, you had to be on this level. She trusted him completely. Plus, do not ever underestimate the guy. Mito knew him well. His grandma once performed a ritual that saved her from a really serious illness. She crushed her cigarette. Spiritual power can be hereditary, so there is a high chance he is the real deal. Mito clapped her hands. "If you are ready, let us go. Nights in Luo do not last long." He got ready fast. He broke into a cold sweat. How do you even curse a whole company? The sight of it made him flinch. How am I supposed to lead a massive ceremony like this? Anjay was talking to the team, and I was totally lost. Everyone else was trying to help out, while Mito just stood there waiting for him to start. His mind went blank with dozens of eyes watching him. He closed his eyes and braced himself. "I am just a student, not some wizard. Aside from a few times I did this for personal revenge, I have never actually performed a real ritual before." Even so, he pulled himself together. There was no way he could back down now. He started the ritual. His reality felt like a cliff edge. One step back and he would fall. He decided to just go for it and hope for the best. His feet caught the rhythm and his movements got more intense. The band started playing right along with him. Anjay played while feeling totally skeptical. He was questioning everything. He knew nothing about rituals and had never heard of performing music in the middle of one. Anjay did not stop, but his gut was telling him for sure that the kid doing the ritual was not hitting the rhythm at all. Anjay saw right through it. It felt like the kid was just pretending to follow the beat. He had no clue what he was doing. He could not even keep up with the rhythm the band was playing. Anjay looked at his bandmates. They were just there to get paid, but it seemed like they also felt that something was definitely starting to go wrong. Should I change the tempo so he can keep up? Mito suddenly asked Chaegon if he had felt any chills since the ceremony started. Chaegon just shook his head. She was watching so closely. What about the room temperature? Did it change at all? Daha quickly checked the system. The readout showed it was 21 degrees Celsius inside, with good air quality. Still at 21 degrees, no change. He quickly concluded it was a total failure. Mito immediately started walking toward him. Everyone else just watched her in total confusion as he came to a stop. Mito looked furious and slapped him right across the face. He was totally dazed by the hit and his tools hit the floor. He was about to snap back, but Mito's aura was just way too intense. What the hell is going on? She was shaking with rage. I told you to show your power, not some 3,000,001 clown show. He had no idea what the problem was. I am doing the ritual just like you guys told me to. What else do you want from me? Mito glared, exposing the truth. Zero killing intent. There was absolutely no bite in his ritual. She pointed out that the ritual he used on his bully was messy, but at least it had some real killing intent. Mito could see it clearly. Even with better conditions now, his energy was not even a quarter of what it was before. He acted all innocent, and honestly, he had a point. You want me to curse them, but they did not do anything to me. He kept making excuses, saying it was just some big company. I have never done a hex like that before, and I do not even have a reason to, so how can I possibly put my whole heart and soul into it? She placed her hand right in the middle of her chest. You can do this. Mito is giving you the play-by-play. Just picture all that toxic energy inside you, bundle it up into one big ball, and let it rip. Disung stood there totally clueless about the whole toxic energy thing. She had already done her homework on his past life. That burn you feel because your parents bailed on you. Disung's eyes went wide with shock. Mito was ruthlessly digging into his deepest and most painful scars. That feeling of being left out as a kid when you needed someone to care. Those dark memories suddenly came flooding back to him. She started listing it all off. The pure helplessness of not being able to take care of your grandma, the only family you had left. Mito knew exactly what makes a person snap. That constant, gut-wrenching anxiety of being broke and having a stack of bills you just cannot pay. She was exposing everything. That feeling of being a total loner, because you could not fit in with the normal kids due to your messed up past. Mito did not miss a single beat. All that hate building up from years of being bullied and treated like trash at school. She pointed a finger straight at his face. If that is not enough, why don't you add in the total humiliation I just gave you? Try that curse again. It looked like Mito's plan worked because something deep inside him was finally starting to boil over with pure rage. She gave him a little nudge. Prove you are worth something. This chance I am giving you right now, it is probably the last shot you will get. The tears started falling, and Disung could not stop them. He was ticked off. Who was she to act like she knew his whole life? But what really burned him was that every single word she said was true. Large tears started splashing onto the mat. I want to prove myself. I need to grab this chance, so I did it. He leaned down and grabbed the ritual tool. Disung let his blood smear across the blade. This time, I am going to curse you for real. The vibe in the room shifted instantly. Mito was stunned. The killing intent in his eyes was bone-chilling. She gave the signal to Ende. The music flared up once more. The melody was the same as before, but this time, Disung was different. Ende broke out in a cold sweat. He has got the beat. He watched his every move. It was not just about the rhythm anymore, and Ende felt like he was being burned alive. The kid was basically forcing everyone to keep up with him. Anyone watching that felt their skin crawl. The system check showed the temperature was tanking. 20 degrees, 18, 17. Mito could not look away. She stood there like a statue, seeing a legendary shadow over him. Mito was actually moved. It is blooming like a flower. She could see a dark, swirling vortex forming right in the middle of his chest. It was exploding. That thing was growing by the second. All the messy, nasty emotions he had bottled up inside. A pitch-black flower ignited from that vortex. Mito was completely blown away by the sight of it. Everyone watches flowers in the spring, but seeing one actually burst into bloom is rare. Without thinking, she reached out her hand as if to catch it. If anyone had seen that moment. Yogon frowned, unable to believe his eyes. Was she actually crying? Tears were streaming down Mito's face. If that was a flower you touched yourself and then watched it bloom right in front of you, she smiled with pure satisfaction. Nobody could hold back the tears. Mito wanted to keep that talent for herself. She knew he was going to be the most dangerous sorcerer. The sword clattered to the ground at Disung's feet. It looked like he was about to pass out. Disung tried to force his eyes open to see clearly, his face not showing a single emotion. Disung stared at his hands. They were stained bright red and he had not even noticed. A moment later, he finally looked up, and Dae's silhouette was fading. He could not even see Mido standing far away. Disung saw his reflection in the mirror, looking totally lost. Then, a shadow appeared right before his eyes. He did not even have the strength to open his eyes. A dark image of his grandma appeared. Disung collapsed onto the floor. Mido's jaw dropped in total shock. She immediately started moving, rushing toward him. Mido raced over to him and sat down by his side. He was completely out cold. She reached out and gently touched his hand. She reached over to pat his head. Yagan also came over to check the situation. Mido checked him over. He had bad hypothermia and was super anemic. Get some heat packs and bandages from the infirmary now. She looked incredibly stressed out. Mido gave the orders to her team. Call Hano University Hospital, book a private VIP room, and get an ambulance here right now. Keep it on the down low. Everyone else, watch the news for any rumors about the event and start cleaning up the shrine area. The cleaning crew flipped the light switches. They pushed in carts full of gear to clean up the mess, and Dae paid his staff. Rumors were already trending. Mido let him rest. She touched his forehead to comfort him. Do not be scared. Mido could not stop praising his work. Night had completely fallen over the new city district in Seongnam province. Standing right in front of them was the massive main headquarters for the company known as John Technology Communication. One room in the building was still glowing. Trangon was sitting in front of his computer, sweating buckets. This guy's name was Uncle Trangon. He was always friendly with everyone he met. This guy is a major player, a literal founding father of Sontech Knoll in communication. Plus, Trang Oan is a total genius, the mastermind behind that X-Tiola algorithm. He is gritting his teeth, looking completely stressed out. Right now, he is spiraling into a total crisis. Trang Oan cannot stop questioning everything. Lately, I feel like I am totally losing touch with everyone, not just my own squad, but every single person in this company. Even when I try hitting them up via text for work stuff or just to chat personally, he can clearly tell he is being ghosted, like everyone is keeping their distance and he just cannot fit in. A notification pops up from Senior Manager M. Sorry, CTO Jennifer, Senior Manager here. I will get back to you with a detailed report. Dal CF4G Akok, Senior Manager. Sorry, but I am finding it pretty difficult to keep this conversation going. Trang Owen starts scratching his head. Did I seriously just get put on the block list? No way, I am a founding member and the literal father of Sun B. I am the one who built this company. Getting isolated by my own software? That is just straight up insane. He just cannot bring himself to accept the truth. The man keeps denying it, but deep down, his gut can already feel it coming. Trang Owen's eyes are glued to the screen. He is being pushed out by the very thing he created. He is still confident, though. After all, he wrote this algorithm himself from scratch. Trang Owen is dead certain. If it is my baby, I will definitely recognize the scent of my own work. He is about to click on Jennifer's name. Trang Owen's hand is shaking slightly as it rests on the mouse. He knows it better than anyone. For Sundella, keeping the block list private is absolutely critical. Trang Owen knows the weight of this. If I break the rules to look, I am basically cutting the lifeline myself. Even if I built it, I still do not have the right to spy on other people's lists. He thinks to himself, if I really am blocked, how am I even supposed to work with them anymore? Suddenly, a creepy door appears, and a demonic hand reaches out from the thick black smoke. It reaches out to grab Trang Owen. This demon hand attacks for no reason, pushing that weak man straight toward the edge of the abyss. People call it the long-armed merchant demon. The long-armed demon pulls its hand back. It was summoned by that brutal ritual from Trong Ki-sung. Trang Owen is totally lost. A system warning pops up on the screen. Are you sure you want to open the user logs? Yes or no? His glasses reflect the glow of the computer monitor. A drop of sweat on Trang Owen's face reflects the warning. Cut to Hanso University Hospital, outside the VIP room. Wai Sung is lying in a hospital bed. Mito is sitting in the room taking care of him. She has got her phone out, and surprisingly, she is making a call to someone. He quickly grabs the phone off the table. Justin is not even awake yet, and the director is already starting to yell. Manager, it is way too early for these calls. Mito starts preaching if money has to wait for you. Is it even money anymore? Who cares if it is early? If you do not hustle now, the money is just going to stay asleep. Justin reluctantly goes along. If it is for the cash, I guess I am in. He gently pushes the girl's head aside. Justin gets straight to the point. What is the job? She makes her move. When the market opens, short those Suntech stocks. He is totally caught off guard. Justin immediately starts pulling up data, checking stock charts and financial reports. He scans the Sanch Nolo index. He is questioning everything. Are you sure about this? But Justin trusts Mito. After all, the manager would not be calling this early if she was not certain, right? He asks Mito for her opinion. What is the scale here? Mito plans to decide based on the available capital. How much cash can the company pull together right now? He cannot give her an exact number yet. Since a lot of assets are already invested, let me do a quick check. Wai Sung shows no signs of waking up. Justin just found about 8 billion won. Looks like she is not happy with that amount. Mito bluntly complains over the phone. That is way too little. Justin is losing his mind. 8 billion is little? We are talking 8 billion, not 800 million. A short that big should be more than enough. How much more do you want to spend? He is not about to risk a crazy bet with Mito. Besides, I never said I would do it. Manager me. I said we could pull 8 billion. Betting against a rising stock is a massive risk. Even if it is you asking, you need to be careful. Mito goes all in, saying we can use the 2 billion from her year-end bonus. She has her own conditions though. In exchange, I want the commission on this deal bumped from 7.5 to 10%. Justin is totally fed up with this. Is this money-hungry demon really willing to throw away her own bonus too? She must have lost her mind. Or maybe she finally found that rare gem she has been hunting for all this time. Justin agrees immediately. Deal. I am starting right now. Mito just keeps on talking. One more thing. Stay sharp. What else is there? Out of nowhere, Mito starts throwing out some playful shade. Please stop juggling all those girls. If your vibe gets drained, your money will vanish too. Even Justin was caught off guard. Gotta admit, her gut is lethal. Truly the head of suspicion. The brunette leans in and whispers into Justin's ear. Was that a girl's voice just now? When you are with us, you should focus on us. Right, director? He shoves both girls to the floor, and Justin gets his edge back. Get out. I am busy making bank. Sunlight pours through the window. Mito stands there, shielding her eyes from the bright morning glare. It is New Year's dawn, but everything feels hazy and blurred. He tries to convince himself. Where am I? The ritual, that is all I remember. He wakes up with a pounding headache. Then, something catches his eye. He freaks out when Mito walks out wearing nothing but a bathrobe. She lowers her voice. Relax. This is Lakan Hospital. Nothing weird. He panics and hides under the covers. Why are you naked? Mito explains that since this VIP suite has a killer tub and a fancy bidet, she has to use them. We paid for it, right? He keeps pushing. That is not an answer. Put some clothes on. She just flashes a smile. Suddenly, Mito asks him a question. Hey, do you even know what time it is? He has no clue. What time? She only cares about the hustle. 9 a.m., the market is opening, and Mito sounds mysterious. This is the moment your whole life changes. She grabs the remote and flips on the TV. They watch the finance news together. Screen says Suntech is up 3.2% at 10:18. Time crawls to 12:20, then 1:50. Still, everything looks totally normal to him. That life-changing moment she talked about is not coming easy. He just has to keep waiting. Instead, the silence is deafening. Suntech hits 7.4% growth. He starts to lose it. Something is off, right? He is stunned. The stock price of the company we cursed is not dropping at all. No, it is actually going up. Suddenly, someone walks in. It is La Hyung with a status report. I thought you were on top of this. The board wants answers. He starts talking about the worst-case scenario. If this deal tanks, we have to sell at a loss and pull all our capital out of the investment. They also said the team leader has to take the fall. Hearing that, his eyes go wide with shock. Mito is not sweating it. The ritual was done perfectly. Everyone there felt it, including him. Tell the board to just sit tight and wait. La Hyung is stressing out. Suntech shows zero signs of dropping. If this keeps up through Friday, we are finished. She drops some facts. I have made hundreds of billions for this company. My win rate is 82%. Mito is dead certain. It will crash before today is over. She is putting it all on the line. If we lose, I will sell everything I own to cover it. He feels the crushing weight of the situation. He clenches his bandaged hands, barely able to breathe. I did what I was told, so it should not be my fault. But he is starting to wonder. Why is she so confident? La Hyung cannot even look up, just staring at a half-finished cigarette he left in a jar. The screen shows the price climbing. The tension in the room is thick, making the silence feel louder than a riot. Finally, it starts to dip. The momentum breaks. The next growth spike is barely even there. Then the price falls hard, even though the data tried to push it back up. The sudden crash leaves them both in total shock. He points at the TV. Is that it? Is it dropping? She is literally shaking with joy. It is happening. A record-breaking collapse for Sonotech. The downfall of Sun Technology started with a massive sell-off from people on the inside. The price has bottomed out. Suntech is down 11.7%. Everyone is hitting the phones. The guy in blue is stunned. What? We were up 7%. How did it just lose everything and nosedive? The guy in white talks to someone. Yeah, I hear you. Word is the insiders over there are dumping all their shares. The guy in purple still trusts those fake numbers, shouting, why would the staff sell their own stock now? Only yesterday they announced that their business was hitting all-time record highs. Suddenly, someone shouts, "Look at this, everyone." Another person screams out in rage. What now? Word is China just ripped off the code? The dev is spilling the tea on the situation. He is basically the father of Sun Talk. He built a site where users can actually check to see exactly who put their name on that blacklist app. Crazy, right? It is going viral everywhere. Everyone is glued to their screens, and then out of nowhere, the system drops a massive notification. We can see exactly who ghosted us. The news is blowing up online. Looks like Sun Talk leaked a ton of user data. A site that lets you see everyone who blacklisted you just went live. People are absolutely losing their minds. Trangon sees the news on his phone and already has his bags packed. He is the guy who originally created Sun Talk. That day, Trangon decided to bury Sun Talk for good and flee the country. He reached out and hit the power button. He tosses his phone into a trash can at the airport. You can tell Trangon feels a whole lot lighter now. This is revenge from a programmer stabbed in the back by people he trusted. Using the very software he built, he made everyone's account vanish. What happens next is a total mass exodus. Most SunTalk users are hitting that confirm button and deleting their accounts. If I delete my account, does my app history actually go away forever? He sure hopes so. One after another, people are wiping their accounts clean. The reports are officially verified now. Registered users dropped from 6.2 million to 5.3 million. Nearly 1 million people bailed on day one of the crisis. Management is desperate to save face. Emergency pressers, CEO statements, the works. Obviously, the stock price is in a free fall right now. And just like that, the stock for SunTalk, an app built to handle messy human relationships, is absolutely cooked. After losing all user trust, the value just kept crashing during the last 3 days of the trading week. Investors are in total denial. Yi Cheung never saw this coming. Their precious stocks have turned into a pile of worthless paper. The media won't stop talking about it. This massive industry collapse all started with Sontech. I'm telling you, that was my first big masterpiece at Lu. Yi Cheung turns to Mito for her take. Hey sis, everything seems fine now, right? I totally passed the test, didn't I? She just looks back with a skeptical eye. No matter how grand the ritual I prepared for him was supposed to be, I didn't expect this. Just one ritual strike and he managed to blow an entire company off the map. It is insane. Mito snaps out of it. Honestly, it wasn't just a company. She can't believe he actually crushed an entire service industry in one go. Mito admits Yi Cheung is the real deal. That kind of talent is on a whole different level. He is a monster. He awkwardly scratches his head. Why are you staring? Mito can't tell if she's impressed or terrified. He's a money-making monster. She is totally shocked. You passed, kid. In fact, you basically graduated at the top of the class. Yi Cheung finally breathes a sigh of relief. Mito is convinced. Welcome to the Lu Yo Magicians, man. Yi Cheung, one more thing. Do not talk to me like that. Call me team leader because we are going to be seeing each other often. Yi Cheung falls in line immediately. Yes, ma'am, got it. It is like when a painter creates a masterpiece. They deserve a massive reward for that kind of work. Yi Cheung looks around, feeling totally sure of himself. Now that the Sun Talk mess is over, the rewards should start rolling in. Yi Cheung follows Mito right into Justin's office. These are not going to be your average rewards. He can't stop looking around. They are bigger than anything I imagined. She points over at Justin. This guy is your boss now, so say hello. He is definitely underestimating Yi Cheung. This kid? We hired a teenager to be our magician? He starts getting anxious. I'm not going to get fired for being young, right? Mito gets straight to the point. If he wasn't the guy, why would I bring him into the director's office? Justin is already judging him. I thought the kid was the team leader's nephew or something. He opens a drawer full of cards. Justin gives a quick intro. Nice to meet you. I am Justin Lee, the CEO of Golden Silmat. He starts hyping Yi Cheung up. Your performance was seriously impressive. Justin flips his attitude instantly. It is an honor to work with you. Mito feels like they are wasting time. You can skip the corporate small talk, sir. We don't need it. He is just a kid, so he doesn't really care about formal manners or any of that stuff anyway. He stops joking around. Fine, let's get down to business. Justin claps his hands, and a girl walks in carrying a heavy bag. He struggles to heave the bag onto the table. Justin wants to get it open right away. He says there is 500 million inside. Justin knows the exact count. Actually, it is 543 million. Plus 20,000. Go ahead and check it. Is Yi Cheung doubting his life right now? Why? Mito is not playing. This cash is all yours. He is just standing there, totally shook. She has to spell it out. This is your paycheck, kid. He thinks he is squared away. That 39 million won? You already wired it to my phone. She drops the truth bomb about the pay. That was just your hourly rate. This right here? This is the fat commission check. Mito is not taking no for an answer. Just look at it as your cut. I only made this much because of your hard work, so take it. Take the loot, man. No strings attached. It is a fair deal. Grab it. He is literally frozen on the spot. 500 million? That is all my money? He has no idea what to even say anymore. Mito says, look, if you suddenly hate money, just give it back to me. He death grips that backpack immediately. No way, that is not it. He is stuttering, trying to find words. Honestly, he is just keeping it 100. Never even touched 1/50th of this dough before. He used to track every single penny in his little book. Poverty was his shadow. He did not even have a fraction of this before. So he spent his whole life groveling and playing it small. He was always that kid on the no lunch list. He could never hold his head high. He just needs a minute to process this new life. Mito is cool with it. She is flexin' now. My company is going to make you 100 times more than that pile of cash. Mito Pinky promises. He is all in. Bossman yells that the contract is officially signed and sealed. Rituals only happen through our company, got it? If other scouts come sniffing around, I will match their offer. Do not be a sucker for them. He is clutching that bag. Mito is curious. What is a kid gonna do with all that new money? What is the move? He is totally certain. Other stuff? No clue. But the first stop is already decided. Mito is dying to know where. They hit a regular BBQ spot. He pulls out a flyer and slides it over to his grandma. He is absolutely beaming with joy. Grandma, look, this is a super high-end nursing home. It is basically the best one out there. They do it all. Baths, good food, and they even help with your memory. Sounds like a dream, right? She is skeptical. Do they actually feed people? I hope it is not just one meal like you give. He is annoyed. Not again, Grandma. You are hurting my feelings. When did I ever let you go hungry? With snacks, you get 5 meals a day. He has clearly mapped out the whole plan. We are moving tomorrow. It is close by, so I will visit every day. She is totally stunned. Grandma is grumpy. Quit talking nonsense and grill more meat. He really believes in a better future. Grandma, your days of struggling are finally over. This kid is the definition of a loyal grandson. Just relax now, Grandma. Mito followed them to the restaurant because she wanted to get a real, objective look at him. He seems like a decent guy, definitely not like those fake shamans in the city. She cannot let this talent slip, hopes he makes it big. Mito is kind of tripping out. Why do I actually like this kid? Weird. Luxury wine is sitting on the VIP table. Teha is swishing his wine. Top-tier shaman from the finance firm. He just watches them drink. A girl whispers in Teha's ear and he actually flinches. The whole Yan Sun collapse was the work of a single shaman? And it was just some rookie who just started out? Teha just sips his wine, totally chill. Things are about to get really interesting now. Next morning at the center, the receptionist gives a professional smile. 70 million won for 2 years. Card or bank transfer. He drops the black bag on the counter. Slow and steady, he stacks the cash on the desk. The clerk is bugging out, but his voice is totally flat and cool. I am paying 100 million. Put the change on her tab for extras. He pauses for a second and continues. Every single dementia treatment for the elderly or whatever else you have in this place, whether it costs extra or it is totally free, I want my grandma to be part of every single program. He walks out, his balance after paying for 2 years. He stares at the screen. The balance is still a massive 440 million won. He slowly walks over to his car parked by the side of the road. This girl is just slumped there, looking lazy as hell. Still feels totally unreal to me. Turns out, it is Mito. Her face is stone cold, and she has that blank stare. I have never seen this much bank in my life, so I am honestly lost. No idea where to spend it. We head inside. Silence drags on forever. Finally, Mito breaks the ice, her voice slicing right through the quiet air in the room. Thought about what you were doing with the rest of that cash? Ji-sang glances at her, looking pretty hesitant. First off, I need a place to crash. Living in a neighborhood where someone might kick my door down any second makes me paranoid. Mito nods slightly and keeps pushing. Anything else on the list? He pauses, sounding a little unsure of himself. Should I just dump the rest in the bank? Mito scowls and lets out a long sigh. Bringing that much cash to a bank is a total disaster. Think about it. If 400 million suddenly hits a teenager's account, the feds will investigate you instantly. Use your brain, kid, she says. From where I am standing, before you waste that money on garbage, I am going to have to teach you how to spend it. Ji-sang nods along, totally confused. Wait, I actually have to learn how to spend money? Mito smirks, her lips curling slightly. Of course. You might not have a way to make money yet, but there is definitely a way to spend it. Uncle Cheon, from here on out, let's just follow the route I gave you. Cheon Gon nods, and the car quickly merges into highway traffic. After a long drive, the two of them finally reach their destination. They pull up to a luxury apartment building, massive and fancy. Mito has a quick word with the realtor while Ji-sang watches. Standing in front of a huge window, she speaks like her mind was already made up. Let us just settle on this place. I will lend you the money for the deposit. Ji-sang is baffled. Isn't this place way too fancy for just me? Mito suddenly flips the script. Her voice slows down, getting heavy. Doing rituals, especially the intense ones you handle, is going to stress you out and make your moods go totally haywire. This job will absolutely drain your physical energy. As she says that, Ji-sang's body starts to tremble and his face goes dark. If you try to go cheap on where you rest after work, you will probably end up spending that same money at a psych ward later. He sighs, accepting the reality he cannot avoid. Fine, I will take this unit then. Cut to a massive supermarket. In just a flash, Ji-sang and Mito are sweeping through every single aisle, but that was only the beginning. Leaving the supermarket, they hit up a furniture store next, and it is the exact same story. They pick out every single piece. They are not done yet. The two of them head down a random alleyway until they stop in front of an antique shop. Mito walks in first, talking as she goes. Constantly borrowing ritual tools every time we have a job is starting to become a problem. Her hand brushes over the swords on display. In some special cases, we can get away with just renting the gear we need. We can use money to rent stuff, but you need your own personal tool so you can actually start to develop it. Suddenly, a noise echoes from deep inside the shop. They both turn to look, and the person standing there is Lee Suk. The old man narrows his eyes at them, his gaze sharp as a blade. Lee Suk turns around, looking totally unimpressed. A dark aura radiates from him that is impossible to ignore. He nudges his glasses and clicks his tongue. Bringing more dangerous people here? Mito smirks at him. You old geezer, guess you have not lost your touch yet, huh? Spotted right away that this kid is a ritual shaman. Lee Suk does not beat around the bush. Just give me a price. She drops it instantly. 100 million. The second she says it, Ji-sang nearly chokes, spitting out his water in total shock. Ji-sang's eyes are wide with panic as he stammers. What? Mito explains that tools are for long-term use and require real investment. The old man isn't surprised. He waits a second, then quickly climbs an old wooden ladder to dig through a cabinet. Moments later, he pulls down a sealed chest. Lee brings the chest down and pops it open. Inside is a ritual tool. Ji-sang's hand reaches out like a reflex before he thinks. In the blink of an eye, he is holding it, his gaze locked onto the item in his hands. Ji-sang stares at it, thinking, my very first ritual tool. Lee Suk warns him to be careful or it will swallow him whole. After leaving the shop, they stop outside the alley. Mito asks, how much cash do you have left? Ji-sang shows her his bag. This much. Mito thinks for a second. About 150 million won, right? That should be enough for now. He snaps his head up, looking totally panicked. Wait, there is more we have to buy? Look, I really need to save some money. Better to have it and not need it, right? Mito cut him off, her voice suddenly getting serious. No investment, no big stacks. Quit whining and put that cash to work already. It is time to earn. Shi-sung nodded, finally giving in. Fine. So where do we dump the money? Her eyes turned dark and hard to read. They were both settled in the car now. Mito spoke up, her voice low but sharp and clear. The first thing you need to invest in is people. Suddenly, a game-like image flashed on the screen. First up is an assistant mage. You need someone with real experience, not some green rookie who just stepped into the pro scene. They will not just give advice. They will help you set up the ritual altar so everything is tailored to your powers. Your only job is to focus on the actual ceremony. Most importantly, if the ritual goes sideways or you glitch out, they are your backup. They will step in and finish the job for you. Meet Miepasopia Gaeun, the 28-year-old fairy assistant. She was busy picking her ear and gave them a hard no. Gaeun scoffed, acting all high and mighty. Look, I know this place looks like a total dump right now, but not long ago, I was Master Jamun's favorite. She would not stop bragging about herself and her ritual skills. I am his top disciple. We are talking about the greatest mage in the entire Republic of Korea. But what did you just say? Gaeun glared at him with disgust. No lineage, no gods to worship, nothing? You really think I am going to serve some brat who has not even been in the game for a week? She stood her ground. No way. Besides, my business is booming lately. Mito raised an eyebrow. Business? Mito pulled out her phone with a killer look. The screen showed a website that looked straight up threatening. The cursing web. Enter a name to erase someone from your life? Since when is running a website that scams teenage girls for their money called a legit business, Gaeun? Gaeun panicked and lunged forward, trying to snatch the phone right out of Mito's hand. Mito dodged her easily. 2-year contract, 50 million won cash as a signing bonus. Right now. She kept her voice flat and calm. Your annual salary is at least 200 million, plus a temple after you retire. Mito nudged the kid's arm, A temple in Gangnam, obviously. She gave Gaeun a cold stare while Shisung just sat there and pouted. The black briefcase snapped open, revealing stacks of cold, hard cash that practically glowed on the table. Gaeun was hooked instantly. Mito pointed at Shisung and said slowly, "This kid is not some ordinary brat. If you help me train him right, it is going to look amazing on your resume later on. The most notorious assistant mage in the city." That title sounds pretty tempting, right? She finally caved, let out a sigh, and forced a smile. "All right, I am looking forward to working with you." Next up, the enforcer. The duo moved fast and ended up standing right in front of Daeho. He looked at them, hesitating. "My boss already talked to me, so I was planning on helping you guys anyway. But a former gang captain from the Leon crew acting as a bodyguard and driver for a high school kid? That is seriously embarrassing. I cannot do it." Mito got right in his face, making Daeho jump back in total shock. 10 million signing bonus, full benefits, 80 million salary after taxes. Finally, Daeho gave in. Now he was carrying Shiseung on his shoulders, looking totally mortified. Time for the last pick, the musician. Cut to a club band backstage. Everyone was rushing around while a hand quickly signed the contract. Turns out the mystery man was Anjae. He paused for a second, glancing over at Shisung standing nearby. Anjae walked straight up to him. "I still do not really get what this ritual thing is, but you definitely have that look." The room went silent as Shiseung's eyes suddenly turned dark. His face was pure murder. A heavy, creepy aura started leaking out, making everyone in the room shiver. Gave me the chills, too. Anjae slowly reached his hand out. "The money is great, obviously, but that vibe, that is why I want to stick around. How do I put this, boss? You might be the biggest inspiration we have ever had for playing music at a ritual." Their eyes met. Curiosity versus resolve. They locked hands in a firm grip. "Glad to have you all on board." The black car door slammed shut. Mito leaned back, letting out a tired breath. "The squad is finally ready. The agency and I will handle the rest. If you need anything else, just say the word." Shisung gripped his knees tight. "Thanks for everything." Mito's movement suddenly froze. Mito lights a cigarette and shrugs. "Look, I only get paid if you actually do a good job. Every time you nail one of these rituals, I get my commission too." Yi-sung gives a small, genuine smile. "We are partners now, so quit thanking me for every little thing." Mito frowns, then asks, "You headed home now?" He nods and replies, "Yeah, I still have to go back and pack up all my luggage." The car stops and Yi-sung hops out, but he freezes the second he looks up. No way. He stands there paralyzed, eyes wide. His old house is totally engulfed in flames. Fire is everywhere, and thick black smoke is pouring into the sky. People are crowding around to watch. Through the blazing heat, a charred wall still shows blood-red words, "Demon Eyebrat." Yi-sung stares in pure horror, his fists clenched tight and shaking with a massive amount of rage. Mito thinks for a second before asking, "I bet you already know exactly who did this, right?" He hangs his head. "Yeah, it was Kim Hyung and those bullies. They must have done this." As he speaks, the tears he was holding back finally start to pour out. Yi-sung chokes up. "All my memories with Grandma were in there. I did not even get to move anything out yet." Her calm voice cuts right through the sobbing. "Well, then it is time to go earn some more money." Facing his confused look, Mito explains, "We finished putting the team together today." She makes the call with total confidence. "You have got allies now." Even though Yi-sung stays quiet, Mito keeps pushing him and offering encouragement. "So go out there and perform that sword dance one more time." Later, a firefighter pats his shoulder with a pitying look. This place was a total wreck already, so it was basically inevitable that a fire would burn it all down. Plus, this slum is stuck on a hill. It took forever for our fire trucks just to get up here. He stops halfway through and lowers his voice. "Look, kid, I am really sorry about everything." After paying his respects, the crew gets in their truck and leaves. Yi-sung touches the spot on his shoulder where the guy patted him. When he pulls his hand away, his palm is black with soot. He clenches his fist, eyes burning with a new fire. "I am done taking this. I am not holding back anymore. You losers are not going to just walk all over me anymore. I finally realize that I am not just some ordinary person." Just then, a car screeches to a halt in front of the trio. Daeho climbs out, clicking his tongue and cursing. "When you mentioned full benefits, I thought I would be working a 9 to 5 at some big corporation. Damn it, this is way worse than I thought. It reeks. You guys really planning to do a ritual in this dump? My clothes are gonna smell like smoke forever." As everyone watches, Mito starts explaining the situation. "Meet your new employer. He is not doing so great right now." Flashback to the past, and we see his school desk covered in disgusting slime. Yi-sung gets his head shoved into the goo. He was totally isolated while those 3 jerks just stood there laughing like psychos. The whole group goes quiet as they process the story. While Yi-sung stares at the ritual knife in his hand, he suddenly steps into the room. He turns around and declares with a cold look, "If you do not feel like helping me with this ritual, then you should just leave. I can do this by myself." Daeho scoffs. "Look, kid, as long as there is money involved, I am in. That is how I live my life," she adds with a huff. "Burning down the house of the shaman who broke your leg? That sounds like a suicide mission." "Yeah, totally a death wish." Anjay thinks for a bit, then speaks up. "You have been through hell. Tonight, we will play some bloody music." Yi Seung glances over at them. A few minutes later, everyone is in their position and ready to go. There is a picture of Jae Hyung taped to a pig, right next to an altar that is covered in thick smoke. Everyone is ready for the ceremony. Jia Un puts on a goat head and holds up a paper covered in strange symbols that buzz with sound. The talisman rips open to reveal glowing red eyes. He does not hesitate and swings his staff to cast the spell. Skull drums bang like thunder as chanting fills the air. Down on a dark trail, 3 cars appear with dim headlights. It is Do-in and Jae Hyung. Do-in asks, "Hey, that thing you just did, are you sure you can handle the fallout?" Jae Hyung hesitates. "Whatever, it was just some old shack in a redevelopment zone that got burned down. No big deal." "You really think the cops are going to investigate that?" Jae Hyung leans back, looking totally relaxed and unbothered. "Even if I get caught, they cannot touch me. My dad knows every single politician in this town." Do-in stammers a reply, "No, I am not worried about that. I am worried about that demon eye kid. Did you not say that Punk is the reason your leg is busted? If he performs one of those rituals to get back at you, do you think he will stop?" He freezes when he hears that. "Well, what if something else on my body ends up broken this time?" Jae Hyun's voice goes dark as he stares at his leg cast. "I'm gonna kill him." Then he throws a mock punch. "Wait, you actually scared of that loser?" He flinches, then plays it cool. "Yo, don't mess with me while I'm driving." A truck suddenly appears, blinding lights hitting the mirror as Do-han snaps. "Those stupid little punks." He scowls hard. Taeil sighs, annoyed. "Who drives like that in the dead of night? Zero care for safety, just pure reckless speed." Luhan locks in on the road, but a shadow suddenly jumps out. In a heartbeat, his face goes completely white. Right there is a demon with hollow black eyes and a twisted, wide grin full of razor-sharp teeth. Luhan roars in terror and jerks the wheel. "Get away, you freak!" The car swerves hard, tires throwing sparks. The group watches the truck flip in horror. A massive explosion of sound and fire rips through the night. Witnessing the tragedy right in front of him, Jae Hyun can't help but let out a curse. He's shaking, crawling desperately to get away. What the hell happened? A wave of agony hits, making him look back. Seeing his blood-soaked leg crushed under the bike, he lets out a gut-wrenching, painful scream. My leg, my leg!" Jay's voice cracks. "Hey, you cowards, you're just gonna leave me trapped here and run? Help! Somebody help!" He goes quiet, eyes bulging at the absolute bloodbath laid out right in front of him. Jae Hyun screams. He starts spiraling, muttering, 911. I have to call 911 right now. He spots his phone on the ground. Gritting his teeth, he tries to drag his body toward it. Every move makes the bike crush his leg deeper. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red high heels appears. Hearing footsteps, a spark of hope hits Jae Hyun. "Is someone there? Please, help. Over here! There's been an accident! Help me!" The steps get louder. Then, the demon is standing over him. Jae Hyun's terrified eyes reflect the monster. Like it found its favorite toy, it flashes a wicked, evil grin. He shrieks, "Stay away, you freak, stay away!" Sobbing, Jae Hyun reaches into his shirt and pulls out a cross. "Get lost!" Jae Hyun roars at the demon with nothing but pure, raw desperation. "I am a pastor's son, damn these ghosts." Through the screams, its long, spindly arm suddenly reaches out, "So get the hell away from me." With a tiny squeeze, the pale hand snapped the cross. He stares as the cross crumbles. Then, Jae Hyun mutters Jisung's name. Face to face with the demon, he curses, "You piece of trash." Then, nothing but eerie, sickening noises fill the air. That day, I finally killed the bully who's been tormenting me since elementary school. The news shows the highway crash. Another tragic teen death. I don't feel guilty, but there's this heavy, nagging feeling I can't shake. Right now, Jisung is standing in front of a massive mirror. Jae Hyun's vengeful ghost looms behind him. I can almost smell the metallic tang of blood. He snaps irritably. What? He's the one who went too far. That was the day I decided nobody bullies me ever again. No more dark rituals to hex someone just because I can't take the abuse. No more feeling this dirty again. I'm gonna build wealth and fame. Moments later, Jisung is busy working on something. The smashed phone screen displays a call from team leader Mido. He tells himself he'll be someone nobody can ignore. After a few rings, she picks up. Jisung keeps his voice low. "Team leader, give me work. The more the better." Mido agrees. She smirks and says, "Fine. I'll give you enough work to make you want to puke." Midu stares thoughtfully at the paper. Jom Group National Daily. Stocks are surging. Gains from the Japanese trade giants are pouring in. Da Leon shows the tablet, Solomon Shipping. Solomon is expanding into South African trade routes. We will see the final results by next week. Tot Studio drops a 150 billion budget drama next month. Will the audience love it? We don't care which company it is. Over there, D-Ho is hauling a pig. Ga-Yoon stretches her arms out, while Anjae is totally lost in his music. Meanwhile, Ji-Sung rings the bell. Once we lock on a target, we tank their stock price. The golden age for the trade giants is over. Warren Buffett is dumping his Japanese stocks. A civil war just popped off in South Africa. Expect some major political chaos and instability very soon. Dropped 150 billion and barely hit 1% profit. Is the content game dying? Back then, they called us the Reapers of Liu Ye. Justin proudly flexed his mystery bag while looking totally suspicious now. Minutes later, Ki-sung is digging through the bag. It is stuffed with stacks of gold cash. He packs the money away coolly. She gives a thumbs up. Not even 2 months and a bonus? Now that is what I call some serious motivation right there. In his head, Sung is totally thrilled. This beats hunting down runaway wives for a living any day. Andy is staring at the mountain of cash, completely stunned and shouting out loud in disbelief. Is this for real? With this much cash, we could finally drop our band's first album and hit the big time. Meanwhile, Mito is just staring. She crushes her cigarette in the ashtray with a blank look. Then she asks, "What about me?" Sung freezes. "Boss, you seriously need money too?" Mito tilts her head and smirks. "Obviously. Money is the one thing you never have enough of, and it sucks even more when you have none." He groans internally. What a total gold digger. Sung mumbles that she is already like 10 times richer than he is anyway. She frowns, looking pretty annoyed at his comment. "So because I'm rich, you think I don't deserve any thanks?" "Fine." She turns to leave in a total huff, saying she totally gets it now, loud and clear. He panics and grabs her arm, stammering like crazy. "Look, you definitely have way more cash than I could ever imagine. If I just gave you money, it would basically mean nothing." He pulls out a red box. "But I still wanted to show some real gratitude and give you something special for everything you've done." He speaks softly. "The clerk said you probably have every classic watch already, so they recommended this new model. The receipt is inside. If you hate it, you can totally swap it." He waits for her reaction. She slowly puts the watch on. She checks it out and admits it is actually not bad. He breathes a sigh of relief. Then he pulls out another gift. "This one is for you, Uncle. I noticed you liked shades, so..." She watches the whole thing, deep in thought. Mito notices something. He makes bank, but still wears the same old clothes. Doesn't even buy decent shoes for himself. Watching him, she can't help but let out a long sigh. The second he gets paid, he spends it on others. No bragging, no ego, just vibes. He is not dirty, and he is not trying to corrupt anyone. This kid is going to go far in this business. Mito clears her throat. Ahem. "Drinks are on me tonight, everyone. Let's go get wasted." Everyone freezes mid-celebration. Cut to the bar, where the bartender is polishing a glass. Bottles are glowing like sweet traps. The long table is covered in colorful, tasty snacks. He is wasted but says goodbye to Sung. Suddenly, Mito walks over and sits right in front of him, ignoring his suspicious look. Mito looks at all the empty chairs. "Where did everyone go?" He tries to explain. "Fairy Jia-eun puked in the bathroom and started a whole scene, so Du had to take her back home already." Flashback to earlier. Jia-eun showed up, chugged a whole bottle, and then immediately leaned over and lost her lunch. Du had to carry her out, told me to wait here until he comes back for me. Then the band guys headed off to their studio to keep the party going somewhere a bit more cozy. She hears this and feels a bit defeated. Everyone is really something else, aren't they? Sung laughs. "I'm fine because I only drank cola." Mito just sips her champagne. She turns to him. "Good, because I need to talk to you. Just us two." He blushes and starts stammering. "You want to talk to me? Alone?" Mito's red lips curl into a smirk. She teases him. "It is about work." "What's with that expectant face? To me, you are just a little brat who doesn't know any better." Sung panics, realizing his mistake. "Of course, I knew that. I totally knew it was work. I figured you only wanted to talk shop." He tries to play it cool. "But what is to talk about? Stocks drop whenever I work, but the results are good and everyone is happy in the end." Mito gets serious. "You are right. Everything on our end has been smooth sailing so far." She glances at a notification. "The problem is, your name is starting to leak out there." Rewind to the other day. This shady dude is mumbling into his phone, reporting that he finally tracked down the kid called the Grade Killer. Wall Street firms in New York are already calling you the Grade Killer, and trust me, they are starting to watch their backs. And check this out. There was an old lady at the bus station too. "Yeah, I know. I will dig deep, get his personal info and snaps, and send everything your way soon. Mito drops her voice, sounding pretty serious. Being careful means they will hire a rival sorcerer to shut you down and block our company. Jisung just tilts his head, totally confused. So, what exactly does hiring another magic user mean? She starts explaining it like he is 5. Basically, that sorcerer will shield their stock prices from your curse, or they might even crush your spell and flip the energy to pump up their own stock value instead. Bottom line, they are going to hire a professional to pull off a counter ritual just to cancel out your hex. He goes completely silent, clearly thinking things over. Meanwhile, across town inside a totally decked-out luxury palace, standing there is the head of strategy for Fibonacci Titan, Kim Yeon-suk, who just smirks and starts talking. So, the long and short of it is that Golden Slot shorted the very stocks your company spent months planning a major move on. Is that right? Look, I heard through the grapevine that your company already has its own personal magic man on the payroll. Then why are you coming to Osong for help? I mean, sure, we have our own magic team, but the guy we are facing this time is that legendary grade killer. That definitely gets his attention. He mumbles the name grade killer under his breath while the other guy tries to stay cool and report the facts. Check it. Hema Trade, Solomon Transport, all of them. Every single stock that Golden Slot has been shorting lately just took a massive nosedive into the dirt. This is all the work of that one sorcerer, I am telling you. The word is out on the streets, and the guy is getting more nervous by the second. He knows their own sorcerers probably won't cut it. I am here begging for help because we just cannot handle this on our own. Then he literally puts his hands together, pleading, please, just one time. Perform a blessing ritual for our stock operation. I am asking you as a fellow practitioner. He shuts him down without even blinking. Too bad, but that is just not going to happen. Look, I only mess with jobs that are guaranteed to pay out big time, or really major deals that can actually make an impact on the official Osong Group quarterly business earnings reports. The guy mumbles in despair. But we have been working with Osong on so many different projects for years now. How can you be so cold-blooded? But right then, Teha decides to speak up. Instead, I will let you hire a sorcerer who actually has some real skills. The guy repeats it back, sounding totally skeptical now. He doesn't even break a sweat, just says come in. The big doors swing open as a powerful scepter rattles with every heavy step. Xiaodong gives a forced smile as he drags his heavy feet, each step echoing with a dull thud. He is panting like crazy, his breath coming out in ragged gasps. Lan Suk just stares at him, jaw hitting the floor. Standing right there is the massive, intimidating frame of Dong Hua. Lan Suk jumps back when the guy raises his hand, but Dong Hua just stays cool. I am Dong Hua, the 5th rank Vajra Bodhisattva currently working for the Osong Financial Group. The skyscraper is soaking in the sun, but it still feels super creepy inside. On a red velvet sign, 5 stars are displayed right next to the group name. Inside that room, Dong Hua is going absolutely beast mode on some food while the chefs are back there cooking like crazy. He doesn't slow down for a second, grabbing a bottle of wine and just chugging the whole thing in one go. The kitchen is pumping out dishes and the servers are hustling them out, but Dong Hua is just vibing, tearing through a mountain of meat. One staffer sees her coworker carrying a massive stack of plates and she just has to start spilling the tea. I heard the VIP room is ordering so much stuff that the kitchen is about to totally crash. Seriously, how many people are in there anyway? She hesitates for a second and then says, it is only 3 people. The other girl practically screams, 3 people? 3 people ate all that? What, is there some YouTuber in there doing a mukbang? Thinking back to the scene, she adds one more detail. The thing is, there are 3 of them, but only one guy is actually eating. Lan Sok is sweating bullets and starts stuttering. Excuse me, Mr. Sorcerer. I am truly happy to see you enjoying your meal like this, but when exactly do you think we can finally sit down and talk business? As soon as he says that, Han Yun spins around to face him. She signals him to be quiet. Our sorcerer absolutely will not talk about any business deals until he is done filling his stomach. Just sit tight and be patient, Mr. Manager. Lan Suk just nods along like a lost puppy. Yeah, okay, I get it. After a total feeding frenzy, the plates are all empty. Dong Hua licks the grease off his fingers and lets out a massive, happy burp. The manager is literally shaking with shock. He can't believe anyone would eat like a total beast inside a fancy, high-end Chinese restaurant like this one. This meal alone probably cost 10 million won. Meanwhile, Dong Hua is just sitting there with a massive, satisfied grin on his face. He stays silent, just giving a quick hand signal. When Han Dian leans down, Dong Hoa whispers something. A second later, she stands tall and announces. The Bodhisattva says, he is beyond pleased with the sincerity the manager showed. From now on, he will reveal everything you need. You better get ready so he can perform the ritual smoothly. Yen Sok's face instantly lights up with joy, and he quickly whips out his phone. Yes, I am listening. Han Dian speaks up seriously. The Bodhisattva says he knows the Manalux stock position your company bought from Golden Shaum will expire this Friday. At this point, her voice suddenly gets much louder. There is a high chance Golden Cell will perform a ritual during this window of time. From now until Thursday night, the Bodhisattva will pray for Manalux. It starts tonight and lasts until Thursday evening. Yen Sok blurted out a huge thank you, feeling totally grateful. But Han Dian suddenly cuts him off. This caught him off guard, making him suspicious. However, she remained dead serious as she made her demand. You need to prepare the ritual offerings. Please keep serving those high-end delicacies from today's meal to the Bodhisattva while he prays. Hearing this, Yen Sok starts shaking while doing the math. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. That is 3 whole days of serving this expensive food non-stop. Noticing his hesitation, Han spoke up sternly. You need to build some good karma, you know. If your side doesn't show enough merit, then no ritual is happening. And finally, there is one last thing. She holds up a finger. Please find out where the master sorcerer is. The Bodhisattva wants a face-to-face before he starts the blessing. Hearing this condition, he could not help but get seriously worried. Meanwhile, out on the road, a Rolls-Royce is slowly cruising along. Midu lowered her voice to offer some advice. The next ritual is set for Thursday, so keep yourself in top shape. Di Shuang agreed instantly. Seeing him look so spaced out, she had to ask, It looks like you have a lot on your mind, right? He hesitated for a second before speaking. That thing you said about the rivals hiring their own sorcerer? It has been weighing on me. No matter how good I am still just a rookie here. If the opponent is some veteran who has been doing this for years, his voice was full of worry. Won't the odds of me losing this ritual battle be huge? Midu spoke up to calm him down. Do not get scared just yet. In a battle between sorcerers, your vibe and momentum are everything. Plus, the company has not heard any rumors about anyone coming for us yet. Seeing the look of total confusion on his face, she snapped at him. Stop worrying about nonsense and just focus on staying fit. Right then, Chugon suddenly chimed in. Mr. Di Shuang, we have arrived at your office building. Before heading inside, they said their goodbyes. Di Shuang headed inside. Suddenly, Han Dian appeared behind him. Master Sorcerer, she said with total respect. The Diamond Bodhisattva I serve wants to meet you. Hai Shuang asked her back, feeling suspicious. Bodhisattva? Han Dian quickly explained. It won't take much of your time. He is already waiting in the parking garage in the basement of this building. A moment later, down on level B2, he followed slowly behind her. Han Dian walked up and opened the back door of a van. A platform slid out, turning into a set of stairs. Dong Hoa was right there inside. Di Shuang was shocked by his massive size, but the man didn't care and just waved him over. She got the signal and stepped inside. While the two of them were talking, he spoke up to ask a question. I heard you are a bodhisattva, but I do not know the specifics. Are you a sorcerer from Yu Wai Lao? Han Dian immediately cut him off. Please be quiet. Right now, I am going to relay the message the bodhisattva has for you. Then she cleared her throat. First, let me introduce him. Her voice was filled with pure worship. From Chu Yulo, one of the top 5 most famous names in the sorcery world, the Diamond Bodhisattva, Gongrong Hoa. Then she laid down the challenge. The Bodhisattva says he is the one who will be facing off against you this time. This was exactly what Mi had warned him about. This was the sorcerer hired by the rivals to protect the stock price they were trying to crash. Now Han Dian spoke up again. The Bodhisattva also demands that you, as a master sorcerer, withdraw from this upcoming battle. Di Shuang was so shocked he started to stammer. Give up? She ignored him and just kept right on threatening him. Master Sorcerer, I heard you have been pretty active lately, but you are definitely no match for the Bodhisattva. Han Dian coldly listed his achievements. The Bodhisattva has protected and pumped the prices of countless stocks across hundreds of jobs. His experience, power, and reputation are in a whole different league compared to a total nobody who just stepped into this game. She let out a nasty little smirk after saying that. Honestly, he could use his pure strength to absolutely crush you right now. But the Bodhisattva is a man of peace. He does not want a talented sorcerer like you to taste the bitterness of defeat in a battle with a predetermined ending. So, Han Dian is making a serious offer. If you walk away and drop the death ritual, he will grant you a massive pile of cash. Right then, Dong Hoa dug through his fat rolls. Suddenly, a massive pile of gold coins appeared in his hands out of nowhere. Dong Hoa tossed it all toward him like it was trash. His face was twisted with pure, unfiltered contempt. Gold rings were scattered all over the ground at his feet. Since he stayed silent, she spoke up to check his reaction. So, are you going to accept the Bodhisattva's merciful offer, Death Sorcerer? Right at that moment, a loud, vulgar curse suddenly rang out. Sam Lin, cut it out. I saw some creep lurking at the front door, so I followed them all the way here. Mido walked up with major attitude. Why are you even listening to this pig squeal? When Dian heard that, he let out an absolute roar of anger. A pig? How dare you speak of the Bodhisattva that way? She cut him off with a cold, dismissive stare. Listen here, Diamond Bodhisattva. Is our little rookie really making you shake in your boots that much? You actually came all the way here just to bribe the kid with your pocket change and sweet words? Dong Hoa was so insulted that the veins on his forehead were popping. He slowly forced himself to stand up. Gasping for air, Dong Hoa growled a threat. I wanted to give you worms a real chance. If I use my blessing ritual to reflect your death curse back at you, then the person who ends up taking the hit from that curse will be the sorcerer who cast it. He sneered with contempt. Plus, you guys are out here crashing stock prices. Those stocks hold the hopes and dreams of so many people. How can you act so high and mighty? Seems you forgot you were just parasites making money off the misery of others. When he heard that, the kid fell into a deep silence. I do not get most of what he said, but that last part, I understood that loud and clear. He could not help but start running the numbers. Stocks are an investment product that even people with totally normal finances will target. Despair and even suicide after losing everything in the market. Why have I never considered the actual soul-crushing pain those people have to suffer through? Right in the middle of his thoughts, he heard someone laughing. Mito suddenly burst out laughing, clutching her stomach while the kid watched in shock. Dong Hoa held back his rage and asked what was so funny. She could not stop herself from calling him out on his stock price manipulation tactics. You guys are the ones using rituals to inflate the stock price of worthless companies that have absolutely zero track record or value. Is that not the truth? The screams of all those small-time investors. After saying that, Mito's voice suddenly turned ice cold. Crashing the price of a company with zero value compared to the act of forcing a junk stock price way up just to trick clueless small-time investors into throwing their entire life savings away. A flash of killing intent crossed her eyes. Which side is more toxic? Even a pig like you should know the answer to that, right? Her next words absolutely pushed him over the edge. Stop using that fake mercy crap to lure the kid in. You total hypocrites. She slapped his shoulder and declared that they should just have a real showdown right now. Mito gave a cocky smirk and threw down the gauntlet. Let us see who is really the boss here. Dong Hoa was fuming and panting. He clenched his fists, then suddenly slumped back down. He spat out an order. Fine, let's go. Battle on. Han Dian smirked when she heard that. A second later, she stepped out and slammed the door shut. Before the door fully closed, Dong Hoa spoke up. One way or another, you are just going to be used and tossed aside, kid. Death sorcerer. You should know that finishing you off quickly might actually be the most merciful thing I could do for you. Han Dian shut the door and glared at them with pure hatred. Even though she hated it, she had to drive away. Inside the car, he kept muttering to himself. I am going all out for this showdown. Make sure you set everything up based on the high standards of my absolute peak years. Team leader Han Dian asked excitedly. You are going all out, Bodhisattva? It has been a long time since I have seen a spectacle that massive. I am already getting hyped just thinking about it. Down in the basement, only the two of them were left. Mito thought for a second before speaking. We need to beef up the security and surveillance around here. I knew they would start a major war with you eventually, but who would have thought they would crawl right to an opponent's house like this, especially when it is just a young teenager's personal home? The kid did not answer right away. He just looked down, feeling small. Boss, he started. She noticed his doubt and jumped in to calm him down. Do not let that pig's words get in your head. He is just trying to break your spirit. That pig is the one doing rituals for trash stocks just to scam innocent people out of their money. Bleeding retail investors dry, then calling us bugs? His sudden shout made Mito jump out of her skin. Ji-seong kept his head down and mumbled, I don't care about other shamans coming for me or people talking trash about my dark rituals. None of that matters to me at all. He clenched his fists and muttered, but what he said before leaving is stuck in my head. That hateful voice kept echoing in his ears how he'd just be used and tossed away like trash. Shaman Ji-seong lowered his voice and spoke softly. I can't stand being betrayed. I've already been hurt way too much in the past. Memories flashed back to his parents screaming while he hid under the table, ears covered. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Diha walked in with a sweet, gentle smile. She was still smiling despite the bruise on her face. Diha opened her arms wide, and then the memory suddenly shifted. Ji-seong sobbed, screaming for his parents. Her voice was gentle, but her actions were cold and firm. Once his parents made up, she roughly pulled back her sleeve. Her words echoed in his ears like a recurring nightmare. Your parents will come back for you. Then they just left. Mito watched him, lost in her own thoughts. She reached out and gave him a comforting pat. I'm never going to betray you, Ji-seong. Mito gently patted his head to cheer him up. You're the best shaman I ever recruited. To me, you're a blue-chip asset worth everything. She gave him a bright smile and continued, who in their right mind would mistreat a flower they planted with their own hands? Faced with that sudden kindness, his whole face turned bright red. Ji-seong shyly looked away, acting all embarrassed. All right then, that's really all I needed to hear. He stammered, trying his best to hide how flustered he was. Now let's go take down that fat jerk who was talking all that trash. Calling us bugs and saying he'd use us like tools, it's time to handle him. In the middle of talking, Ji-seong suddenly blurted something out. Before we go, you gotta tell me how to handle another shaman. Mito laughed, totally vibing with the idea. Get the whole crew here. We're gonna make them pay for having the nerve to declare war on us. A bit later, the meeting room at the Redevelopment Association was packed. She quickly uncapped a marker and got to work. Mito tapped on the whiteboard. It's not just about prayers. The mechanics of a showdown between two real shamans are actually pretty simple. She drew a diagram while explaining. It comes down to offense and defense, Mito stated seriously. It's like a siege. It doesn't end until one side's spiritual energy or dark aura completely crushes the others. This is an all-out war where shamans from both sides have to bet everything they've got. She swung her pen and declared, "That's the counter-ritual we're about to pull off." Jia Eon leaned back, bored. "We barely started and we're already being challenged? Talk about bad luck." Ji-seong spoke up, sounding a bit skeptical. "Is this really that serious?" I was just heated and went along with whatever the team leader said. She sighed deeply. "Duh, it's serious. Usually when a counter-ritual happens, one of the factions is forced to retire for good." Jia Eon said coldly. "Actually, it's worse. The loser suffers brutal internal damage. Even worse, that sacred link between the shaman and the spirits gets snapped clean off. Their spiritual power just vanishes." She suddenly stood up. "Wait, you don't even know the basics, but you're fighting the Diamond Bodhisattva?" Jia Eon started listing off everything she knew about him. His reputation has slipped lately, but 10 years ago, this guy was a total legend in the game. Underwriters used to flock to the Diamond Bodhisattva before any big IPO. His blessing rituals made stock prices go through the roof every single time. She pointed right at his face. "What were you thinking? Trying to scrap with the former #1 shaman in the industry?" Ji-seong stammered. "To be fair, it's not like I picked the fight. Those guys are the ones who came looking for trouble." He looked down at his feet, not even noticing that Jia Eon just got hit in the head with a pen. Plus, the boss did the provoking and they just accepted. "I really didn't know anything. Is that fat guy actually that much of a big deal?" Mito, still in her pen-throwing stance, snapped, "You're killing the kid's vibe before we even start. Whose side are you on anyway? Besides, I wouldn't have started this if I didn't already have a way to win." She scoffed. This showdown was bound to happen eventually. It's just coming a bit earlier than expected against a slightly tougher opponent. Mito narrowed her eyes. "So, I don't want to hear another word that's going to mess with our confidence. That's just bad juju." Diho raised his hand. "Calculated a win? Does that mean our rookie shaman is actually stronger than that guy?" He tilted his head curiously. "If not, you must have some secret plan ready to help the kid flip the script, right?" She hears that and just laughs it off. "Yeah, it is definitely both." Mito points at the screen and yells, "Our sorcerer is way more cracked than any of you losers even realize." She taps her head and continues, "I have already cooked up a killer strategy to wreck that golden Buddha guy for good." Then she grabs her pen. Abstract shapes start flying onto the board. Before he even shows his face, Mito is already drawing and crunching the numbers. I had no clue what kind of high-level sorcerer that kid was actually going up against. She locks in. Staring at that bright red arrow, Mito thinks with total confidence. "You just dug your own grave, pal." Night falls over the entire city. Way up on the rooftop of a massive skyscraper, the vibe gets heavy. Inside the temple, a squad stands at attention while dancers wait for the call. Dong Hua is laid back in a tub surrounded by piles of food. Han Dian looks around feeling like a boss. Everything is set. This is going to be one hell of a feast. She glances his way, and Dong Hua suddenly lets out a massive roar. "Let the grand party begin right now." The dancers start moving as soon as they get the signal. They perform between two rows of monks while he sits high, glowing with gold. Down below, the group of monks starts glowing with that same golden energy. The whole temple fills up with blinding golden light, swirling together into a massive orb that shoots straight into the sky. That orb of merit just keeps growing until it finally explodes. A massive flash of light blinds everything for a second. Suddenly, a legendary monk appears out of thin air. It is the Budai monk, the legendary one. People believe he is the reincarnation of Maitreya. He is the guy with the big belly and that huge, radiant smile. Then a whole crowd pops up. It is actually a bunch of noisy kids running around and playing. He always carries this giant sack on his back. Legend says he pulled food out of that bag to feed everyone he met. Budai reaches deep into his bag and leans down to give treats to the kids. Because of how much he shared while he was alive, his warm teachings and those psychic predictions made people worship him like a god in so many different countries. As a deity, he is the ultimate symbol of kindness, luck, and making bank. On the other side of things, Mito is just watching and thinking. She clicks her tongue. A kind god who gives mercy and grace to the weak ones. With a cigarette hanging from her lip, Mito whispers, I cannot believe they are using a kind god for this shady business. Suddenly, Budai starts moving. From that cloth bag hanging over his shoulder, a stream of pure gold starts pouring out. Her eyes go dark. They are really using him to pump up and manipulate stocks. That golden stream turns into a shield, wrapping around the whole building and spreading out further and further. Mito looks amused and looks back. Doesn't this make us, the guys who summon evil spirits, look like the good guys instead? Chogon pulls out his phone to report. The team says everything is ready to go on their end. They are just waiting for your signal to start. She lowers her cigarette, which is almost burnt all the way down. Mito crushes her cigarette and gives the order. Tell them to do it now. Meanwhile, Jia Ung and Kyung are chanting together. The mountain echoes with the sounds of desire as the ritual begins. Nearby, and Day is totally lost in playing her instrument. A bright red door suddenly appears in the sky, followed by 100 more. Han Dian freaks out, but Donghua just calmly tells her to chill out. Let them come. I am going to show these losers the true power of a god. The doors fly open all at once. A nasty, sharp black hand starts reaching out from the darkness inside. A swarm of hungry ghosts jumps out. One with a weird, bloated belly hops right on top of a door. It opens its drooling mouth and makes a terrifying sound. Then the whole pack charges straight at Budai. But he just keeps on smiling that kind smile. The ghosts close in, but before they can even strike, a massive blade of energy slices through them. Budai is still chilling and smiling, but those counterattacks are sharp and absolutely brutal. Even with all this chaos, his mind stays as calm as a still lake. Donghua just smiles from below. Are they really trying to fight an avatar of Maitreya with trash they dragged out of hell? He snaps his eyes open and yells, You idiots! Meanwhile, Budai is getting totally swarmed by those hungry ghosts. Donghua starts weighing his options. Since the power gap is this huge, there is no reason to avoid a fight, right? Then, the monk moves. Budai grabs a handful of rice in his palm and throws it out with one quick motion. Those golden grains turn into streaks of light that rip through the ghost army. They take a hit, but they manage to stay up. They lose it and charge like crazy. Every single one of them is baring their teeth, ready to swallow him whole. Sensing the danger, he froze. Suddenly, the big bag swung out, blasting those underworld ghosts away. Ha Dien peeped through the lens, totally shook. This big bag monk was clearly cooked up during one massive feast. She frowned, diving deep into her thoughts. This was that same Golden Age power Diamond Bodhisattva once flexed. Realizing something, Han Dien suddenly decided this was the perfect move to end the entire showdown right now. Her ego grew. Honestly, it doesn't matter if you're some high-level mage, you're still getting wrecked today. Meanwhile, Mito's spot felt like time just died. Pure silence. But over on the other side, chaos was still peaking. She watched closely, thinking to herself, that monk's shield is way tougher than I first thought. Those ghosts are getting eaten way too fast. Mio barked an order. Call Choi's crew and find out their distance. Tugan didn't blink. He pulled his phone out immediately. He checked in and reported back. They say they're 5 meters out. She clicked her tongue. Too slow. Tell them to hurry. Mito sounded ticked off. I told them to wait for the opening and then just end him already. Deho shouted back through the phone. How can we go any faster than this? If he slips, the kid's a goner. She didn't even flinch, just gave a cold shrug. Quit whining. He'll make it. Mito was dead certain. Because in our family line, the guy's a total genius. Meanwhile, Big Bag kept shredding those ghosts. Watching the carnage, Dong Hoa couldn't help but feel a little impressed. Guess the rumors were just hype. Reality is way different than the stories people tell. He felt like a god. These mages aren't so special after all. Right then, she started gushing. The Bodhisattva is amazing. Ha Dian's face turned red, total fangirl mode. This win is going to force the whole magic world to respect the Bodhisattva. You've done so much. Dong Hoa flashed a bright grin and held up his hand. Sure, I stopped that first wave, but don't think for a second that we're out of the woods yet. Then he gave the order. Keep everyone here. Get more food ready. Focus on the high-energy stuff. Suddenly, Dong Hoa locked up. He squinted, listening to the air like a hawk. In a heartbeat, he spun around to face the back. Right then, a glowing red portal ripped open in midair. It was hanging right over Big Bag's head. Deho was still giving the update. Everything's gone now. Recalling the horror, he sighed. He actually stayed up. The kid walked the entire 20-meter blade of that long sword. Hi, Shuang was gasping for air from spamming spells. Mito heard him and just gave a confident smirk. She didn't say a word, just plopped into her chair and mimicked holding a gun with her hand. She aimed the barrel right at the monk, who was being swallowed by that red portal. The Black Demon General stepped out of the gate with insane pressure. Dong Hoa saw it and completely lost it. Performing that demon ritual twice in a row? No way. That's physically impossible. Someone's cheating the system. Mito laughed from the other side, pure sarcasm. That lazy pig is probably losing his mind right now. She hummed, guessing his thoughts. He's probably too dumb to imagine we actually pulled off 2 rituals at once. Us? Mito's voice was dripping with swagger. We ran both of those rituals at the same time. You're such a clown. Thinking of the girl in her trance, she smiled with pure delight. One ritual was just to bait him. Then Mito paused for a second to do the math. The second ritual was for the kill. Shuang asked, "What's this scary-looking thing even supposed to be?" "It's a special blade modeled after a mountain from hell," Mito explained. "Most mages won't touch it because the length is ridiculous. But higher risk means a way bigger payout," she continued. "Compared to a normal ritual, this blade boosts our divine power by at least 2 or 3 times." Shuang looked at Mito and just muttered, "This is insane. This makes 0 sense." He pointed at the floor, annoyed. "I've never even walked a tightrope, let alone a blade. My balance and coordination are absolute trash. Plus, how am I supposed to walk across a sword that's this stupidly long?" Mito grabbed his wrist. She looked up and told him, "You've got massive spiritual energy. Just focus on the ritual, and you'll move. If you pull this off," she added, "a god will descend and carry us straight to victory." Picture a giant Buddha just chilling on a skyscraper roof, red doors swing open, and inside, straight fire, man. Mito says this god has a thing for rituals where ritual blades do all the dirty work. A hand grips a sword tight, lifting it high. She adds that a god drops pure military dominance during these spiritual counterattacks. Black Demon's eyes glow red, staring down with pure rage, while Mito's voice drops like a heavy hammer. That is the god general, a massive beast, stomping forward while the Black Demon loses control and lets out a scream. Bodai's smile flips into a nasty scowl. Ryung looks up, shaking, and lets out a "damn it." She peers through her binoculars and whispers, "What the hell is even happening? That massive staff is coming down hard on Bodai." He squints up, breaking into a cold sweat. Then Bodai slowly opens his eyes in a hospital bed, surrounded by doctors. They are checking his vitals, from blood pressure to heart rate. Han Yun watches, totally stressed out, biting her nails. Bodai gives her a tiny smile. He stays quiet, listening to the gossip coming from outside his room. Thee speaks up first. The old man is washed up, totally past his prime. But hey, he is still ranked number 5, one of the 5 big fingers in finance. Back when he hit number 5, he didn't have all these crazy health problems he has now. Counting on her fingers, she lists it all: high blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, throat issues, and even some nasty arthritis too. He is basically a walking hospital. The guy is lucky if he can even pull off 1 ritual ceremony a month. Thigh snaps back, "Then we should probably just ask to jump ship and join a different team, right?" So agrees, saying it is a smart call. Sticking with a washed-up mage gets you absolutely nothing. Inside the room, Han Yun hears it all, shaking with pure rage. She grits her teeth, cursing those suit-wearing leeches who only care about skimming the cream off the top. Those jerks will say anything. As Han Yun starts to walk out, Bodai suddenly raises his massive hand to stop her. He calmly advises her that even if team leader Han goes out there to yell, it does not prove those guys wrong. Han Yun snaps back. "But Bodhisattva," Bodai cuts her off, saying it is coming. Once he heals, his true power will speak for itself. He thinks to himself, just a washed-up mage whose time has passed. Ao Song setting me up against a high-tier mage is likely just a sacrificial move to test exactly what I have left. Replaying the moment that staff swung down, Bodai had used a cloth to block the strike, remembering how much he really had to struggle. Because of that, losing this fight is not an option. Bodai suddenly calls Han Yun's name, making her jump out of her skin. "Team leader Han, bring me raw meat and strong liquor. Call in the shamans and ritual assistants and crank up that water temperature right now." Her face shows worry as she replies quickly. "But if the ritual gets any bigger or goes on any longer, your body will Bodai size. Listen, the Kim Kang Bodhisattva you serve and follow is not going to lose this spiritual counterattack." Her face is full of anxiety as she looks at him. Han Yun bows, whispering, "I will trust you until the very end." She turns and runs off quickly. Meanwhile, Mito is staring intensely at Bodai and Black Demon. She frowns, thinking to herself, haven't those guys figured out they lost yet? As far as I know, the Kim Kang Bodhisattva is not an opponent who can drag out this counter-ritual for long. Mito mutters under her breath. She looks back at the person behind her. Our opponent decided to make this a messy, dragged-out brawl. We need to merge our 2 ritual altars into one. Elsewhere, Diho is on the phone, turning to the person next to him. Little boss Yu Jia-ung and his ritual team are heading over right now. They want to merge both altars into one to win this battle. Di Chang drops his head, looking totally wiped out. Damn it. I think I'm actually hitting my limit. We hit him with 2 full killing rituals and he is still standing? Kim Kang Bodhisattva. Seeing him take on Black Demon is seriously impressive work. Guess veterans are just built different. Ki-seung looks up, his eyes showing absolute exhaustion. Di-ho walks over and asks, "Hey, little boss, you holding up okay?" Di Chang stays silent, his eyes sunken and dark while sweat pours down his face. Di Chang tells himself he has to do this. Looking around, he thinks, there is no turning back now. He looks at everyone, for himself and for the team. Seeing their smiling faces, he knows they have all gone way too far to quit now. After a long moment, Di Chang stands up straight and spreads his arms. "I'm fine," he says. "Let's do this." Everyone picks up their tools again. Jia Young holds the paper, reading the ritual words with a serious face. Another girl focuses on the drums while Di Chang takes steps across the stone walls. Amid the noise, a mysterious purple aura begins to wrap around him in the air. Another person brings out a tray piled high with raw meat. Led by Han Yon, they march into the room row by row. 4 or 5 bodhisattvas looking just like Bo Dai start tearing into that pile of meat. The war between Black Demon and the big guy is far from over. Mido puffs on a smoke, thinking her strategy totally wrecked the home field advantage of an old pro like the Buddha. But from here on out, it is a clash of raw spiritual power to see who is the real boss. She watches the sparks fly, rooting for her side. "You better win, Ti-sung. Those fake holy men have stuffed their faces with so much meat they are about to gag." One monk bites his lip, worrying that even though they are barely hanging on right now, things are about to change. Once the sun hits, the dark energy fades. That is our opening to quit playing defense and go full-on beast mode. Keep eating and keep pushing. Just hold the line, that is all that matters. Black Demon keeps swinging his blade relentlessly while Ti-sung suddenly notices his own feet are covered in blood. The big guy raises his staff to block the incoming lethal strike. The other monks keep gorging themselves. One side is fighting for survival, while the other is just trying to reclaim their glory days. It is a total mess. The mystical showdown between these two masters rages on through the dead of night. Finally, the sky starts to bleed light. Han Dian watches the sunrise, whispering to the figure behind her that the dawn is here. "Master, it is morning." The big guy starts shaking violently before collapsing as Han Dian screams out his name in pure panic. The old monk hits the dirt hard. Now, Black Demon and his rival are finally face to face. Black Demon stays silent. He raises both blades high and brings them down in one final, cold execution. The big guy smiles peacefully before fading into nothingness. Meanwhile, in a high-end penthouse, a man stands looking out over the city as the sun rises. A woman leans in, reaching out as if calling for someone. "Master, the sun is finally up." A bald man stands there drenched in sweat, his back to her, trembling with a cold, piercing gaze. Long black hair shadows his face until someone screams, "Master!" The bald guy head snaps back as blood sprays from his mouth. Dong Hoa is shirtless now, floating on his back in a massive vat filled with some golden liquid. Han Dian rushes forward, hitting the wooden floor hard and grabbing his head like her life depends on it. Dong Hoa is bloated like a balloon, eyes shut tight with blood leaking out. Han Dian crawls toward him, pressing herself against his swollen gut. She shoves her hands into his stomach so hard the skin actually caves in under the pressure. His eyes roll back, wide and terrified, as sweat pours down his face in a moment of pure agony. "I know what people call you behind your back. A has been. Now you are just a walking medical disaster with high blood pressure, diabetes, and joint pain. It is pathetic. He is basically a mobile hospital. At this rate, he is lucky if he can even perform one ritual a month." TCU speaks up, sounding pretty worried about the situation. TCU speaks up, sounding pretty worried about the situation. "Maybe we should jump ship and join another team, right?" Mito just crosses her arms and lets out a cold, mocking laugh. "Why are you actually listening to this pig squeal? In our world, a useless player gets cut." Teha raises his glass, his eyes stone cold. He takes a slow sip while Han Dian is still frantically pressing on Dong Hoa's belly. She screams in total desperation. Dong Hoa just lies there, eyes rolled back, barely clinging to life. But does that even matter? Suddenly Han Dian starts giving him mouth to mouth. "To me, you will always be my master." 3 years ago, a young girl stood in a massive room, her hands clenched tight against her chest. A woman standing nearby reached out and told her, "This is the person you will serve. Now, say hello." While the tension in the room was thick, Dong Hoa stepped out with a faint smirk. Later, Han Dian is seen hauling bags of trash. Suddenly, the trash bag rips wide open, spilling garbage all over the floor. She just stands there, staring at the disgusting mess scattered everywhere. She starts screaming in total frustration. I worked my tail off to get into a top school while my single mom struggled. And for what? I honestly thought landing a job at a major firm like would actually mean something, but here I am. Then she notices something under her feet. Wait, what the hell is this? Huddled in the cold kitchen, she realized that both she and her mother had suffered so much just so she could clean up after some cult leader pig. Yeah. Han Dien bows low, placing a thick stack of files on the desk in the office. Facing an older man, he finally speaks up. Assistant Han, I heard that you are the new assistant, right? She softly says yes. Dong Hoa sits behind his desk, looking strangely calm, and asks if anyone in her family is currently sick. Han Dien looks him in the eye and says, no. Well, not exactly anyway. He stays perfectly composed and offers some cryptic advice. You should tell them to get a medical checkup as soon as possible. Someone in your house is literally rotting from the inside out. Han Dien stands there, gripping the wooden door tight. She is hovering at the door, thinking about how her insides are literally turning to mush. Dude is a shaman, not a doctor. He is definitely just faking the concern to get a thank you. Out of nowhere, she just stops. Han Yun looks at her phone. It is her mother calling. She picks up and whispers, Mom, everything is fine. It is just pancreatic cancer. They sit together in total silence. Back at the clinic, the doctor looks totally chill, hands folded, getting ready to drop the news. Good thing you checked in before this became a total lost cause. It will be a grind, though. If we do the surgery and the therapy together, there is a real chance you will get better. The hospital entrance is packed. People everywhere. Then, someone starts giving some serious advice. Do not worry, Mom. Just focus on getting better. Move into my place for now. Han Yun finally relaxes. Her eyes soften. She actually cracks a smile. I finally got that job at the big company. They give huge employee loans and the benefits are amazing. Plus, I get plenty of days off. I will be there for every checkup. But her mom stares through the glass and says, no way. Han Yun is like, what? Why not? But the old lady just stays ice cold. Forget the loans and the time off. I am not about to become a roadblock for your future. You are my only family. Why would I let you throw your life away for me? She turns away. I have lived long enough. Han Yun stands there, absolutely fuming. Mom faces her again. I raised you to be great. Now let me just rest. I want to settle my affairs and leave in peace. My mind is made up. I always let you be a stubborn brat when things were tough, right? Hearing that, Han Yun just starts breaking down. The tears will not stop. Mom smiles softly. Let me be the stubborn one for once. Han Yun drops to her knees, sobbing. People are staring at her. Then, we are back at the office. Dong Hua sips his tea. I already took care of your mother's hospital bills. All of them. Assistant Han, take all the time you need to look after her. Do not come back until she is better. She asks why he is doing all this. He just says, I like saving people from being miserable. I do it hoping it will finally quiet this endless hunger inside of me. So, just accept the kindness of this selfish, twisted pig. Then he actually flashes a smile. Han Yun looks like she just heard the impossible. Back in the present, she is frantically pressing on his chest. She leans down, face twisted in panic. Dong Hua is out cold, bleeding, losing consciousness fast. She screams, you said you were going to prove how strong you are. Why can you save everyone but you cannot save yourself? She screams while hitting him in the stomach. You said you serve a god who gives people happiness. She is wailing in total despair. But why are you the only one dying in such a miserable way? I will not let you leave me. I cannot let you leave like this. I will not let you go. You selfish, crazy pig, do not leave me. Suddenly, a voice croaks out. That really hurts. Team leader Han. A tear falls. Dong Hua is still down, bleeding and hurting. A massive figure slumped in the room. Over in the hallway, Mito whispers that he won. Now, we really have to go take care of our guy. A group walks in, with Mito leading the pack. Her face is scary, calm. A body hits the floor, shaking. Cut to a bar, where some guys are just drinking. A man sits there, weirdly calm. Mito kneels down to check the gash on his leg. He rubs his nose and finally speaks up. My leg was fine when I started. I guess I just lost focus for a second there. The cut is not deep, just some ointment and I am fine. Mito touches his bandage and says, stop explaining. This wound shows exactly how hard you fought today. Where is he? The guy opposite him cheers. You are the GOAT. Yoon smiles. I really wanted to hear that. She stands up. Let us just call this a solo match where you came out on top. Look, if you use this disaster as a launch pad, you're gonna blow up and become a total superstar. Fast. Hee-sung is on the floor, stammering. A superstar? Before you ask something dumb like whether you need to practice your autograph, let me just lay it out. Mito stands right over him, her eyes ice cold, and she snaps at him. I wasn't even gonna ask that, okay? But deep down, he totally was going to ask exactly that. She quickly explains, I use that word because soon you'll have fans and haters alike. First, every big finance firm will be trying to recruit you. You literally snapped one of Osong's fingers. Those guys are your fans now. But on the flip side, companies tight with the Osong group or mages scared, you'll steal their hustle, will try their best to wreck your life. Those guys are your anti-fans. Hee-sung's mood suddenly takes a dark and serious turn. That's actually lucky. Not all of them are going to be a threat. If I play the fan situation right, maybe we can find a way. Mido reaches out and flicks his forehead. We could probably draw up a plan to shut down the anti-fans entirely. A loud crack echoes. She points a finger right at him and barks. What kind of total nonsense are you talking about? She points her finger straight at him with a smirk that isn't friendly. Compared to haters, fans are way more dangerous, kid. Listen up, brat. Scene shift to somewhere else, where a man is staring up at a television screen. The news shows the market's biggest movers. Mandoc Steel down 30%, and Seiko is up 13.7%. The man watches the screen and speaks. Dongsang lowers his shades, squinting as he sizes up the situation. Is that the masterpiece created by the newbie those Golden Cow losers just dug up? Chairman of Home Investment, Ma Dongsang, a man standing next to him, speaks up. More importantly, to pull that off, he used a counter curse to beat the Diamond Buddha. That guy is the hitman mage from Home Investment, Hugam. He has blonde hair and a face covered in blood. It's dripping from his eyes like water. He smirks, gripping two blood-stained daggers tightly in his hands. Hugam finally speaks. In financial history, a rookie taking down a legend is massive. Inside a luxury suite, Dongsang preps a golf swing while a man in traditional robes speaks. Honestly, up until now, only a true divine prodigy could ever pull off a stunt like that. If we can snatch him up, the chairman will basically have every hitman in the city right in the palm of his hand. The man answers, if you're saying that, then obviously I'll do whatever it takes to get him. He raises his golf club high. I don't care if we bribe him with fat stacks of cash or just threaten to end him. Dongsang rests his club on his shoulder, grinning like a shark as he gives the order. Go make him mine. Hyuk, here's the order and answers. I will do exactly as you command, sir. Cut to the gym. Everyone is grinding hard and totally focused. Hee-sung is absolutely drenched in sweat from head to toe. Hey boss, how much longer are we going to have to keep running for? He downs some water, looking totally skeptical. Is this what you call training? You just mean basic cardio? Her voice gets low and intense. To stop you from passing out after every ritual, building your stamina is absolutely non-negotiable. She looks down, her voice sounding heavy. So far, you've basically been surviving on nothing but pure willpower alone. But think about it. What happens when you hit your physical limit right in the middle of a serious battle? Her face is a mess of complicated emotions. Won't you just get erased by the very energy you released yourself? Mito's voice drops, sounding like a threat. Quit whining and run. I'm only making you do this to keep you alive. Hee-sung stops, looking suspicious. She speeds up her pace immediately. Hey, your place still has an empty bedroom, right? He answers casually. Yeah, I've got one room that I'm currently keeping empty, saving it for when my grandma gets better. Mito coldly announces, let Cho Dae-ho stay in that room. Hee-sung freezes, totally confused. Wait, what? For like a few days? She speaks up and flat out declares, for life. He stares, completely ticked off. Why? Mito just wipes her sweat, acting totally cool about it. She slows her pace. That mysterious guy, Hanyan, pops into his head. Did you forget the Diamond Buddha found your house? His face is a mess of emotions. Mito raises an eyebrow and speaks with a firm voice. Like I said, after that counter curse, your name is blowing up. You gotta stay alert because people are watching you. The guys targeting you will be here any minute. That's why having a 24/7 escort is a total must. Her eyes are filled with mixed signals. Well? What's your answer? He sighs, feeling totally defeated. Even if I said no, it's not like you'd listen anyway. Mito pulls him up, and just like that, the awkward roommate life begins. Dae-ho stood by his suitcase, looking cold as ice. Out of the whole crew, Dae-ho looked the most lethal. I tried to sound welcoming and piped up with a shaky, hey, welcome to the team, sir. I was sweating bullets because I heard he was an ex-gangster. Plus, the guy is basically a human silence machine, which is terrifying. When he speaks, it is heavy. Welcome what? You think I am here for a vacation, kid? Just show me my room and move it. Ji-sung stuttered, pointing toward the back. It is the last door down there. Dae-ho gave the hallway a look that made my skin crawl. I froze, my brain doing laps of pure panic. My face was a mess of emotions. Can I actually survive living with this dude? Turns out, I was stressing over absolutely nothing. He just turned around, gave a massive stretch, and went straight to work. I stopped dead in my tracks when he suddenly spoke up. The groceries were about to go bad, so I just cooked a whole feast. Daeho still looked like he wanted to kill someone. Eat if you want, kid, or don't. I sat down, still shaking, and started eating. A minute later, I was actually enjoying the meal. My face lit up once my taste buds got a hit of that food. The guy was a kitchen wizard with lightning-fast moves. You don't scrub the bathroom, you get sick. You get sick, you can't perform the ceremonies, he grunted while cleaning. And no ceremonies means no money in the bank. This bathroom is finally spotless, but listen, kid, you really need to keep this place clean from now on. He pointed to a lunchbox. Snack is in the passenger seat. He looked tough, but his voice had this weird, caring vibe to it. You eat yet? You probably had junk for dinner, so at least eat some homemade snacks for once. Don't argue with me. I opened the box, totally suspicious, and found a perfect, healthy crepe inside. Fast forward to late that night, I am standing there feeling like a total zombie, completely drained of life. My eyes were drooping and my face looked like a ghost. Between the physical training and the rituals, I feel like my body is officially broken. Tomorrow is going to be a total nightmare. Suddenly, Deho stepped in to stop me. His voice was icy, but I could tell he actually gave a damn. Listen, little boss. If you go to bed looking this trashed, you are never going to survive tomorrow's schedule. Drink some warm tea and let your body relax before you sleep. We sat there in silence sipping tea. I was feeling a mix of things, but then I finally worked up the courage to speak. So, did you do a lot of housework before this? You are basically a pro at it. It is kind of crazy. Deho took a sip, acting cool. Does it bother you? You want me to stop? I started panicking, waving my hands around awkwardly. No, I actually love it. You are just so good at everything. I was just curious, that is all. Don't stop. His eyes went dark for a second. I have done it all before. I used to live with my daughter, so I had to learn. My jaw hit the floor. Wait, what? You were married? Deho raised an eyebrow and shot back. Yeah, so? What about it? I don't look like the marriage type? I waved my hands like a maniac. No, I just thought if you had a wife, you wouldn't be stuck with me 24/7. You'd be home with your family. He went quiet for a beat, looking uncomfortable. I am divorced now. His voice got low. My daughter lives with her mother. He tried to act like it didn't bother him at all. But once the pay from this gig gets steady, I am planning on bringing her back home to live with me someday. He handed me a photo of So-Hai. She actually prefers being with me over her mother. I was stunned. They didn't look anything like each other, which was pretty wild. Deho's voice got heavy again. Because of my record, I couldn't get custody. The law is not exactly on my side. But if I keep a real job and build a stable life for her, I know I can fix this situation. The court will have to listen eventually. I took a breath and said firmly, You are a really great dad, you know? My eyes got misty. My dad. He never even tried to come get me. Deho stopped what he was doing and just looked at me. Finish your tea and go to bed. Staying up late is just going to cause a different kind of trouble. I got up slowly, feeling every bit of that exhaustion. Deho's face was unreadable, but I could tell he was thinking. Listen, little boss, maybe your dad just was not ready to take you back yet. Sometimes people just need more time. He didn't move an inch. It is way too late for that now. I managed a small, weak smile. But hey, thanks for trying to make me feel better. Night fell, and I was sitting in the car, absolutely dead to the world. Suddenly, Deho reached over and handed me a thermos. Drink up. It is the same tea I made you yesterday. I was shocked, he remembered. Oh, wow, thanks a lot. I sipped the tea in peace until a ringtone shattered the silence. It was his daughter. Deho's face immediately changed into something else. A small smile touched his lips. Hey, princess, what is up? The little girl's voice came through the phone, sounding panicked. Daddy! So-Hai's voice was shaking with fear. Mom did not come home again. I am all alone. She gripped the phone, her voice cracking. How long has she been gone, baby? Can't you reach her? It has been 3 days, Daddy. I can't find her anywhere. I really can't sleep by myself tonight, Daddy. Please. Her eyes were probably full of tears, feeling totally helpless. The kid is starving and there is literally zero food at home. His hands tremble on the wheel, fighting to stay in control. He is right at the breaking point. Ji Seung whispers in a low voice, Do not worry about me. Just head over there. Or just drop her at my place for now. He softens his tone. Daddy is coming. Just wait for me, sweetheart. She softly replies, Hurry up, Dad. He slams the brakes to whip around. Suddenly, a blinding light hits the glass. His car is totally boxed in. Deho grits his teeth in pure frustration. Seriously? These bastards. Hume appears looking cold as ice. Sang-hoon and Guhan step out, eyes filled with a heavy, complicated tension. What is this? Who are these guys? Is that dude in the hat a shaman? He walks closer. Hume knocks on the window, face pale and anxious. His voice drops into a low, threatening growl. Can we talk for a second? The bodyguard cuts him off, instantly on high alert. Stay inside. I have a bad feeling about this. He slams the door shut. Hume's face twists into a smirk. I usually hate doing things this way, he says, his voice dripping with menace. I guess I will just use force to make him talk. He blows a whistle like a maniac. Suited thugs swarm the car. Ji Seong is paralyzed with shock. This many thugs? It is absolutely insane. This is the kind of stuff you only see in those gritty gangster movies. Sweat drips down his face as he realizes the only difference is that this time, they are after me. Watching the chaos from the seat, he grabs his phone. The police! Let me call the cops! Deho stops him with a sharp look. No cops. They will not make it in time, and I will probably get busted. He grabs weapons from the stash. I told you, kid. I have got a record. Ji Seong is terrified. Then what do? He thinks of the boss's orders. Call the leader. Tell her we need Chogon here now. He speaks with total calm. The big guy looks unfazed, eyes locked on the target. From here on out, stay in the car no matter what. Do not even think about opening that door. Ji Seong panics. Wait, what are you doing? He starts pulling something out, sounding very official. I have to earn this paycheck, right? He flashes a gun. Ji Seong's eyes go wide. Suddenly, a hand slams the window. Guhan screams in a rage. Open the door right now, old man, unless you want to die. Suited goons surround the vehicle. Daeho rolls down the window and points the barrel right at Guhan's face. You should have just done this at the start. His eyes bulge when he sees the muzzle. Daeho looks him dead in the eye. Get the hell away from my car, you pieces of trash. Guhan puts his hands up, trembling. Hume watches from the shadows, mocking them. Since that kid is a rising star, I figured he would have some heavy-duty muscle protecting him. But a gun in South Korea? Sang-hoon yells out in a fury. Hey, you idiots, who has a gun here? It is just a gas gun. It will not kill you. Drag him out of there right now. A sharp glare flashes behind his glasses. Hearing the order, Guhan loses his cool and charges. You coward! How dare you! Daeho pulls the trigger, and pink smoke explodes in Guhan's face. He chokes on the pink haze. Daeho reaches for another weapon, a short blade, and looks back. Hey kid, remember how mad I was earlier? Ji Seong looks down, completely anxious. I told you to call the team leader. Stay in this car. He adjusts his belt and nods. Exactly. He calls out Daeho's name. The man looks back, deep in thought. The kid grips his hands. I am sorry for dragging you into this. You have to see your daughter. Daeho puts on a mask. I am going. His eyes turn cold behind the mask as he makes a declaration. As a father and the bodyguard you hired, I am doing my job. Guhan is still choking in the smoke. Get out here now, you dog. He screams, face twisted. Daeho kicks the door open, slamming him right into the dirt. He walks calmly through the pink cloud. Sang-hoon signals his men to charge in. It is just tear gas. If he fires it up close, he will choke too. Suddenly, his pupils shrink in shock. He sees Daeho wearing a mask. Sang-hoon is stunned. A gas mask? Unless he has serious combat experience with tear gas, there is no way he would have come prepared with that. He stands tall among Sang-hoon's men as they attack. The boss narrows his eyes, thinking to himself, until he finally remembers who this guy is. The gang charges with short blades. Huam suddenly recognizes him and swings his twin daggers up to meet the coming assault. He realizes this is the former ops captain of the Chula gang. He grips his weapon, but Sang-hoon blocks him with a combat knife. Close up on their feet as they clash. Daeho glances at the car headlights and snarks. I was planning to just grab the boss and end this fast. You are sharper than you look, Sehung replies with a cocky grin, spinning his dagger. We all come from the same gutter. I have heard stories about you since your days back in that other crew. He stays cool, staring Daeho down with a challenge. Problem is, it is 32 versus 1 tonight. Tuan sits in the dirt, face smeared with blood. He wipes his nose, dodging the smoke, and mutters coldly, You know the deal. If these hot-headed punks really lose their cool, even I cannot guarantee you leave this place in one piece. Hook Am stands behind Sang-hoon and adds firmly, Exactly. We are only here for the level S sorcerer. From under his wide-brimmed hat, he stares straight at Daeho and speaks his piece. Hand over the target quietly, and we will overlook the fact that you are being incredibly disrespectful to us. Daeho does not hesitate to raise his weapon, shouting clearly for all to hear. I am the type who risks everything for a paycheck, even against 32 guys. Suddenly, Wuhan braces himself, springs up from the ground, and screams that he is just showboating. He grabs a lead pipe and rushes in, swinging it at his face while yelling for him to get lost. Daeho dodges the hit perfectly and slams his hilt into the kid's jaw, sending blood flying from his mouth. The rest of the goons charge in, but Daeho unleashes a brutal combo that leaves them terrified. Even covered in wounds, they keep coming. Wei Shuang watches the carnage with wide eyes, frantically making a phone call. A thug raises a club for a killing blow. Daeho is faster, firing a shot that hits him square in the chest. On the other end, Mito and Chiu Gon pick up. Wuhan is a bloody mess but refuses to quit. He reaches inside his suit jacket and pulls out a hidden weapon, a razor-sharp dagger, then lunges with a lethal strike. Dae-ho is caught off guard by another attacker. A heavy iron bar swings down, aimed right for the back of his skull. Blood drips from under his mask. Wuhan manages to drive his dagger deep into Dae-ho's leg. He kicks the kid in the face, sending both the boy and his knife flying backward. Another goon roars and tries to attack, but Dae-ho fires a smoke grenade. Ham and Sang-hung just watch, wondering why he is trying so hard. Hook-am nudges Sang-hung with his foot, telling him to hurry up and finish this mess. We need to move the sorcerer before witnesses show up. Sang-hung narrows his eyes with total contempt for the situation. I brought an entire squad and you guys are still struggling? What the hell are you even doing? Now I have to clean up after these selfish punks who do not know the first thing about honor. Dae-ho keeps fighting the wave of goons. The boss wonders why he is going this far. He stares coldly and speaks in a low, slow tone. We both know if it was like this, we never would have left the organization. He pulls a dagger out. Standing tall with two blades, he lets out a heavy sigh. At least back then, loyalty actually meant something in this world. Dae-ho is totally gassed. He rips off his mask, gasping for air as he slumps down. He collapses to the ground, blood dripping from his forehead as he admits that fighting 32 guys is a bit much. Hook-am and Sung-hwang stand over him in the middle of the bloody street. Sung-hung looks rough but keeps that smug attitude. Had enough yet? Hand over the car keys unless you want to end up in a body bag. Dae-ho is battered and wheezing, but he forces himself to look up. Have some damn shame, will you? All of you grown men ganging up just to kidnap one teenager. Vu snaps, gripping his bloody knife and screaming for the keys. He raises his blade and yells, "Let us just gut him and take the keys already." The world is full of people making others do their dirty work. Dae-ho remembers a man handing him a file. "Dae-ho, go get this for me. Just sign here and I will handle your medical bills." The man sits with his arms crossed, giving orders. "Dae-ho, go start a riot. Go fight for me." He laces his fingers together and keeps pushing. "Dae-ho, clean this up. Go kill someone for me." Another guy chimes in, "Go take these classes for my bratty son." A bloody knife sits in a plastic bag. His face is grim as he listens. Dealing drugs is way better than hunting people, right? Dae-ho, take the fall for me. For me. For me. For me, can no one around here do anything themselves? Am I just some cheap replacement for everyone else? Duhan snarled, lunging at Dae-ho with a jagged dagger. He squeezed his eyes shut, totally drained and defeated. If I kick the bucket right here, who is going to look after my little girl? Dae-ho waited for the end, then snapped his eyes open. Someone had caught the blade. Blood dripped as a cold hand gripped the steel with zero hesitation. A scream ripped through the air. Everyone froze in shock, staring at the bloody mess where the dagger had pierced straight through his hand. Pure carnage. Blood streaked the concrete while goons lay scattered across the floor like broken dolls. Sang-hyung stood there paralyzed, watching his guys trade looks of pure, unadulterated disbelief. Hand dripping with red, he locked eyes with them. "You came here for me, right? So there is no need for all this extra drama." Blood-soaked and bug-eyed, No-han hissed back at them. "Both of you guys are straight up insane." Wuhan ripped the dagger out of his hand. He shoved Han back with everything he had, desperate to stop the lunatic's assault, his face twisted while he yelled, "Hunt them all down!" A heavy fist slammed into his jaw. "Shut your mouth, you absolute psycho!" He collapsed, clutching his head in agony as the true value of the shaman finally sank in. A spiritual master like him is our company's biggest asset. If that hand injury keeps him from performing his sacred rituals, then what are we supposed to do? Huh? He whipped out a heavy black object, but Sang-hyung lunged forward to grab his arm instantly. He stared Hook-am down. "We already caught the kid. Is that not enough?" He glanced around the area, sensing eyes on them from every direction. "Those kids are watching us, so do not make us look bad." Hook-am stayed silent, his cold face hidden beneath that black brim. Two of the henchmen were in rough shape, one of them desperately clutching his mangled arm. His face was a mask of agony. Hook-am glared at the shamed Wuhan. "I am reporting this to the chairman and you will pay." He knelt there in total humiliation and pain. Hook-am stepped toward the shaman, finally breaking the heavy silence between them. "Before we haul you out of here, allow me to introduce myself." He adjusted his tie, making his official introduction. "I am Hook-am, the spiritual fixer for our investment firm." From under his hat, he revealed his twisted plan. "Our chairman, Ma Dong-song, wants a shaman who can make his enemies drop dead without a single trace. So, we are taking you to see him right now." Sensing the danger, the shaman quickly offered a deal. "As long as you leave those two alone, I will do whatever you want." Sang-hyung then shoved him toward the car. The goons tossed Dae-ho into the back of the vehicle. The cars roared to life and sped out of the garage. He sat silently next to Hook-am. The man suddenly spoke up in a calm, steady voice. "No need to worry, kid. He gestured casually. Look, I know our first meeting was a bit rough and probably left a bad taste in your mouth, but the chairman just wants to hire you. So you better start thinking about how many zeros you want on that paycheck. Ignoring the sweet talk, he finally fired back. His eyes were like ice, filled with nothing but pure disgust for them. You really think I would work with scumbags who beat my friends into a pulp? You have got to be kidding. He stared down at his bloody hand wrapped in a... Sounds like you would shake hands with the devil himself if the price was right, regardless of who gets hurt. The man hesitated, unable to find a comeback. Before he could even try to explain himself, the kid snapped. Oh, so did I get it wrong? He turned cold, throwing the question right back. Fine, so how do you plan to handle this? Standing before a massive skyscraper flanked by a wall of men in black suits, he began explaining the dark reality of their criminal empire. You clearly do not know who we are. We started out as a brutal, organized mob. As he spoke, images flashed of gangsters dumping a heavy wooden crate into the ocean. If you refuse to perform those sacred rituals for them, as the crate sank into the abyss, he described how easy it was to make a nobody like him vanish forever. Truly, getting rid of you is as easy as stealing candy. He warned him that resisting would only make things worse. So drop the attitude. When you meet the boss, keep your eyes down and tell him you are joining the team. It is the only way you stay alive in this business. Suddenly, the car slammed on its brakes, lights flooding the dark garage. He looked totally caught off guard, shouting out in a panic. What is going on? Why are we stopping? Sang-hyung, still bloody, pointed out the obvious. The exit is blocked. Hukam cursed under his breath in pure frustration. What the hell is this? The garage shutters had slammed shut, sealing them inside. Sang-hyung looked around, confused. Why on earth are the gates closing now? Hukam was losing his mind over the delay. We are in a hurry here. Sang-hyung stepped out of the car to investigate. I will go check it out. Stay put in the car. He hopped out and started barking orders at his men immediately. Get to the office and force those rolling doors open. The rest of you, watch the perimeter. The two henchmen bolted to get the job done immediately. Suddenly, a weird noise echoed. Duhan froze while Sang-hyung looked totally shook. Duhan finally found his voice and shakily asked what was going on. What was that? Heavy Boots approached. Then, Chiogon stomped in, eyes burning with pure, murderous rage. His hands were drenched in red, dripping onto the concrete. Sang-hyung gasped in shock. Duhan stammered, What is this guy doing? Chiogon just stared back with icy killer intent. Chiogon. Luhan stepped up, dropping a hand on his shoulder with a smug, challenging smirk. Realizing the danger, Sang-hyung screamed, Do not provoke him. Cheogon slammed Duhan onto the car hood. Sang-hyung didn't hesitate, pulling a wicked blade. He stood tall, cold as ice, demanding to know where the students Ji-sung and Dae-ho were. Sang-hyung gripped his weapons, realizing they had hired a monster. No choice now. He charged forward fast. He roared, I am Kim Sang-hyung, and I am stopping you. He lunged with his blade, but the target ended up face down, totally wrecked. Bodies were everywhere. Outside, a guy in a car gripped his phone, fuming. Damn it, what the hell is that? A man stared through the car window. The driver jumped, swearing loudly. Ji-sung cried out for Cheo-gon, who just barked, Open up. The guy locked the door, screaming he would not. Cheo-gon just delivered a brutal elbow strike. Glass shattered everywhere. A bloodied hand reached in to unlock the car door. Cheo-gon looked in and said, Get out, Ji-sung. It is safe now. But Ji-sung was terrified. The masked man was out cold. Ji-sung stepped out, his hand wrapped in messy bandages. Cheo-gon noticed and asked if he was stabbed. Ji-sung quickly hid his hand away. Dae-ho is in much worse shape. He is critical and needs a hospital right now. A battered face gasped for air. Dae-ho sat in the car, clutching his bleeding stomach. In the waiting room, Mi-do handed Ji-sung some water and asked if Dae-ho would survive. Mi-do sat down, saying she had already checked with the surgeon. It was a standard procedure and his life was not in danger. He just needs time to heal. Mi-do's eyes turned cold. Now, we need to make those punks pay for this. She crushed her cup hang in a rage. Ji-sung gasped. Revenge? Against that entire criminal organization? The floor was covered in bodies as Ji-sung spoke. Cheo-gon already thrashed them. Isn't that enough? Mi-do smirked. It is a hornet's nest, kid. Stir it. If you leave the nest alone, you lose the whole house. Ji-sung looked completely caught off guard. We have a trump card to escalate this. Cheo-gon dragged Hop-am into the room now. I am using him to set a meeting with Home. Get ready, Ji-sung. Ji-sung panicked. Me too? Mi-do shrugged. They want you as their shaman, so you are going. Mi-do looked him over. Why? You got a hot date or something? Ji-sung nervously said he had to grab dinner for someone. Then, a girl with blue hair appeared. The kid looked confused. Ji-sung smiled and asked if she was So Hui. So Hui asked who they were. Ji-sung explained he was a friend of her dad. Your dad is stuck at work, so he sent me to feed you. Wanna come? Her stomach growled. The table was loaded with food, so Hui ate happily while the guys watched over her. Outside in the dark, Mi-do sat in the car with Hopam, smoking and brandishing her weapon. She pressed the gun against him as he trembled in fear. Mi-do growled, "Say another word and I will end you before we even reach your boss. Remember that." Hopam nodded. Later, Ji-sung opened the door and led So-hui inside. So-hui ran ahead and picked up a small photo. She beamed, seeing a picture with her dad. The kid looks up and asks Di-shuang, "When is my dad coming?" Di-shuang sighs and says, "Gotta wait a bit. You can hang here until then. Only if you are cool with that." Di-shuang kneels down and gives her a warm smile. "Hey, grab whatever you want from the fridge. Watch some TV or even take a long bath. Treat this place like your own house." Di-shuang looks for a scrap of paper to leave his number. Paper. Where is it? Suddenly, So-hai pipes up. "Wait, where are you going?" Di-shuang is surprised. He sits back down. "I just need to go have a little talk with the guys who are keeping your dad so busy." So-hai looks bummed out. Di-shuang gives her a soft smile. "I just need to tell them to back off and leave him alone." Hoham Investment HQ. Two cars pull up right in front of the massive building. The squad piles out looking like bosses. "Leader me, do I need to be here?" Milo replies. "Their CEO is a jerk. He won't meet us without you." Justin scoffs. "Rude people always care way too much about formal appearances and fake manners." Engo asks with a straight face, "Does the CEO have muscle?" He was a gangster, so he might have some huge thugs waiting. Justin is full of confidence. "Leader me, I'm with the union. The most these guys can manage is a kitchen knife. Nothing to fear." Justin has a piece tucked in his waistband. "Seriously, they do not even have any heat on them." Di-shuang gasps. "Is that an airsoft gun?" Justin laughs. "Nah, this is real. Got it from a Yakuza contact." "You're my money manager," Justin continues, "but our magic man here needs this protection way more than I do." "Heard you had a rough night," Di-shuang says. "I'm fine, but my guard is hurt. Please take care of him." Justin sighs. "Leader me, you gotta teach our magic guy to look out for himself." Milo answers. "He is way too soft. I do not want him turning into a rude jerk like you, so I let it slide." They approach the building. A man named Chao Gan steps forward to swing the heavy doors open. Milo's eyes are locked on Ho-hum. Di-shuang looks dead serious. Justin snaps, "Time to get to work." Inside, a pack of massive thugs is waiting. A man sits in a chair, oozing dark energy. "They're here," Dong-seong growls. Di-shuang's crew enters looking like bad news. Justin stares down the Golden Cleaver squad. Two sides, one massive standoff. Di-shuang freezes. "That is him, Dong-seong. The monster who sent those thugs to kidnap me is standing right there." The second he sees them, Di-shuang's body goes stiff. Mi-do notices his sudden change in behavior immediately. She steps closer and gives his waist a sharp pinch. Di-shuang jumps and spins around in a panic. Mi-do leans in close and whispers, "Watch and learn, rookie." Meanwhile, Justin struts right up to Dong-seong to say hello. "Good evening, Chairman Ma Dong-seong of Hoham Investment. Hope you are having a blast." Justin and Dong-seong stand face to face. A heavy silence fills the room before they suddenly lock hands in a grip. The air in the conference room is so thick it feels like something invisible is choking everyone out. The old man gives him a freezing look. "I heard your business is tanking after you lost that brainless ace of yours. But I guess things are easier now that you finally found yourself a high-rank exorcist, right?" Justin tilts his head, eyes cold as ice. "Things aren't just easier, old man. They are actually going great. We are having an incredible quarter." The chairman lets out a dry chuckle. "Good. That is very good to hear. Since we are in the same boat in this messy industry, I guess I should offer you my congratulations. But if things are that good, I want a piece of the action. Sound fair?" His voice turns deadly cold. "Actually, just hand the guy over to me. I will pay you a very handsome price for all the work your team did finding him." Before he can even react, Dong-seong casually drops the offer. 24 billion. "If you take stocks and bonds from Ham Keon and Hoham Investment, we will hit 28 billion. You have already got that creepy, dead-eyed girl, so finding another high-level magic user shouldn't be hard for you at all, am I right?" He smirks like he has just done them the biggest favor in the world. "So, what's it gonna be?" Justin Lai stares. "Honestly, it is a pretty tempting offer." Suddenly, he lets out a long hiss and sneers. "Man, you really need to just shut your damn mouth. You are so rotten to the core that every word out of your mouth smells like a dumpster fire." Everyone in the room freezes. Dong-seong's brow furrows. "What do you think you are trying to pull here?" Justin shrugs. "I've heard enough of your nonsense. I think it is time for me to say a few words, right? Chairman Ma Dong-seong, you are just a bottom feeder with zero real connections in this city, exactly like me. Do you have any idea how I climbed all the way to the top?" He stares Dong-seong down, making a bold declaration. I am absolutely not letting anyone steal what belongs to me. This kid is mine, and only mine. Try and touch him, I dare you. Justin says it plainly before shoving the old man's hand away. He tilts his head with a razor-sharp gaze and a mocking grin. Didn't they teach you in preschool not to be so greedy for other people's stuff? Did you even manage to graduate from elementary school? You and your pathetic goons need to stop hanging around here and making a scene. I did not come here today just to discuss some business deal with you. I am here to deliver a very direct and personal warning. Suddenly, Justin shoves Huckam straight toward Dongsong. He growls through his teeth. Consider this your little lackey being returned to you. Justin walks out without even looking back, leaving behind a confrontation that feels like it will never truly end. See you around. Before he can leave, a snarl rips through the air. You little punk, he shouts, reaching out for Jin in a blind rage. You think you can talk that much trash to the chairman and actually walk out of here alive? Right then, a gun is suddenly pointed directly at his face. Justin turns back with ice in his eyes. I will walk out with my head high because I walked in here myself. He puts the gun away like it is no big deal. Guess I am heading out now. Some pretty girls are waiting for me at home. Outside, Mito reminds him that pure strength is not enough to survive in this city. Hey, Joe, you better remember that kind of boss energy he just showed off in there. Hearing that, Joe starts sweating. Justin cuts in, telling the team leader that she is exaggerating way too much. She shakes her head with a serious look. I am not exaggerating at all. That vibe of yours is something we should all learn from. It would be even better if you could fix that womanizing habit. Justin just lets out a little laugh. If you can manage to quit smoking, then I will quit the girls right away. She just smirks back with a totally casual and mocking attitude. Dongsong loses it and chucks a golf club straight at the group. Hearing the noise, Chogon spins around to face the threat. He quickly raises his arm as the club flies right toward him out of nowhere. Seeing that, the old man lets out a long and creepy laugh. You punks think you can just say your piece and then just disappear like that? Where on earth did you learn to act like that? Justin cannot help but turn and march back toward Dongsong. His gaze is freezing, his lips curled in a sarcastic taunt, probably the same place you learn to go around coveting other people's property. The old man clenches his fists until his knuckles start to crack. Listen, kid, leave that boy with me and I will let you survive in this town on the scraps from small-time cases. You can keep your life and whatever pennies you scrape together. Hand him over while I am still being nice and talking to you. Mito cannot take it anymore. Even if you were a big-time mobster once, this pathetic temper tantrum is way over the line. You really think you can use those low-life thugs of yours to intimidate us? Not gonna happen. He snaps his focus right to her. You bet I will. If you do not comply, my boys will wreck every single ritual you try to hold. Mito shudders slightly, her eyes burning with a rage that she simply cannot hide from him. Meanwhile, Joe looks absolutely terrified. Dongsong keeps going, his words cutting through the air like sharp knives. Intelligence, muscle, and connections. I will use every single resource at my disposal. The scene focuses on the massive skyscraper, a clear monument to his power. Right after that, a mob of men storms into the temple. Everyone there has a terrifying look. The women are shaking with fear at the sight of them. Dongsong's voice drones on about tearing down every ritual you set up. I will take your spot, become your enemy, and drain every single cent you have, until every last one of you is begging for scraps on the street. He stares them down with a gaze as sharp as a knife. You think I am joking? You think the government is actually going to protect your rituals? For a guy like me who owns the entire underworld, there is absolutely nothing I cannot do. The air feels heavy and suffocating. Dongsong's eyes glow with insane confidence as he says it one more time. Hand over the kid now. If you keep being stubborn, I will crush your whole company. Justin just stands there, completely unfazed. Try and crush it. While you are at it, I will blow up home and your little empire. Justin grabs Joe's shoulder and smirks, especially since you want this kid so bad, but you are never going to get him. Then, Justin signals his crew to leave with a casual flick of his fingers. Dongsong looks at Ham, stunned. Blow up the home investment empire that I have worked so hard to build? He is backpedaling fast. Not gonna happen, sir. If we follow the chairman's lead, we just lock down every single one of their ritual sites and cut them off. Dongsong turns, ice in his veins. He whispers, should we just choke them out at the root? Obviously. Once we break their piggy bank, they will finally learn to shut up and know their place in the food chain. But first, Dongsong grabs a golf club, his cold eyes locked onto Huppam like a predator tracking its prey. This guy needs a lesson in pain. After a tense beat, Dongsong slams the bloody club onto the floorboards with total disgust. He steps closer, dropping a chilling warning. Listen up, because this is your absolute last chance, kid. Use every person in this company to crush Golden Sill 1TD1. Fail this time, and you had better find a nice oil drum to rot in. The scene cuts to the VC building. At night, the whole place glows like a neon beacon. Inside the office, Justin's crew sits like statues. After a heavy silence, Mido finally decides to break the ice. Nice to see you playing hardball for once. It is a good look on you. But declaring war on home investment? That is a suicide mission. Do you honestly think we have what it takes to take down that old fossil? He jumps right in. On the surface, yeah, it looks like a total gamble. Home investment is not just some fund. They run construction, hotels, imports. They are everywhere, like some corporate plague. They are a massive monster with 100 times more cash than we could ever dream of. Plus, that old man swore he would use every dirty trick in the book to block our moves. This fight is basically David versus Goliath, is it not? Mido turns to Justin, looking like he is about to lose his mind from the stress. You know the deal, he says, trying to keep things cool. Remember, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Justin stares off like he has already tasted blood. One clean hit, he mutters, and the giant goes down. From here on out, we are hunting their main subsidiary, the one where Home holds all the power. He lays it out plain. We are going to short sell Ham Croton and use that momentum to vaporize Home investment entirely. The room goes dead silent. Teet looks like he just saw a ghost. A question pops up on the screen. Why HomeCon? Justin just smirks, acting like it is the most obvious thing ever. The reason is pretty simple. Home spreads out like an octopus, sure, but their only real cash cows, the ones actually making the big bucks, are Ham construction and home investment. So why not just hit home investment? It is smaller, right? A better target? I bet a few of you are thinking exactly that right now. Justin points to the graph on the screen and keeps breaking down the master plan. Most of the assets home investment actually controls are tied directly to Ham construction and its related products. In other words, we just need to crush Ham construction. Justin makes a throat-cutting gesture with a stone-cold face. That will finish home investment for good. Across the room, Nahu flips the lights. The room floods with light. Justin claps his hands together, bringing everyone back to the real world. All right, time for Q&A. Hit me. The mood turns heavy. Thien looks dead serious, and the man beside him is visibly sweating. Miss raises her hand without blinking. To pull off a short sale big enough to shake Ham construction, that total, we would need an insane amount of capital. With our current cash, is not that basically a fairy tale? Justin does not flinch. He has clearly been planning this move for a long time. Starting tomorrow, I am liquidating every blue-chip asset we own. He gets asked, his voice shaking, just how much are we talking about here? He looks up, dropping a bomb on the room. Roughly 1,200 billion. Miss literally starts choking. On the other side, Thienon is busy wiping sweat off his face. Suddenly, the whole room erupts into a frantic, hushed discussion. Eventually, Thienon speaks up. With that much cash and some luck, we could actually topple Ham construction for real. But if they manage to block us, he warns, we are going straight into bankruptcy. Justin just smiles, totally unbothered. I know the risks, Director. Seeing that confidence, Thien decides to push just a little bit further. Let me ask you one more thing. Why are you going to these extremes for this? Justin pauses for a second before answering, because those punks are trying to steal what belongs to me. Plus, those punks officially declared war on us. They said from now on, they are betting everything against our company is position every single time we make a move. Right then, Gong Song's furious voice echoed back in his head. I will bet against every move you make and drain every single penny you have. I will not stop until you are all begging for scraps on the street. Back in reality, Justin's eyes turned ice cold. They swore they would not let us perform another ritual in Yilo ever again. This is a game of chicken that is definitely not over yet. He coldly stated that one of us has to go down for revenge and for Golden Siltia's future. Justin leaned in low, his voice sounding almost like a desperate plea. I need the board to back me on this. Outside the room, the group waited in total silence. Finally, the door creaked open. The second Justin appeared, Nito rushed over to him, looking for an answer. Justin just gave a smirk. The board gave us the green light for that 1,200 billion won bullet. This will be the biggest short sell in company history. He rolled his shoulders and turned to walk away. My job here is done. Justin walked up to T-Sung and suddenly clapped him on the shoulders. Then he pointed a finger at T-Sung like he was giving an order. It is your turn to shine now. Go get him, my little wizard. T-Sung nodded. Yes, I am going to give it everything I have got. T-Sung thought to himself, I really do need to try my best. He suddenly remembered how weak Dae-ho looked lying there in that hospital bed. He was just lying there, motionless, his face covered in a lot of bruises. So-hai was right there next to him, crying her eyes out. Seeing that made T-Sung shake with pure rage. He had one singular thought burning in his mind. He would get revenge for Do and finally prove to everyone that he was not just some pawn to be manipulated by others anymore. Meanwhile, a woman stepped toward Tae-ha and whispered something urgent into his ear. Hearing the news, he just gave a cold laugh. Turns out, skipping that short sell back then was the right move. Taesung wanted to climb higher, but even with all his willpower, it felt like reality was actively rooting against them. A few days later, Nito and Taesung went racing toward the temple. Nong saw them and yelled. At dawn, thugs broke past the guards and trashed the place. I called the cops for trespassing and vandalism, but they just do not seem to care at all. They did not even flinch. It is like they were perfectly fine with going to jail today. A moment later, Mito stared at her phone with a look of pure disgust. She snapped that the truck carrying materials for the ritual was just jumped by some random gang. All the ritual staff we hired are quitting. Apparently, those same thugs have been hunting them down and threatening them. Jia-on just shook her head, exhausted. Taesung stayed quiet, the fatigue showing all over his face. Mito added that even the band they hired got cornered by thugs at their show yesterday to keep them away. Taesung finally spoke up, sounding worried. Are they going to be okay? She shrugged. They haven't canceled the contract yet, so I guess they are hanging in there. Jia-on muttered. We kicked a hornet's nest. We need that ritual to take those guys down, but they are doing everything to stop us. Mito stepped forward and delivered a sharp flick to Jia-on's forehead. Ouch! Jia-on screamed. What was that for? Did I say something wrong? Why are you taking it out on me? Seriously, Mito sighed. The fact that they are fighting this hard means they are feeling the pressure too. You two just focus on finding a way to set up that altar no matter what happens. Taesung asked nervously, if they are blocking us this much at Luino, can we just do it somewhere else? No way, not happening. Their company is in Luino. The further we get from the target, the weaker the ritual's power becomes. She glared. Back to Taesung. He was nervously picking his nails. This is pathetic. Not being able to do this ritual makes me feel like that useless little kid again. Memories of being bullied as a teen flashed through his mind. Then, the memory of being abandoned without a second thought. Finally, he saw Jia-on looking old and frail, coughing her lungs out. Back in the real world, those memories only made him more determined. This fight was about protection. He is actually putting the entire company's future on the line. The sheer weight of that thought has Taesung literally shaking with pure terror right now. Seeing him freak out, Jia-an quickly tries to explain, Look, that is totally not what I meant. It is not like you are talentless or anything. Don't get all negative on me. I already told you, I totally respect your skills and what you bring to the table. We just need to find a way to set up this ritual altar, she asks with a curious look. Can't we just order a pre-made altar and have it delivered? You know, like those super fast early morning delivery apps everyone uses in the city? Suddenly, Duong shouts out, That is it, delivery! Jia-an jumps back, startled. Wait, what about the delivery? He turns to Mito-do with a dead serious expression. Listen, boss. If we start the ritual outside Leo and move inward, theoretically, the spiritual energy should stay at 100%, right? It wouldn't lose any of its power. Anne snaps back instantly. What kind of nonsense is that? How are you supposed to move a whole altar while performing a ritual? Across from him, she goes quiet, really chewing on what Taesung just suggested. My dong chimes in seriously. If we keep the ritual compact and don't take up too much space, we could probably fit the whole thing onto a large trailer. Then let's do it. With the green light given, he stands up fast. I will give it a shot. Taesung stays firm for the sake of the team. A few days later, engines roar as the crew scrambles to set up the ritual gear on the move. Inside, Jia-an looks totally wiped out, while Taesung is standing there in absolute shock. She scans the scene, eyes popping out of her head. Meanwhile, his face turns into a mask of pure anxiety and nerves. My dong gives a slight smirk at the mobile altar setup. She watches the team rushing to put the finishing touches on everything. The scene shifts to the golf course. Night has already settled over the greens. Dong Song strolls casually across the grass. He gives a cold, sharp order. Go ahead, start the report. Without hesitation, Sang-hung turns and reports in a loud, clear voice. Yes, sir. The deadline for Golden Calm 1TD, one's short position on the Hampchan stock is set for this coming Friday. We have got about 3 days left, and the stock price for Hampchan is still holding strong. When the news first broke about Golden Silali's $120 billion short sell position being opened up, the stock price dipped slightly, but then Golden Calet One Investment jumped in with a massive short position worth $1,200 billion against Hampchan. On the flip side, retail investors and major corporations are all jumping in right now. They are aiming for a short squeeze once our team at Ham Investment officially joins the battle against the buyers. Instead, the stock price jumped another 5%. As of now, the losses for Golden Calatin 1TD1 are just piling up. Hearing the news, he looks totally satisfied. Good, very good. That means in just 3 days, I finally get to watch that unlucky loser's entire company go completely bankrupt. Dong Song tilts his head slightly, his eyes turning even more cold and calculating. Even if we block them from starting the ritual, I bet they aren't just going to sit around and do nothing about it. He keeps probing, asking, "So, what are those guys actually doing right now?" Sang Hung finally gets a chance to speak. It looks like they have completely given up on the Leo ritual for now. Our guys are watching them like hawks, but they haven't spotted anything suspicious. He adds another thought. There is still a chance they might set up the altar outside of Lilo. Obviously, the spiritual impact won't be nearly as strong as if they did it inside Leo. But just to be safe, we should probably prepare a blessing ritual ourselves to protect the stock price just in case. Hearing this, Dong Song gives a slow nod. Fine. To make sure everything is locked down, we definitely need a solid backup plan, don't we? He steps up quickly, ready for the order. I will handle the preparations. But he spins around, his lip curling in pure disgust. How could I ever trust a blessing ritual from a guy who only knows how to handle ritual corpses? Besides, this whole thing is only a mess because you screwed up in the first place. Hukam freezes, his throat tightening up in shame. Suddenly, Dong Song swings his golf club hard. After a long silence, he finally drops the order with a cold voice. Let Bakam handle the blessing ritual. Dong Song turns around, eyes burning into him. And you, Hukam, keep your mouth shut and just assist her. Hearing this, he can only hang his head low, his whole body shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. The air gets heavy for a long moment, and then he points the golf club straight at Hukam. One more thing. If you fail this time, remember that it won't end with just a golf club. The scene shifts back to a massive high-rise building. Inside, the crew is busy setting up for the ceremony. At the same time, Hukam takes a seat alone in a dark corner. He sits up straight, looking perfectly composed. Standing right in front of him is a woman from Ham Investment, the ritual priestess, Bakam. Bakam stares intensely at the altar, where the ritual items are laid out. She thinks to herself, until now, the main play is a death ritual to short those stocks and wipe out the competition for good. I am just a blessing priest, but a hexmaster like you, Senior Hioam, holds all the real cards. Bakam smirked, thinking about the big win ahead. She planned to use this chance to flip the script. Turning to Hioam with a fake smile, she asked for his expert guidance on what to do next. Hioam kept his head down, warning her to drop the attitude and show some respect. Focus on the ritual. If we fail, we are both dead meat. Bakam just turned back to the altar and shrugged it off. Chill out. You know as well as I do that there is 0% chance my ritual here at the main office gets taken down by some punk kid performing a hex in the middle of nowhere. Right then, Bakam snatched up a ritual knife. She held the blade up to her face while pulling out a folding fan. Hioam plucked the strings with total focus, letting out a deep and haunting melody. Right in the center, Bakam began to spin, performing a ritual dance as her hair whipped through the air. Right at that moment, a sudden surge of dark energy blasted into the room as a bizarre object shot toward the door. It was a spirit snake, its massive body slithering across the floor at a crazy speed. The snake hissed with a terrifying roar. This was the white dragon spirit, and it was already wrapping its massive body tightly around the entire building. Right then, Mido looked up and stared at the white dragon snake. She muttered that using a white snake to guard the headquarters would not be enough. She scanned the area around the building and was totally blown away by what she saw. They even sent their goons to every corner of the district to stop us from attacking at any cost. Typical construction company, right? Everything is so organized they have basically turned this whole place into a massive fortress. Suddenly, the phone rang. Mido picked up immediately. On the other end, the report came in that the mobile ritual was finally moving out. He looked over at the ceremony and wondered if they were almost ready to go. Meanwhile, Hee Seong started putting on his ceremonial robes. Jia Yoon suddenly appeared from below, looking totally exhausted as she grabbed onto the ladder to pull herself up. Jia Yoon handed him a pair of headphones. She told him that our band over in Hongdae had already finished their setup and was ready to play their part. Once the ritual kicks off, the music is going to play right through these headphones. Everything happening on the outside will be reported through these, so do not even think about taking them off while you are busy performing the ritual. Hee Seong didn't ask questions and put them on. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand and held on tight. Jia Yoon paused for a second, her eyes dropping as she felt a wave of guilt. As your assistant shaman, I really should be right there with you. I am so sorry. Hee Seong just shook his head and gave her a small smile. It is just way too cramped in here for you to follow me. It is no big deal, really. She looked him dead in the eye, her gaze hardening like never before. You have to succeed. It is the only way we can finally avenge Choi Dae-ho. He gave her a playful fist bump. Don't worry, I am definitely going to win this. After saying that, he turned back to get ready for the ceremony. The crew slammed the van door shut and rushed back to Mido. She casually took a puff of her cigarette. A moment later, Mido gave the cold order to start moving. On the other side, the driver was totally focused as the car started rolling slowly, with the team following right behind for backup. He looked dead serious right now. As the car sped down the open highway, his eyes were locked onto the road signs passing them by. They were tailing them closely now. Back with Hee Seong, he could feel the vibration of the vehicle as it started to move. At that moment, his eyes filled with determination. It is finally starting. Right then, Jia Yoon's voice crackled through the headphones. She was chanting about dark angels and twisted, shadowy spirits descending. Outside, she was frantically chanting ancient spells to banish ghosts, waving her paper charms through the air with a sudden, powerful snap. Somewhere else, her voice reached the musician's ears. As soon as she finished the chant, he started slamming the strings. Suddenly, the music exploded with a deafening sound. It went straight into Hee Seong's ears, and the ritual bell in his hand began to vibrate violently. A second later, Hee Seong lunged forward with his knife and leaped high into the air. In that moment, he was dancing like a maniac, his brow furrowed from the heavy pressure of the ritual. A camera in the corner was aimed right at him. Mito stared at her phone, watching him perform a complex ritual inside a moving vehicle like that. I know that it is theoretically possible to do, but I have no clue which god he is actually going to summon. Honestly, from such a massive distance, it is a total mystery if his spiritual power is even strong enough to make a god manifest right now. But even if it seems totally impossible, you better use that insane talent of yours to make the impossible happen right here and now. Right in the ritual now. White Serpent tilts its head, watching that red aura charge in. A door creaks open right in front of it. Meanwhile, Bitch Am is deep in her own dark ritual, channeling every bit of power she has got. Suddenly, she freezes up, her whole body starting to shiver. Red veins pop out across her face. Then, boom, she triggers her spirit eye. Bitch Am dives straight into the mind of the White Serpent Dragon to take control of the beast. She glares at the incoming energy, her eyes wide and staring like she has seen a ghost. The White Serpent's eyes glow with a creepy blue light as she stares at the door. What is this? What kind of monster is coming out? Is it a high-level mage? A weird noise echoes from behind the door, coming from a void of pure nothingness. It is terrifyingly dark. Then suddenly, the spirit Kutrong bursts out. Bitcham just stands there, totally stunned and feeling a little rattled by what she sees. Wait, is that it? That is all? Bitcham starts clutching her stomach, laughing her head off at the pathetic sight. I heard they were doing a ritual outside Yuyo, so I figured the god that kid summoned would be a total joke. But seriously, what is up with that soap bubble? Is that a high-rank sorcerer or just SpongeBob SquarePants? Watching her mock them, Hyukam snaps, "Hey, you better keep your guard up. Bik you really want your ego to ruin the flow of this ritual? Don't forget, when it comes to gods, looks can be very deceiving. Those people are not idiots. They know we are the ones holding the high ground with our ritual here in Duo. It is pretty obvious who is winning. Watch yourself. No matter how weird it looks, whatever god that kid called up is not going to be useless." Hearing that, Bitch Am dives back into the serpent. She stares at the floating orb, then suddenly, something flies right at its head. She screams out in total disbelief. Are they putting on a comedy show? Senior Hugh Am, did you really recruit that piece of trash just to be insulted? He just sighs and tells her to get serious and finish the damn ritual already. Bitch Am cools down and wonders if that kid's strategy is just to make us laugh so the ritual fails. Makes sense. She looks at Hugh Am with a wicked grin. I am going to let you clock out of work early today, senior. Back to the White Serpent, a laugh rings out as it glares at the spirit floating in midair. Suddenly, the serpent lunges forward with its mouth wide open. But the spirit is fast and zips out of the way instantly. Bitch Am scowls. It is tiny but fast. What the hell is it? Then, a wild, high-stakes chase begins between the dragon and the spirit. It chases that little black speck like crazy, but the spirit dodges those sharp fangs with zero effort. It is just too quick. Right now, she starts gasping for air. Moving this massive white serpent dragon is burning through way more energy than the other side. Time to pivot. I will have the dragon coil up and play defense until I can recharge my spiritual power. Right then, the spirit suddenly starts to shapeshift, its body squirming and wiggling around, until in a flash, it turns into a black beetle. Bitch Am is shocked. It turned into a bug? If it is an insect, maybe it is a plague god or something? Or maybe a feral beast? She looks at her followers while she thinks. Whatever it is, it really does not matter in the end. Between our location and the massive energy output we have here, we are superior. She dips her knife into the bowl of blood. Bitch Am slowly raises the blade, then suddenly presses the tip against her own throat. She makes up her mind. She just needs to finish the ritual perfectly. A mascot specialized in solid defense is the only way forward. For the White Serpent Dragon, the best move is to pump even more energy into it. Just as she gets her confidence back, something happens that shakes her. That mysterious thing the kid summoned starts evolving for a second time right before her eyes. From a black beetle, The spirit shifts into a reptile. The white serpent stares it down with those eerie blue eyes. At the same time, Hook Am is shocked seeing Bitch Am. Why the hell is she shaking like that? Did something go wrong? He looks up into the empty air and sees two massive, opposing forces of spiritual energy clashing. He grits his teeth at the sight. Hook Am watches that strange creature very closely, not missing a single move. That thing is not just changing its look or size. The actual power it holds is getting stronger by the second. But how is that possible? Spiritual power is a resource supplied by the mages who summoned the spirits in the first place. There is no way they could send that much energy from outside Yuyo this fast. Hook Am is completely stunned as it clicks, unless he suddenly stands up. I already finished my part in the opening ritual, so it is fine if I bail for a minute, right? Hook Am casually barks an order. Hey, someone come take my place and finish this up. He bolts outside, heart racing. Long tells himself now is definitely not the time to be thinking about what is impossible. I really need to figure out how these guys are making the impossible actually happen right now. That is the real problem. He slams the phone against his ear as Dong Song picks up. His gravelly voice crackles through the line immediately. Chairman, it looks like those punks and their weird ritual crew are moving in. He keeps talking with that annoying, desperate tone. Give me the crew, sir. I will hunt them down, stop that sacrifice, and bring you the win you deserve. Count on me. Right then, Dong Song stares out the window, his eyes turning ice cold. Without missing a beat, he starts barking out orders. Get moving, and back up, Hook Am. Catch those little rats for me right now. On the other end, he starts screaming. That ritual vehicle is on the move. Set up a roadblock at Mapo Bridge. That is the center of the whole operation. Block every single car heading into town. Get every vehicle we have on the road. Just like that, the tires start screeching. His voice booms again. The chairman and the corporation will handle the cleanup and the legal mess later. Forget the high priest. Just hunt down every last one of the others. Leave nobody standing, you hear me? Dong Song growls every word. Make those little punks regret ever messing with us. Actually, show them how cruel our great empire really is. The scene shifts to Mapo Bridge. That truck carrying the ritual items is absolutely flying down the highway right now. A fleet of cars is chasing them. Donghan reports a suspicious vehicle is already crossing onto the Mapo Bridge. We are going to shut it down. Suddenly, he slams his hand onto the shoulder of the guy next to him. Cars are suddenly everywhere, blocking the road. He narrows his eyes and swings a club at the truck. Pull over, I said stop. But the truck doesn't even flinch. It keeps rolling. Below, Jugon signals the team. We are going up to handle them. As soon as the words are out, La Hyo shuts him down. No need for that, he says, sounding totally bored. How is a tiny car supposed to beat a massive truck anyway? Then, he yanks the lever, and the truck charges the crowd. The mob starts panicking. What is going on? Look at that truck. It is coming right for us. It is coming in hot and totally out of control. No brakes at all. The henchman feels his heart drop. Why is it not stopping? In a split second, the truck is right there. It slams into the cars on the road with a deafening crash. Everything is getting trashed in an instant. Dong Han spins around. It is that transport truck and two sedans right there. He starts screaming at the whole gang to get moving and chase them down. Hurry up, you idiots! Somewhere else, Ham is losing it. These jerks know exactly where we are, and they have way more people. He is fuming. Why? Why can't we stop that stupid truck yet? This should have been over 10 minutes ago. Meanwhile, Vahom keeps that truck rolling. Suddenly, Aoku lunges out, his eyes locked onto the driver with pure hate. He coils his legs like a spring, looking ready to pounce on the moving vehicle. He tries to jump, but someone slams into him from behind. Next thing you know, he is just lying there motionless. Another guy charges the truck, grabbing onto the side mirror with both hands. He is hanging on for dear life. He tries to hold on, staring through the glass, but Dao is just chilling behind the wheel. He grabs a can of hot coffee and chucks it. The guy screams in pain and loses his grip, falling face first onto the hard asphalt below. Behind them, Dong Hen is freaking out. That driver is scary good. And those escort cars keep ramming our guys whenever we get close. Stopping a truck that is driving like a bat out of hell is not exactly an easy job, sir. At the same time, Beak is cursing under his breath. Dang it, this thing keeps changing shape and getting stronger. The Ghost Elder has turned into a massive snake now. Long is watching this happen and feeling totally blown away. Now it is not just dodging, it is hitting back. Hook Am went outside to pull some big move, so he better hurry it up. If that thing transforms again, we are going to lose this spiritual tug of war for sure. We need to end this now. On the other side, Duong is trying to stay calm. Just a little longer. We can win this spiritual battle. I can't see it, but I can feel the momentum shifting toward my god. We just need to hold on for a few more minutes. He says a silent prayer. This is brutal, but I need everyone to stay in their spots and not back down. and Day keeps telling herself the same thing, just a little more. We are almost there. Another guy latches onto the truck, but suddenly a figure appears right on the roof. He gets tossed off the roof like trash. The man mumbles, just a little longer. Ladong is trying to stay cool. Suddenly, a truck is blocking the entire road right in front of him. He yanks the wheel to steer back toward the ritual. He told himself just a little longer, then suddenly his entire body started bugging out and shaking. Outside, the truck is getting absolutely wrecked. He loses his balance and slams down hard, watching that ritual bell tumble right out of his hand. At that exact moment, the truck gets tossed like a toy and rolls down the street before finally slamming into the dirt. Next up, Lahong is looking like a total mess. Inside the cab, Chi-sung is completely out cold. Finally, we see Cheon just slumped over and done. Mito is screaming her head off on the other end. Wait, who did you guys say got hurt? Hyman rushes to report the truck flipped over. Even Mr. Kang Chae-gon, who was hanging on, is down. Everyone is seriously messed up. Without thinking, she snaps back. What about the ritual? Is our shaman still okay in the back of that truck? His voice is shaking. We cannot check the back yet because the door is jammed. Right now, Keon looks the worst. He got thrown out and he is in critical condition. Mito shuts him down and orders, you guys need to find a way to check that area first. Chigon will be fine. That guy knows how to shake it off and get back up. Hai Min looks totally lost. Wait, what? But boss, right then, Chaegon slowly sits himself up, his whole body shaking like a leaf. Seeing him move like that leaves the whole crew completely stunned. Chaegon reaches out and grabs the phone. He makes it loud and clear. I am not leaving until that kid is safe. We are stuck here anyway. Moving this wreck is pretty much impossible right now. Holmes' goons are closing in. He tosses the phone back to Hai Min and rushes toward the trailer. Chaegon stares at that jammed truck door like it owes him money. He puts all his muscle into his arms and yanks on the door hard. It does not budge. Chaegon curses under his breath. Suddenly, the door gives way and a massive piece of heavy metal slams straight onto the ground. He scrambles inside the truck trailer, where the kid is lying there totally motionless. His headphones are trashed, then we see his ankle is already turning purple. Chaegon keeps his eyes locked on the boy, who is struggling just to breathe. Horrified by what he sees, he screams out, "Hey kid, wake up!" Right then, the bad guys surround the truck. Everything is going south. This is officially the worst-case scenario. Gold's crew is on the verge of losing it all. A massive brawl breaks out between both sides. This moment is the absolute definition of pure despair. Suddenly, Justin hangs up the phone and mutters to himself, well, this situation is officially a total disaster. Justin casually knocks back the rest of his drink and slides open a desk drawer. Tucked away inside is a shiny black pistol ready for action. When the kid finally opens his eyes, he realizes he is standing in the middle of a nightmare battlefield. Everything is blurry as he looks around. He struggles to crawl toward the ritual table and looks up. Then he turns back toward the chaotic brawl happening right behind him. He stares down at his empty hands. Is this really the end? Is everything I just found going to vanish like some kind of fated dream? He can't help but sigh. It was a beautiful but brutal dream, full of love and attention I never actually got in my real life. Living in places I never saw and eating food I could only imagine. It was all so perfect, making new friends and actually getting the chance to give things away, even though I never had anything to begin with. Suddenly, his mind flashes to Jia On. Then he sees Doo's bright red face and memories of the whole crew just hanging out and laughing together. Finally, he remembers the smile on Mito's face. Right at that moment, a voice he knows all too well speaks up. Seeing you like this, I guess you are okay with the dream falling apart? Suddenly, a younger version of himself pops up right in front of him. The kid keeps going, is it really okay if it breaks? The boy snaps back instantly. No, of course it is not. I want to keep this dream alive with the people who actually believe in me and my only real talent. A dream where I actually get somewhere every single day. Seriously, who in their right mind would want to wake up from something this good? His voice starts to crack, but look at this mess. What am I even supposed to do in a situation like this? The kid looks him dead in the eye and tells him, just do the one thing you can actually do. He feels totally lost. The thing I can do? Right after that, he tries to crawl up on his shaking legs. He lifts his head and looks forward with pure determination in his eyes. He tries to take a step on those broken legs, and his whole body just wobbles and tips forward. He grits his teeth and lets out a scream, the thing I can do, right? A moment later, he limps out of the truck. Chaegon just stares in total shock. He spots the ritual table sitting right there outside. His hand tightens its grip around that ritual bell. He clenches a dagger between his teeth, thinking to himself that this is the only way he can keep everyone safe. The guy is totally confused. What the heck is this kid even trying to do? Right then, the boy throws his knife and the bell high into the air. In that moment, he makes up his mind. He is going to give everything he has to finish this ritual. He is seriously hurt. Red syrup starts oozing from his head, dripping down and making it almost impossible for him to see. He could feel the agony in every single cell, a hammer pounding his brain from that massive concussion. His whole body was wrecked. Pain from broken fingers and ankles shot through his nerves like lightning. Right in front of Ji-sung, a massive truck lay flipped on its side. Twisted metal from the truck was scattered everywhere, and the crowd was losing their minds in the total chaos. Shadows of thugs and bodyguards blurred together in a messy brawl. None of them could wrap their heads around the insanity unfolding. People just stood there, staring, totally clueless about the situation. But honestly, at this point, none of that garbage even mattered. He was covered in blood but kept going. The kid was still deep in the ritual. Gi-seung had basically lost his mind, but the ceremony continued. That kid was doing the only thing he could in this mess. That was the reality. The guy watching from outside was absolutely stunned. What the hell is he even doing right now? Even in this mess, Hung-am felt something was off. The dark energy leaking from that kid was filling the entire room. Ji-seung was radiating a thick, black aura. For a guy who could sense divine power, he felt like he had been dragged into another dimension. It was like he was being swallowed whole. It felt like he was slowly sinking into the dark abyss of the ocean. His entire body went stiff, and he couldn't even fight back. Right then, a warning popped up. If you fail this, you better get ready to crawl into a coffin and call it a day. He snapped back to reality, coughing his lungs out. Gasping for air, he watched the kid. That brat had actually reached a state of total selflessness. On the other side, Gi-seung was still pushing through his ritual. If this keeps up, Bitch-am is going to have to face him eventually. Bitch-am is going to lose! We have to stop him at any cost! Huk-am screamed at his guards. He is performing a ritual. Stop him now! They took the order and charged in like a damn hurricane. But the people on Ji-seung's side were already prepared to throw down. A brutal bloodbath broke out right there. Both sides were going at it with weapons, and people were already dropping dead. Chaogan was hanging on, but barely. Damn it. If he hadn't been wrecked in that truck crash earlier, he would have had to take on the entire Huam group all by himself. He gave some cocky advice. You are totally goner. You can't even carry that unconscious shaman and run away anymore, so just give it up. You can't even move, so just quit. Even though Chogan was exhausted, he still managed to snap back. A brain-dead loser like you can't even control his own bladder, yet you are still standing there talking trash. Huk-am grit his teeth in rage. He grabbed a knife, ready to end Chogan. Before I kill you, I'm going to make you feel all the humiliation I suffered. His hand gripped the sharp blade tight. Huk-am charged forward, but a car suddenly blocked his path. I am going to pay you back personally. A crew carrying weapons stepped out, and then someone hopped down from the vehicle. Daeho showed up, looking like a mummy in all those bandages. Chogan was a bit cautious around him. Wait, aren't these the gangsters who were supposed to have retired from the underworld already? Daeho quickly explained himself. Please, don't even bother asking me how I managed to get all the way over here. I had to come back and pay my debts. The young master paid every penny of my hospital bills and fed my daughter when I couldn't. He slowly pulled his mask on. Daeho was already holding a loaded gun in his hand. He fired a shot straight into the air and yelled, "Let's do this." A phone started ringing nearby with a catchy melody. Shaky hands were desperately trying to figure out how to work the damn thing. The volume on the phone started going up slowly. Once it hit the maximum level, all that noise seemed to concentrate right on Ji-seung. That made it way easier for him to keep the ritual going. Thick black smoke started pouring out and headed straight for Bak-tu. The black aura targeted Bak-tu's body, making it swell up in a really freaky, unnatural way. Big-ham didn't look scared at all. He just said that pouring power into a god that's already been eaten is totally pointless. Bak-tu was squirming around in pain. His chest was bulging out like crazy, like something was trying to claw its way out of him. When he opened his mouth, a jet black beak appeared, and a massive crow soared out. It wrapped its giant wings around itself. Ku Truong had fully transformed. Big-am saw everything through Bak-tu's eyes and was terrified. What the hell kind of god is that thing anyway? He stared at Ku Trung, completely speechless. Shaman, what kind of monster did you just bring into this world? Now, it is pouncing straight for poor Bak-tu. The name of the god Gi-seung summoned was something absolutely terrifying. He had brought out the legendary Ku Truong devil itself. To be exact, it is a demon god that feeds on divine energy and pure terror just to grow even more powerful. Starting from tiny little hosts, Ku Truong can evolve into a brand new beast. It is like a never-ending cycle of evolution. Its body just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and there is no stopping it. Now, Ku Truong looks like a massive, terrifying beast. Ever since it was summoned, it only fed on Ji-sung's energy to get stronger. But now, it is looking at this place like a giant buffet. Right here in Luyo, a massive feast has been laid out just for him. Ku Truong is finally absorbing his favorite snack, pure fear. The shaman kid's eyes were wide with terror as he kept making those weird, inhuman noises from the back of his throat, performing a ritual in the middle of this absolute disaster. Fear was everywhere. It was completely swallowing up Cho's entire crew. These guys are throwing themselves at the enemy like they don't even care they're outnumbered. Even the Huam crew is forced to back off. The blade slips from Bam's hand as pure, soul-crushing despair takes over. It's like hitting a brick wall she can't climb, despite them both being powerful sorcerers. She collapses in total defeat, paralyzed by the gut-wrenching fear that after everything she's done, she's still going to lose anyway. Huam is shook, refusing to believe reality. How is this possible after he prepared for every single damn thing? If this keeps up, I'm literally going to get stuffed into an oil drum. Old man Truong is growling like a beast as he lunges at Bai Zi. Reminder: this ghost god literally feeds on spiritual energy and terror. He rasps that he's finished his meal. The old man holds that shape for a split second before his head snaps sideways and spins like a top, unleashing a wave of black smoke. It swallows the old man until they're one entity. Bai Zi has to scramble behind a building to dodge the incoming chaos. Bik Am starts tripping. Did that kid's spiritual energy seriously just vanish into thin air? She struggles to get back on her feet. She rushes out to see what's happening. Suddenly, a massive hand reaches out of the black fog as a giant body takes shape. Her jaw drops in pure disbelief. Bitch Am can't hide her shock because the old man has completely transformed into something else. Pure human terror is literally manifesting right now, and its true essence has officially descended upon this world. According to the maps, this entity is a legend spread across 8 provinces. From the shadows of Central Yini and Gang Yuan, to the demons of Ton La and the spirits of Jeju Island, Yedichich Hobang. But there's still a massive mystery here. Nobody has ever described its true face. Since it's a shapeless creature, it looks different to everyone because every person has their own unique nightmare. Its face is constantly shifting as it gazes down at the woman dressed in white hiding inside the building. The woman inside is shaking with fear as a terrifyingly familiar image begins to take shape right before her eyes. Baekam's ultimate fear is Chairman Ma Dongsong. The old man sees her shaking and starts mocking her relentlessly. "You're nothing but a pathetic loser." Bicham stares at the massive head, stuttering as she tries to explain herself. "Sir, it wasn't like that." Her voice is shaking so much it's barely audible. The darkness wraps around her as she slowly loses consciousness. It pulls her into a pitch-black void, just the two of them. Bicham can't stop trying to justify what happened. It's only because that kid was way too powerful. Plus, there were some crazy variables that popped up halfway through. She's totally stressed out now. "It's not my fault. It's the fault of those idiots who were too weak to stop that kid's ritual in the first place." Her body won't stop shivering. Seriously. Faced with his cold silence, Bicham finally collapses to her knees. "It really wasn't my fault." Back in reality, she's completely submerged in a sea of pure despair. The others rush over in a panic. "Master Bam, what are you even talking about?" A man sits down next to her, telling her she needs to get it together and finish the ritual. "What exactly did you see?" He's got a look of panic in his eyes as he follows her gaze and turns his head to look too. In that exact moment, the man's eyes go completely dark. Sergeant Kim. Every single person there is suddenly trapped in a horrific illusion born from their own deepest fears. Someone once said that fear is just like a plague that spreads to everyone. The old man just stands there, his arms wrapped around the building. He suddenly snaps his head in a different direction. All the psychics trying to block the curse are starting to lose their minds and descend into total chaos. Not too far away, a mysterious masked figure is standing there, watching everything unfold. Huam's body is shaking uncontrollably. Sang Huang runs up after the battle, yelling, "Teacher Huam, these guys are fighting back way too hard." He places his hand on the masked man's shoulder to get his attention. "Either call the chairman and ask for backup, or use whatever secret weapon you've got left." That's when he notices the man's eyes are pitch black and he's crying uncontrollably. "I've got a family to take care of. Chairman, please, have mercy on me." Sang Huang jumps back in shock, totally spooked by the scene playing out right in front of him. Huam, the guy in charge, has completely lost his mind. When Sang Huang tries to touch him again, he barely nudges him, but Huam just collapses. Sang Huang's face turns pale. Looking at his bizarre behavior, it's pretty likely this is what happens when a high-level sorcerer's curse actually hits the target. Huam is down on the dirt, begging for his life. "Please, spare me." He looks at the others still fighting. "Too many people have been sacrificed already. We just don't have enough manpower left to break through their defense line." Sang Huang pulls him up and uses his last bit of strength to walk over to Du, placing a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Give the order. Get our people out of here. If we keep this up, it's just pointless stubbornness." Cheon immediately shuts him down. "But if we don't finish them off, the chairman is never going to accept this. Big brother." Sang Huang doesn't even get angry. This whole war was his idea anyway, so he just stays incredibly calm about it all. If the guy can't handle losing, too bad. It's game over for him either way. The rest of the crew takes one last look at the wreckage. Daeho suddenly collapses right next to Chogo. The wound on his stomach is completely soaked through with blood. Man, he is in bad shape. Even then, Daeho tries to play it cool. It's just a scratch, guys. I can handle it. Go check on Kiseong before he bleeds out. He looks at him worriedly for a few more seconds, but finally decides to listen to Daeho and get moving. Kiseong, you still with us? Honestly, he is looking just as wrecked as the others, covered head to toe in bruises and cuts. Kiseong doesn't even look up or say a word. Kyo starts panicking and yelling his name over and over. Kiseong finally pushes his hair back, looking totally spent and gasping for air with bloodshot eyes. End it, he mutters. As soon as those words drop, that massive giant spirit starts making its final move. It reaches out and grabs the white snake by the head, squeezing so hard the entire serpent begins to tremble. The giant's hands brutally rip the snake's jaws apart, forcing it to endure the agonizing feeling of its flesh being torn wide open. Against that insane power, the beast is ripped in half in seconds. Its body just evaporates into thin air while Kiseong watches the whole thing unfold. His eyes well up with tears as his body finally hits its breaking point. He just folds and hits the ground hard. The next day, the massive wall protecting the stock price of Hamcons finally crumbled into 1,000,000 pieces. Life goes back to the usual grind with the office staff. Every single department is working like they are on 10 cups of coffee. The manager starts barking orders at the crew. Dump it. Sell everything now. Don't just dump home, get rid of every single stock from the subcontractors and partners too. Seriously, how does a massive construction empire like that just fall apart in a single night? It makes zero sense. Everyone starts guessing why. Maybe a building collapsed, or perhaps it is just a massive real estate crisis hitting the market. Breaking news. The government just dropped a major order about a new large-scale Greenbelt designation project. We are talking corruption and redevelopment, a special task force, and a massive 5.7 trillion won project that went totally south. But believe it or not, none of those things were the real reason the company actually collapsed. Amid the chaos, some guy catches the news and loses it. What the heck? Who could have guessed the owner would bring this kind of trashy risk to the table? News of the arrest just broke. Chairman Ma Dong, the screen shows him being hauled off in handcuffs by the police. Prosecutors are charging the chairman with murdering his own staff. They just did an emergency arrest of Ma Dong-sung for conspiracy and disposing of bodies. Honestly, just the fact that he exists was the final nail in the coffin for the fall of Hamcons. Other sources say that is not all. Kim Gwangjang was also heavily involved. The former CEO of Hoham was acting under serious pressure from Chairman Ma Dong-sung himself. A bunch of managers and employees from the home group are still coming forward to blow the whistle on internal secrets. After losing the massive power struggle, the insiders at Ham started exposing every single one of the chairman's crimes just to keep themselves from going down too. Dong-sung is on the screen looking stone-faced as usual. The whistleblowers say the chairman's other crimes include taking massive bribes, corruption, and even kidnapping the families of his business rivals. On top of that, word on the street is that Home Investment started out as a massive national crime syndicate. They all agree that the best way to survive this mess right now is to throw Ma Dong-sung into a prison cell forever. The screen goes black as the news report finally ends. In a different room, staring at a weird ceiling, Ki-sung puts a hand to his head and tries to remember what happened. I remember winning the fight and then just blacking out. Am I seriously back in the hospital again? Right then, a familiar voice rings out. You're finally awake, Ki-seung. He looks over and sees Daeho in the next bed. Ki-seung bolts upright like a spring. Wait, why are you here? Did you get hurt again? Daeho reaches out to pat his head. Relax, my stitches just popped a little bit, that's all. Stop making such a scene. Daeho quickly pulls his bruised hand away from him. More importantly, I heard you took care of my girl so high while I was out and even got payback for me. Daeho looks at Ki-seung and gives him a real, honest thank you. A small smile creeps onto Ki-seung's face. If you're really that grateful, then you better plan on working with me for a long, long time. He doesn't even hesitate to agree. Of course, man. In this economy, it's not exactly easy to find a gig that pays this well. Ki-seung quickly shakes his head. That's not what I meant. I'm not just telling you not to quit the job. I want us to stick together for the long haul, but without you getting wrecked like this again. Daeho just laughs and ruffles his hair. Fine. You got a deal. While they're chatting, a whole group of people suddenly walks through the door. Ki-seung's eyes widen a little. These are the people who have been through everything with him, and they look stoked to see him finally awake. The whole crew piles into the room, cheering and shouting CEO Ki-seung all at once. Ga-yul walks up to check on him. Does it hurt a lot? They all crowd around him, chatting away. but then Cheogan walks in and opens a strange box, leaving Ki-seung totally confused. He looked at Mito sitting there and totally got it. The team lead had a few questions to ask. I remember winning that match against France. Did my ritual actually hit the target this time or what? Hee-sung looked pretty stressed though. If those home stocks don't tank hard, Golden Cross is going to be in some serious trouble. That stock ticker is currently suspended from trading. She just stayed quiet, frantically searching for something on her screen. Then Mito pulled up a specific ticker. It was frozen. Seeing that the stock was suspended from trading made him totally freeze up in disbelief. Hee-sung finally snapped out of it and looked up. Mito was already cracking up, shouting about how they actually nailed it. She explained that the home stock price took a massive 30% dive in just 24 hours. Talk about a crash. Mito even signaled that once the trading freeze is lifted tomorrow, the price is going to fall off a cliff all over again. The two of them high-fived in celebration. But honestly, they got incredibly lucky because everyone really put their necks on the line. She kept the compliments coming. This big win was all thanks to your hard work. Even Mito gave him a friendly pat on the head. You totally crushed it this time, and you did it all on your own strength. Suddenly, Jia-eung popped in and killed the vibe. She gave a cheeky smile and asked how much cold hard cash Golden Cross actually hauled in from this mess. Mito just gave her a mocking look. You don't care about the company's profits. You just want to know how big your slice of the pie is. But Jia-eung snapped right back. Hey, why you gotta be like that? Stop acting like I am some greedy gold digger. Mito just rolled her eyes at that. If the firm makes bank, we all get a little extra in our pockets. That is just how the game works, right? Daeho chimed in, sounding totally exhausted. I did my job for the monthly salary, so I really don't care how much the bonus is. And Dae decided to throw in his 2 cents on the matter. Compared to the guys grinding in the field, we have it pretty easy in here. I am with Daeho. Whatever they pay is fine. She could not believe her ears. What is wrong with you people? Are you serious right now? Hee-sung, you are curious too, right? Don't lie. But he was not looking for a fight today. I am cool with whatever. I know the company will figure out a fair split. See? Even the new guy is ganging up on me now. They kept bickering in the hospital room. The next day at the office, Justin kicked off the big meeting. I did not prepare any commission checks for you guys today. Jia-eung nearly choked. Wait, what? He just gave a sly grin. That is because the pile of cash is so big, we literally can't withdraw it all at once. Hee-sung raised his hand and asked exactly how much they were talking about. Justin just grabbed a piece of paper and scribbled something down. He tossed the note over to him. Hee-sung opened it slowly, and suddenly the whole room started freaking out over the numbers. How many zeros is that? Tens of millions? Man, we are officially rich. We hit the jackpot. Justin explained that if they paid it all in cash right now, the mountain of money would take 5 years to process. Then Justin held up the paper and spoke up. This is just a tiny fraction of what the company actually cleared, and even this small part is totally insane. But Justin reached out to him. Thank you, Hee-sung. Seriously. We didn't just survive a disaster, we became a major player in the industry. He just acted shy, saying it was just a ritual. The boss did the heavy lifting. You invested the cash, set the trap, and went to war to protect me. That was all you. He shook his hand and said he was just glad everything went so smoothly. Seeing his humble vibe, the boss finally got it. Now I see why Mito likes you so much. You aren't soft at all. You have got a real backbone, kid. Justin saw right through him. You aren't afraid to be kind while staying tough as nails. Then he mentioned he had another deal. So, I want to put a brand new offer on the table for you. He looked him dead in the eye. On top of your cash bonus, I am going to give you actual shares in Golden Cross. Instead of being a shaman who just follows our orders, I want you to officially join the crew as a partner to build this empire together. The next day at the prison, an inmate was sitting there, waiting for someone to arrive. Sung-ho walked in and gestured to the guy behind him. Chairman, I brought Teacher Ham here just like you asked me to. The chairman looked at him and immediately asked a sharp question. Ham, seeing me stuck behind these bars, does that make you feel any better? Ham just dropped to his knees, totally shaking. Look, that is crazy. What you are saying makes no sense. I never snitched, and I never talked to the cops. If I had flipped, why would I come to this prison with Lawyer Yeon just to meet you? It is insane. But he was not buying it. He knew a coward like me did not have the guts for that kind of move. Plus, I already took care of those rats who snitched and worked with the police. They are all dealt with now. Did they think I would just rot in jail while they lived easy? Dong-seung was literally gnashing his teeth in rage. Even without teeth, the claws remain. He gripped my hand, saying his crew still did not get how he worked after all. What Ma Dong-seung is capable of, Hu-am was called. Hu-am replied while shaking hard from the pure pressure. Listen, you are no traitor, but you are still responsible for this mess. You owe me big time for what happened. So he offered a deal. I will spare your life and your family. That is my promise to you right now. In exchange, you do one thing for me. He was desperate to know. Yes, anything. I will do whatever you ask. What Dongseung wanted right now. Curse the mages and the staff of Golden Sill, one right where they stand. Curse them and hunt them down. Hearing this, Ham panicked as the boss admitted he was that kind of guy. Anyone who disrespects me, I will pay them back 10 times over. Believe that. They took my life's work, so now I am taking everything they ever cared about. He just stood there, silent and unsure. Then Huam hesitated and whispered, "But sir, that is actually impossible to do with the rules we have." He explained with difficulty, "Boss, you know the shamans in New York have rules we are forced to follow. Curses only work on companies, never on the people inside. If I cross that line, the other mages will definitely find out and stop me." But he would not back down, saying, "If you do not do it, I will end you and your entire family." Huam tried to speak, but the boss cut him off with pure rage. "No exceptions, period. Either hunt them down or your family dies. Just do the curse. That is your one job for me." Huam stood up feeling totally helpless. Even if I try, using a death curse on them is nearly impossible. Taking out an opponent with power equal to a high-level mage is something that just cannot be done. With my power levels, he started explaining, "I know there is an object that can temporarily boost a shaman's ritual strength. If I am right, it is called the Dong Go." Dong Seung had already set everything in motion. Lawyer Yoon tracked it down. All he wanted was for him to use it and kill them all. Dong Sung walked off, leaving a dark hint. That night at the home investment building, a ritual circle was already set up. The sacrifices were ready and waiting. The walls were covered in all sorts of talismans and dark charms. Below was a strange box sealed with special charms. Sung-ho showed up and said it was hard to get. The local market was dry, so I had to pay a Chinese smuggler a massive pile of cash to bring it in. Huam picked up the mysterious box, shocked. He felt something weird and thought, "Is this the Dongo?" He could not believe it and yelled, "These people are literally insane." He looked at the guy hiding away. He turned back to work, thinking, if I touch this cursed object, I will definitely face divine punishment. This thing is way beyond my limits. Even the dark gods I serve could not handle the disaster this object will bring upon us. He hesitated for a moment and then stopped completely. Performing this ritual might leave me paralyzed if I am lucky, but in the worst case, a fatal disease is unavoidable. But he had to do it for his own sake. If I do not, I am dead anyway. Thinking of his family, he could not stop. Everyone was depending on him, and he did not want them to suffer. He finally decided, compared to the punishment of the gods, the cruelty of men is way more terrifying. I will do this alone. Everyone else, get out of this room right now. He threatened them to leave or die. Suddenly, a crying sound echoed, getting louder. Blood started dripping from a man's ear. It was starting. The crying would not stop. That red liquid just kept flowing down slowly. In the silence, there was constant sobbing. The man bowed his head, trembling as he crawled across the floor. The only thing in his head was a child's cry. Does anyone know how to create a dongo? Get a newborn baby who has not even tasted their mother's milk yet. That is the first step. Then, feed that child a porridge made from healthy cow's milk, honey, and herbs to make them very hungry. Feed that kid until he is fat and his stomach is stretched to the limit, then cut him off. No food, not even a drop of water. Just keep starving him until he is absolutely desperate. You cannot be weak now. Do not give him a single bite. That raw hunger and thirst he is feeling right now, that is the secret sauce you need to create the perfect spirit. Right before he takes his very last breath, get a big ceramic jar ready for him to crawl into. Smear that milk porridge he used to love all over the inside of the jar. The kid is starving. That poor little thing will use his last bit of strength to crawl inside, thinking it is life. He will climb in willingly, but once he is in, he is trapped because he has got nothing left. Once he is deep inside, seal that jar up and tie it tight with a heavy rope. By doing that, a shaman gets the nastiest hunting dog spirit ever made from the purest soul imaginable. The echoes just keep ringing. Professor Stanley finally speaks up, saying, "Enough business talk. Let us go party and celebrate our brand new partnership." Then he pulls out a black card. It is the CEO's corporate card. Everyone starts heading out. Stanley says, "I am not driving you home tonight, so do not go overboard with the drinks. Hey boss, shouldn't we pop 100 bottles of champagne? Can we do that?" Suddenly, something dark starts to grow. Stanley turns back and asks, "Wait, haven't had omakase in forever. What do you think, Dishung?" Dishung says, "Omakase? I have never been. Is it any different from just a regular sushi joint?" The world shifts. Floodwaters are rising fast and the glass barrier is already cracking, letting the darkness leak out everywhere. Mito suggests Restaurant Who. It is the best spot for privacy and great food. Stanley says, "That is a killer choice." Dishung leans in and whispers, "It is basically just a normal sushi place, right, Jia-on?" She sighs and tells him that asking questions just makes him look broke, so shut up. Meanwhile, a dark shadow is swirling in the air like it is hunting for something, and Ji-sung can totally feel it too. He gulps hard as a chill runs down his spine, his face goes completely dark with pure terror. Outside the door, a child is sobbing. The others look over and see a twisted, freakish entity they have never seen before in their entire lives. But since all three of them have spiritual powers, they know exactly what it is. It is a Dongko spirit, and Mito is the only one who stays sharp enough to handle this. She is shaking like crazy, but she is still thinking fast. It is a hit from Hoam. Are those guys insane, breaking the sacred rules of Luye just because of some petty personal grudge? She grits her teeth and tells herself to stop overthinking. There is no time for useless thoughts right now. She clenches her fist, determined. She has to keep Di-sung and the boss alive until the backup team finally arrives. The elevator arrives. Stanley looks confused and asks, "Why is everyone just standing around like statues? Did someone forget something in the office?" Mito yells at everyone to freeze. Stanley stops dead in his tracks. Stanley is paralyzed, unable to move. The elevator floor sinks and the cables start snapping. In a split second, they break in half and the elevator plummets down. Mito warns them, "From now on, any move you make could be your last, so nobody move a muscle." She starts barking out orders and assigning tasks to everyone. Since anything could happen, stick together to protect the boss and Di-sung. That spirit is outside shaking, pressing its face against the glass until it nearly shatters. Mito reaches into her coat for a talisman she was saving for an emergency. It is a waste, but she needs it now. Except the talisman catches fire the second she pulls it out. Mito cannot believe it. Just how powerful is this thing's spiritual energy anyway? The glass finally gives way under the pressure. The spirit bursts inside through the shards. It starts looking around like it is hunting for a specific target. Di-sung is wide-eyed with fear. By the time he looks up, the spirit is right there, chanting some creepy demonic spell. Shung's eyes are bleeding now. Since he was the one who sealed it, I guess it makes sense he is the first target. The spirit keeps chanting its curse. Seeing the danger, Mito rushes over, but the whole world suddenly changes. The director is worried. He already warned them that Liu Ye members are strictly forbidden from attacking each other. He looks helpless. If they keep this up, this place is going to turn into a bloody shaman battlefield. The director reaches out. Humans really do have the shortest memories when it comes to the rules. He clenches his hand. Back in reality, Di-sung has collapsed and the spirit is now in chains. Mito sighs in relief. Thank God the control department arrived in time. They work under the Financial Oversight Committee. The scene cuts to Hoam Investment at night. The elevator is slowly moving up. The heavy door swings wide open. A pair of polished shoes strides forward, leading a pack of federal agents from the FDC. This elite bureau belongs to the Financial Oversight Branch, born in the early 2000s. Back then, shady CEOs were using illegal spiritual rituals to screw over their rivals for a quick buck. When the bureau first investigated the IO, they stepped into a total war zone. It was pure supernatural chaos. Back in 2000, these hexes were just business as usual. But then, things got dark and people started dropping like flies. Rogue curses weren't just hitting balance sheets anymore. They were aimed straight at the heads of powerful CEOs and corrupt politicians. Photos were shredded by black magic. Soon, the body count started rising, and the country's top talents were being wiped out. A Singapore-bound flight carrying the family of a shipping tycoon mysteriously plunged straight into the ocean. Breaking news flashed across every screen. Congressman Dubong was just found dead in his own home. Tabloids went wild over the mysterious death of CEO Park Se-hoon, who supposedly fell from a high-rise construction site. Construction 71. Then came a massive 3-car pileup involving another exec. The government considered banning these dark rituals. They thought about passing laws against hexes, but they backed off. Doing that would basically admit that superstitions actually work. They couldn't tell investors that ghosts were real. So, the Financial Oversight Committee came up with a much stealthier plan. They founded the Inspection Bureau. On launch day, they made their mission clear. This place was a magnet for the world's top shamans they recruited. Their sole mission was to stop rogues from killing people while still playing by the rules of the free market. But the second someone crosses that line, they become judge, jury, and executioner. Ki-un grips his weapon, staring down the thick, nasty mist crawling toward him. His squad follows him into the gloom. One guy is straight up puking, while another starts complaining about the vibes. This is definitely a hex, but look at the rot. This creep must be using some high-level poison magic. You better watch your back, sir. Leader Ki-un doesn't flinch. He orders the squad to charge and sever the spirit vein. The team jumps into action, screaming their battle chants. Pure energy starts swirling around them as they prep for war. General's division. Strike now. In a heartbeat, they are covered in spiritual armor and charging into the fray. Ki-eun kicks the door down with a bang. His sword is glowing like crazy. Inside, a terrified shaman is clutching his cursed tools. Suddenly, the guy screams, "How did he turn around? This is impossible. I broke the chains. You really think I would just vanish that easily?" He screamed, charging forward with a look of pure hatred. Ki-eun flinches for a split second. He shifts his stance and unleashes a flurry of strikes. Before the guy can blink, Ki-eun is right in his face. Blade to the throat. "You shouldn't even exist," he growls, raising his sword. Time to return to the void. One clean slash and the target is gone. Ki-eun stands there in silence, looking at the trash left behind. Keep an eye on this shaman. Get him to the hospital, seize those artifacts, and send them back to headquarters. The team gets to work, bagging evidence. Ki-eun finally sheathes his blade and takes a breath. Over where Tae-seung is, that creepy spirit is still putting out some heavy pressure. It keeps crying for its mother until it turns to ash. "I am so hungry," it whispers, then vanishes. Ji-on collapses, relieved. Maido rushes over to check on Tae-seung. She is panicking. Damn it, his pulse and breathing are all over the place. Mito rushes over to check on Tae-seung. She is panicking. Damn it, his pulse and breathing are all over the place. Maido grinds her teeth in pure frustration. Even though that terrifying thing only showed up for a minute, he still suffered the full blow from all that insane spiritual energy. Her hand stroked his hair. "Get an ambulance here!" Mito screams. "We need one right now, as fast as possible." A bit later, Tae-seung is loaded up. "Where is the family?" the paramedics ask. She follows, praying under her breath. "Not this time. Please don't give up on me." She tries to stay positive, noting there are no visible injuries. To be honest, his body looks like it is in perfect physical shape. But despite that, since that day, Tae-seung has not opened his eyes once. Mito stayed by his side, never leaving. Suddenly, a noise caught her attention as a stranger walked in. "I need a statement about the home case." The director looks at the situation and sighs. "Man, this really does look bad. You are the lead from Golden Xia, 1TD1, right?" Mito cuts her off. "No need for introductions. I don't know if you remember, but we have actually met before." She reaches for something. She kicks a chair out and sits. Mito breaks the silence. "Since we hired this shaman, you have been gunning for us. You played peacemaker and settled the beef back then. But since you are here, I have got a serious question for you. Did your office really not know Home was performing a death ritual to take out our kid? Or did you just look the other way to scrap a shaman you find annoying just to avoid a headache later?" The director keeps it cool, saying there are 0 orders to target shamans who deal with the dark stuff. Maido creeps closer, digging her fingers into the director's shoulders to make her point. "Look me in the eye and answer. Look at that kid on the bed and say it." Maido is fuming. She sees through every ritual in this city, and she is not buying it. She is drilling her with a look. "You really did not know they were hexing that boy? You are telling me you did not know they smuggled forbidden artifacts onto our turf?" The director stays ice cold. "Honestly, I do not think shamans like you belong in this business." Her gaze is sharp. "Personally, I think every shaman should be banned from this place." She shoves Mito off. "Stocks should move based on real performance and vision, not some spooky spiritual nonsense. That is my bottom line." Mito stumbles back, totally blown away by the lie. "Does that not kill your golden goose?" The director just shrugs. "They can go back to being normal shamans. Shamans are just supposed to be a link between regular folks and the gods." She gets ready to leave. "Look, I know this will not change overnight. Investors addicted to shaman profits will not let go easily." The director walks over to the bed. "Until then, we are just here to act as a basic safety valve." She stares at the boy. "It is a shame the kid got caught in the crossfire. As for the illegal artifacts, we will be watching much closer from now on." Mito drops to her knees, shocking her. "Look, we are just talking. No need to go that far." She is sobbing and begging for help. All the scans say he is fine, but he is not. He is not waking up. Something did a real number on his soul. We are hitting a wall here. Mito hangs her head, totally crushed. "I get why everyone is terrified of your office. It is because of you." She is dead serious. "Please, just help this kid wake up." Smash cut to the stock market. These high rollers act like they own the world for a reason. They are moving billions, sometimes trillions of other people's cash every single day. Stock code, Industrial Tray Muon, order for 30,000 shares. Order received and filled. Ticker symbol Loeb Bancam, order for 150,000 shares. Buy order confirmed. Ticker, Nepal, buying 2 million shares. Order received and filled. Once you are playing with that much cash and banking the commissions in October 2025, daily trade volume hits 16,000 billion won. The market is on fire. Everyone is raising a glass to the biggest quarter in history. Then the fat bonus envelopes start coming out. They look at regular people like they are losers chasing pennies. Then, this guy slams into an old lady. They lock eyes, and the guy just gives her a look of pure disgust. They are trapped in a god complex, thinking they are better than everyone. The director has felt the same way. That is why she knows exactly how much it hurt Mito to kneel. She is thinking to herself, if a shaman was just a tool to pump stock prices, she would not be begging like this. When a tool breaks, you just toss it and grab a new one. She realizes that for Mito, this kid is way more than just a tool. She is thinking, this is a real headache, just like how the financial board has to stay neutral. The director knows exactly how this game works. Our agency's golden rule is simple. We never cover for shady shamans or the greedy corporate giants pulling their strings from the shadows. She gave a bitter laugh and said, either way, we are partly responsible for this mess. Mito just hung her head and listened quietly. Then she turned around and asked if it would be okay to give them a little bit of help, right? Out of nowhere, the spirit girl appeared right behind Nam Van. She smirked. Whatever you want, sis. I am totally down for that. A second later, Nam Chan's hand reached toward the body while a strange light glowed from her palm. Mito watched the whole thing, terrified. A moment later, Nam San stood up after finishing the scan. The director rushed over. So, what is the deal with that kid? Her next words were a total shock. Empty. Completely and utterly empty inside. The director could see right through Ki Seung, like a beach getting hammered by waves. See, someone born to be a divine vessel has to be filled with something, or they just break. It does not matter if it is a god's image or just raw power. Nam San explained it, but then she realized that whatever is actually filling up this kid's soul is something else entirely. There was just this wall of pitch-black darkness and a massive amount of evil energy. It started swirling around, totally swallowing Nam San. She continued, explaining that the boy being stuck in bed has nothing to do with a typical curse. Nam San explained that the dark energy the curse released was just a few extra drops of poison in a vessel that was already about to explode. She kept pointing out the real problem. The kid is in a coma because there is no master strong enough to control all that wild, flickering dark energy inside him. Mito was totally lost, so the director broke it down. It is basically a rare form of divine soul sickness. Nam San's diagnosis was clear. This whole disaster is happening because he never had an official soul initiation ritual. Hearing that, she finally breathed again. If that is all, then we are lucky. Since it is not the worst-case scenario, a proper initiation ritual should snap him right back to his normal self. Mito's relief died instantly, replaced by a massive new wave of anxiety. Wait a minute. This is not good at all. She started panicking. How are they supposed to find someone qualified enough to actually pull off a legit soul initiation for a guy like him? Even without an official ritual, the crazy power Ki-sung showed lately already had Mito shaking. Now it was a huge problem for them. Now that power was a massive hurdle. She started doing some serious mental math. If he can dump that much divine power and dark energy without a guardian spirit, some basic, low-level god is never going to satisfy his needs. Mito was a total mess inside. Finding a god that actually fits a guy like him was already going to be impossible. But the even bigger issue? Finding a shaman skilled enough to help Ki Seung survive the ritual and actually welcome a god that powerful into his body. She kept on overthinking things. Normally, a senior shaman with way more power has to run the show. In this world, there are barely any people strong enough to handle Ki Seung's ritual. Mito thought of Taeha, but they are all rivals. Then she realized the only person who is not a competitor is the director, who immediately said no. I am not doing it, she said flatly. Actually, to be more accurate, I literally cannot do it at all. I serve an earth deity. My soul vessel is completely different from those sky god shamans who are actually trained to perform initiation rituals like this. The director gave a warning. Plus, I have told you a million times. This agency is neutral. Our #1 rule is that we do not help shamans signed to a specific corporation. Mito whispered for a favor. Please, just look at this as if you were saving a human life for once. She tried to salvage the situation. Look, I honestly just want Ki Seung to wake up. I am begging you from the bottom of my heart. This is not about the company's profits. The director froze again. She let out a long, defeated sigh. Fine, I will introduce you to someone who might actually be able to help. Cut to Mount Tam Tin in Gyeongju. The director said this shaman is a top 5 talent outside the city, and she just recently received her god. However, do not get your hopes up. This person is incredibly difficult to deal with. When they arrived, thousands of people were already lined up. Everyone was there for the exact same reason. Chogon noted that this place must be legit. Just look at the insane amount of people trekking all the way up this mountain shrine. Mito was totally over it. A huge crowd of people does not actually prove anything. Chogon, look at the type of people here. She scanned the crowd. They were mostly middle-aged couples who looked like they were married. They all looked way too cozy with each other, and they were definitely on the older side. Clearly, this shaman serves some kind of grandmother deity. Inside the shrine, there was someone sitting there, the great-grandmother spirit herself. Suddenly, H walked in looking all nervous and humble. He leaned over to whisper something. Mito said, "The grandmother says there are guests waiting outside. Tell them to come in." Rolling up, Mito is thinking, okay, everyone calls her Granny. Granny sounds like a joke, but she is actually a supreme goddess of this religion. Power-wise, she is on the same level as the Jade Emperor himself, a total boss. She prayed this legend could fix him. Alex led the way and banged on the door. "Come in." They dropped the body in front of Midori. "I need a ritual for him. The director sent me. Let me explain why this guy is a total mess right now." She cut her off. "Spare me the details." The painting behind me already spilled the tea. The girl got shy. "Also, can you, not stare directly into my eyes? I have major social anxiety around strangers." Mito froze. "Is this awkward girl really the host for a goddess?" She looks totally shook. She has zero aura. She can barely even talk to people without glitching. Suddenly, her face twisted into a creepy grin. Her eyes turned sharp as ice. The bells jingled. The goddess took over and snapped. "A stray cat dares doubt my vessel?" She slicked her hair back like a boss and started walking toward them. The goddess got right in Mito face, looking absolutely disgusted and annoyed. "Did my vessel not tell you to stop staring into her eyes?" Mito was shaking. The energy shifted. This divine power was straight up suffocating. "Is she possessed?" the goddess asked. "You want me to wake this guy up, is that it?" She bowed low. "Yes, exactly." The goddess sat down in front of her. She smirked. "I will show you the fastest way to wake this kid without a ritual. The solution? You need to hook up with him and share your life energy. Well, you okay with getting intimate to save this little brat?" Cut to a dark, creepy ocean. He is just sitting there in the water thinking. He thought, "After that kid drained my soul, I have just been curled up." He touched his chest. "If I am really dead, why do I still feel everything?" He kept spinning his wheels. "How do I get out of this trap? Should I just jump in? No. If I am alive, the boss will find me. Interfering might mess things up." He stood up. "When will I stop being a burden? If I am in danger, I need to handle my own business for once." He stood at the edge of the waves. Then he stepped in to face it. He dove into his own energy, but instantly realized he made a huge mistake. Born with dark vibes and covered in trauma, his inner soul was a total mess. He struggled in the water, feeling completely drained and ready to give up. His eyes closed. This place was so chaotic it could swallow its master whole. A voice snapped at him. "You are unconscious out there and in here too? Idiot!" A blinding light flashed. He stared at it, looking totally confused and lost. Giant hands rose from the sea, lifting him up like he was a tiny toy. It was the goddess. She yelled, "Wake up so we can talk, you absolute dummy." They talked for a while. He bit his nail, trying to process the information. "So, the boss took me to you while I was out to get me fixed? Is that what you were saying?" The goddess just nodded slowly at him. He got desperate. "Then do the ritual. I still have work to do here. I do not care if I have to be a priest forever. No regrets. I will have my crew with me." She laughed. "Is this bravery or just ego?" She pointed and snapped. "You idiot. I have zero reason to help you out." "Hold on. Let me rephrase that. Actually, let's just not say anything at all. I am an angel. Helping you host an evil spirit is already a bad look, especially since you Elo shamans just use gods to stack cash." Yiseong is totally confused. "So why did you actually decide to say yes to the offer? And you just saved me." The Trinity God says it might just be a random whim or maybe just personal curiosity, just testing a rookie shaman. Then he calls me an idiot and asks seriously, "Why do you even want this job?" Yiseong starts explaining. "Drowning in dark energy, where the supernatural becomes your daily life. Why would you choose such a brutal fate?" He looks down for a second, his eyes going totally blank, and his voice starts to shake and stutter. Because it is the only talent I have that actually helps make the people around me feel happy." He remembers the past. It was the only way to be accepted for who he truly is, the Emerald Silver nursing home, his hard work, and his loved ones. Yiseong looks down, admitting that cursing someone for money and then giving it away to others is not exactly great. "I know it is not something to be proud of." He clenches his fists together tightly. "But honestly, thanks to this job, I finally have people around me who are truly on my side. The emptiness in my life is gone, and now I can finally give back." Yiseong declares his high ideals, money, and fame. "Honestly, that stuff is not even that important. I just want to keep doing this so I can make my people happy." He gives a satisfied smile. "And maybe one day, I will find some real happiness for myself too." Yiseong bows his head low, begging, "Please help me. Please perform the descent ritual for me." The Trinity God gives a satisfied smirk. If nurtured correctly, he might become a vessel capable of subduing even the most wretched evil god out there. He figures this chaotic world was not made by evil gods, but by the overwhelming greed of the shamans who serve them. The Trinity god starts teasing him. Hey brat, shouldn't you call me Ma? Am I your friend? Finally, she accepts the request. Fine, I will help. Let's talk about the rest of the details once we get out of here. The space fades out. Yiseong slowly opens his eyes in reality. Welcome back to the land of the living, little shaman. The Trinity god says, lying right there. Why do I feel like my only job is being your alarm clock? The current scene leaves him totally shocked. Yiseong frantically pulls the blanket to check himself, then screams his head off. What is this? What the heck is this? This cannot be what I think it is, right? The Trinity god keeps pressing and teasing him. Oh, really? I do not even know what you are picturing. Why don't you tell your granny? What is going on in that head? Yiseong's face turns beet red from the teasing. His muffled scream echoes through the entire room. A bit later, the Trinity god gets serious. I only used positive energy to neutralize the dark aura and wake you up. If we do not perform a proper descent ritual soon, you will lose consciousness again. I will get everything ready as fast as I can, she says, looking a bit shy, especially for a guy like you. Yiseong cuts in fast. I am just as embarrassed. Besides, weren't you just talking about sharing body heat? He looks at Mito nervously. Why would you say it like that? People are going to get the wrong idea. She just reminds him that we do not have time for small talk. Even so, her hands are clenched tight. Just ignore the small stuff. Mito calmly asks how the ritual will go. Given the massive size of Yiseong's spiritual vessel, I do not think this descent ritual will be easy. I heard that with such a large vessel, all sorts of trash like hollow spirits and ghosts will come crawling out. The Trinity god explains calmly. When the ritual starts, the demon gate opens. And like you said, the evil stuff will gather, because the real guest who actually fills the vessel always shows up at the very end. So until that real guest arrives, she says that she, her gods, and her closest allies will protect Yiseong with everything they have. We will use force if we have to, she reassures them, telling everyone not to worry. Just stay focused on your mental state and remember this warning. You need the right mindset to accept a presence that is not yours into your own body. By late afternoon, the ritual setup is still in progress. The Trinity, God's followers, and her inner circle are all top-tier professionals. The ritual altar for the ceremony was finished in less than 24 hours, and that means Yiseong's preparation time is officially running out. Yiseong's eyes fill with pure anxiety. He remembers what the Trinity god said about the mindset needed to accept another presence into his body. Suddenly, he feels a finger tap his shoulder. Mito walks over with some hot water. She sits down and asks gently, "The ritual is starting soon. Are you having second thoughts?" Yiseong answers helplessly, "It is not like I have another choice anyway. They say if you don't take the spirit form, you'll just keep losing consciousness." Mito kept repeating that over and over. "I'm asking you, are you having second thoughts? I'm asking if you're actually okay." She wouldn't drop it. Once you go full spirit mode, there's no going back to your regular normie life, ever. You'll be a slave to the gods forever. Mito totally got it. I was terrified, which is why I took that ceremony from your grandma. So yeah, you can act all tough and cool, but I bet you're totally shaking on the inside right now. She looked down, feeling all guilty. I feel so bad for you. If I hadn't dragged you to you, that blood curse never would have hit you. And if you weren't cursed, you wouldn't be forced into this spirit form drama. But Dizwang just shrugged it off. Boss, this was my call. He said it again. I'm the one who begged the three gods for this ceremony. I own this. I'm the one who asked to go to low. It was all me. Dizwang didn't back down for a second, even with the boss and all his colleagues standing right there watching him. This is the dream I'm choosing to live. This life is my own choice. Then he got real. Of course I'm scared. I mean, some ancient entity is literally about to crawl inside my body and take over. Who wouldn't be? So quit with the apologies and start rooting for me instead. Swang flashed a goofy smile so I'd know he was actually going to be just fine. To Mio, that kid looked way more mature than his age, like he was literally glowing with some serious power. She locked her fingers in his and leaned in close. Then, they are sharing a kiss that was honestly straight out of a movie. He said, "She told me this is my hype talk. Trang Vi Sung, if you are going to host a spirit, bring back the most legendary god." Moments later, the ceremony kicks off. Three massive gods are suddenly looming right behind the vessel. This ritual is basically a spiritual GPS, helping the human body link up with the exact god it is actually meant to receive. So the boss says the plan is simple, but his eyes? Scary as hell. This summoning ritual has way more drama than you would expect. Problem number 1, fake guests trying to get their hands on the divine vessel. These creeps want that outer shell. It is the key to messing with the living world. If the vessel looks good, they will literally die to get in. Problem number 2. The actual gods are flaky. Even if the body fits, these deities love playing power games to see who is really in charge. Problem number 3. The vessel itself. This ritual is a total nightmare that shreds your mind and drains your power like crazy. See, if the vessel bails or just can't hack it during the process, the whole god summoning ritual gets shut down immediately. Game over right there, period. The 3 gods speak up. Despite all those crazy variables, you still down to let this god-possessing ritual go down? Sung snaps back. Look, it is the only way out of this mess. You already know my answer. Why keep asking? He scoffs. Even buying junk at the mall requires checking the return policy. It is just a formality. The 3 gods actually give him props. That determination and the fire in your eyes, honestly, it is looking pretty legit right now. He nods to the crew. One guy steps up, another starts blowing a horn, and some other dude starts pulling strings. Scholars play instruments with sharp eyes and deep, dark wisdom. I am coming down now. Prepare yourselves for the descent. The staff taps Seung on the left shoulder, then the right. The god starts chanting some heavy-duty spells. Even if I am not some holy saint, a god is still a god. Find a vessel worthy of this prestige and show up tonight. Suddenly, this black mist floods the room. Outside, 2 guards are standing watch and they can feel something is totally wrong. Like some cosmic general, the creepy aura just keeps spreading. Glowing red gates pop up and they are absolutely losing it. Holy crap, it is like a parade of 100 demons out here. The red gates fly open and this freaky creature steps out. It has been forever since I caught the scent of a vessel so packed with this much dark energy. A horde of demons just floods out. It is a feast. Huge waves of black energy come crashing in like crazy. Alex blocks the door and coolly announces that from here on out, we are only hosting actual guests. One demon just laughs. Is the living world really trying to make us laugh this hard? Alex snaps. Looks like the vessel is trying to pick gods and hired a shaman guard. Another one pipes up. With a scent this sweet, you should have hired 100 guards, not just one guy. The white shirt warns him. Beat it. I do not have time to waste on trash like you. He is just a human. How does he think he can tell the difference between real and fake? Next thing you know, a head is flying. Alex ends it in a flash. The whole pack of monsters is just standing there completely stunned. He slams his sign into the dirt. I am the one who decides who is real and who is fake. Alex stands tall. You messy bunch of losers. If you do not want to be blasted into nothing forever, crawl back to your holes in hell. The bug guy charges. Cut to black. From up on the mountain, 2 figures are watching the chaos. Mito is totally stressed out, checking her watch every 2 seconds. 5 hours since this godly descent madness kicked off, and Mito is finally scoping the whole disaster. My body is totally shot and exhausted, but things have been going pretty smooth so far. Hang in there, man. You can handle more pain than anyone else in this world. His eyes are glazed over, just staring at his feet. 1 second feels like a minute, and his brain is starting to melt. Every single minute feels like hours. He is trying to track time, but it is just frozen. Only the exhaustion and agony are real. He is done. His body and soul are screaming to just give up right now. But that annoying voice keeps buzzing. Wake up, moron! The god snaps. Focus, because we are in the home stretch now. Do not you dare quit on me. The ritual is almost over, so do not lose your mind. Keep praying until the very end. The deity keeps barking orders, telling him to scream his lungs out. He needs to beg for a godhood that actually fits him. Suang locks in despite the heavy burden. His whole body shakes with fate. Suddenly, the gate gets blasted wide open. The god points to it. Stay cool. The real guest we have been waiting for is finally here. A massive shadow looms in the doorway, and nobody is there to stop it as it steps inside. I am the demon general. Now, bring out the feast and a host. He calls himself the 8-armed demon general. The local god is totally unimpressed by him. Check out this clown. Bragging before he even shows his face, the beast flexes. I am the supreme general that demons worship. I have 4 pairs of ears, and each one packs enough power to level a heavenly lord. He snarls. Who are you to question me? The god just points his sword straight at the beast. I am your great-grandmother, kid. 8-armed loses his mind and gets angry. The god just waits for the big hit. Suddenly, a white tiger appears out of nowhere. Master, you are facing the physical form of death itself. The beast, Ho-Hoen, starts creeping slowly toward the target. It is the plague god, the literal personification of horror. An ancient, forgotten deity fueled by pure spite. The tiger just growls low in its throat. The beast starts moving forward. Then, all of a sudden, it just freezes. The god laughs. The beast has not even done anything yet, but his body is already shaking with fear. He looks up. Even while wearing this human skin, what is this humiliating pressure? He wonders to himself what kind of insane, evil power he is actually dealing with. The tiger growls. Where is my vessel? Hand him over now. The god does the math. Usually, he would just hand the kid over, but this feels totally wrong. He is worried the kid won't handle this much power. He grips his sword tight. I have to beat some of the juice out of him so the host does not explode. He shouts, "Fine, I will give you the kid. But first," he points the blade, "I need to teach you some manners. Listen up, you little kitty." The tiger pounces forward with razor-sharp claws, ready to kill. The god blocks the strike with his heavy blade, and the beast leaps back to find some much-needed breathing room right now. Suddenly, a blast of spiritual energy slams into the god at high speed. He is losing ground fast. The tiger laughs. "This is a borrowed body, so you won't mind if I wreck it, right? 3 God, did you really think you could take me down? In a puny human shell?" He sneers with cold eyes. While I was gone, it seems even the angels have lost their damn minds and gotten pretty stupid. But the god just shrugs. "I do not have to win. It is fine. My only job is to drain your energy. That way, the vessel stays in the driver's seat when you merge." He is locked in, and this kid, my vessel, totally gets the plan, so he won't have any complaints. He claims the old priest did the same thing. The tiger sneers. That is why they were morons. He crouches low for another strike. Then he lunges. The god's weapon makes a strange clinking sound. Suddenly, bright flowers bloom under his feet. A massive tree branch shoots up from the dirt. It wraps the tiger up tight. "I am not trying to win, but I won't lose easy. Bad kitty." Leaves swirl in the wind as the sun starts to rise. The god is beaten down, and the tiger stands over the kid, looking very hungry and ready to eat. "You better be worth all the trouble I went through to get here. Host, prove your value or I will shred you," he snaps back. I am the one who should be saying that. D. Swung is pissed. "You hurt so many people. You better be worth the cost of all this pain." That really annoyed the beast. Without another word, he opens his massive jaws and swallows the kid in one bite, exactly like a predator taking its prey. The kid looks around. A booming voice echoes, "Welcome to my gut. Now, your trial begins. If you fail this test, the demons in my stomach will rip you to shreds. You will be digested piece by piece until nothing is left of you." And just like that, Qi Shuang finally realized the truth. Getting swallowed whole actually had a very specific purpose, after all. The tiger god barked, "Now that you have my power, what is it you are after?" He clenched his fist tight. "My own happiness." The god mocked him like a total psycho. "You should have picked an angel, not a useless dark deity." "I wish I could do that," he muttered, blaming himself. "But I just do not have that kind of natural talent. All I have is this overflowing dark energy." From the jump, I never even had a choice in the matter. But then it hit him. "Stop blaming the tools in the hand you were dealt. I am not wasting my life. I am laying it all out. Even if my only talent is ritual cursing and being a meat suit, I am taking my happiness." His grip tightened. From day one, a mage using a dark god's power just to live a happy life. He shot back with a question. "Is not that what real ambition looks like?" He argued his point. "That is way harder than getting revenge or making people fear your name." The tiger god realized the truth. Every vessel before this had used his power for the exact same petty stuff. He remembered them wanting revenge on families, spreading plagues, or faking miracles just to steal some rich guy's gold. That was all just basic, boring stuff for a god like me. Qi Shuang watched the demons bolt and let out a satisfied smirk. Since the beast was not attacking, it was obvious he was finally hooked. Then he remembered what the 3 gods told him. A god borrowing a human body does not care about justice, especially not an evil god. There is no higher purpose. He explained it simply. To them, humans are just tiny windows to look out of. The 3 gods knew the score. To get their support, you have to keep them entertained. You have to prove you are not just another boring vessel. Qi Shuang repeated the plan. Get hated, get noticed. Got it. Anything else I need to know? His eyes went cold. One more thing. Your real guest is going to put your skills to the test. The 3 gods warned him to go full throttle. Sometimes, you have to show the boss that the vessel is actually in charge. The tiger god muttered, "Fine, show me that dark energy. It is time for me to get a little taste of it." Qi Shuang pressed his hands together and replied, "Whatever you say." Thick black smoke started oozing from his palms. The smoke began to pour down. The tiger god signaled him to stop. "Enough. I can already tell what you are made of." But Qi Shuang did not stop. In a literal heartbeat, that dark energy completely swallowed him whole. "I said that is enough. You humans really cannot be trusted, can you?" The god tried to stand up. "This kid is something else." He let out a dark, wicked little laugh. "You are not some obedient little tool. You are a rebel with actual ambition and will." The god looked incredibly proud. "Consider the debt officially paid. That old god is a jerk." The scene shifts as a voice rings out. "Oh, you poor thing. What now?" An old lady was sighing. "This is just heartbreaking. She was worried sick." My poor grandson. The ceremony was a total success. Everyone started piling up at the main gates. The three gods stared him down while Chi Shuang just stood there in silence. A second later, he touched his forehead and gave a deep, respectful bow. Mito and Cheogon bowed too. The god whispered, "Do not forget why you took this power, Chi Shuang." With that, the three of them walked away. Chi Shuang did not have to worry about blacking out anymore. When Justin Lee heard the news, he finally relaxed. He gave him a huge hug and a pat. "Nice work. Does this count as a workplace injury?" he joked. "I was gone so long, I bet you missed some huge deals. Honestly, I should be the one saying sorry." Mito stepped in and said, "Do not sweat it. After that home case, this company will be rich for 2 years." "Seriously?" Justin Lee looked annoyed. "Manager me, that seriously hurts my feelings. There is no such thing as having enough money, but honestly, I am just glad to see you back and healthy. Anyway, since you are back, let us talk business, everyone." The lights went out and the door shut. Someone clicked a remote, pulling up the new hunt strategy for the year. Mito spoke up. "Looking back at our early mistakes, we have been brainstorming how to protect our lead mage while still squeezing out every cent of profit possible." Mito pointed at the screen. "First, let us compare our situation to baseball," he explained. "In baseball, there is this thing called the star pitcher's dilemma. When a world-class pitcher takes the mound, your chances of winning the game go way up. Look, you can talk solutions all day, but grinding this player into the dirt every single game is just going to destroy their soul and burn them out completely." Mito drops the hammer. She says that even with a god-tier buff, if Jung Yixian keeps spamming those killer rituals, his life force as a shaman is going to hit 0 real fast. Yixian just thinks to himself, "Every time I perform one of these rituals, I end up in a hospital bed. No wonder everyone is freaking out. I am basically a walking disaster." Justin Lee crosses his arms and sighs. "I hear you. Totally get why we should stop Yixian from spamming those death rituals for a bit." He asks for the play. "Fine. Then explain this plan of yours to milk the situation for maximum profit." I am all ears. Mito's got a plan. We pick a fight with the biggest names in the game to skyrocket Yiseon's street cred and hype. She has it all figured out. Once his fame peaks, that instant death shaman nickname gets an upgrade to something like the King of Killers. Now that is branding. Then Mito looks around. "But we need a fall guy. Who is actually brave enough to go toe-to-toe against us right now?" Justin Lee likes the vibe. If we pump his value high enough, the competition will get spooked and fold before we even start the ritual. "Not bad," he admits, "but we need a high-stakes sacrifice." Mito just smirks. "Do not worry, I already picked out our perfect victim." Inside a luxury penthouse, someone is just standing there, waiting. There is a bathtub overflowing with bright red blood. A few bubbles pop on the surface before a woman suddenly emerges from the depths like a nightmare. She is talking trash. How arrogant. This little shaman really thinks he can step to me? She steps out of the crimson water, dripping with pure and total malice. Seriously, the nerve of this kid. Some rookie who still has not even dried his first kill yet trying to take on a veteran like me. Nakwa grabs her robe while Jong Pyo rushes over to kiss her feet. "Do not sweat it," he says with a nasty grin. "You are the #1 shaman around here. A total legend compared to that poser." She eats up the praise. Queen Nakwa. Back at the classroom, Justin Lee is still skeptical. "Hold up. You are really planning to use the top shaman as a sacrifice? How does that even work? Is she not a total beast?" Yiseon cuts in with facts. "Technically, if we blast the murderous intent directly at the company that Shaman Nakwa works for, it is doable. Mito beams. Finally, you get how this game works." She is radiating confidence. "We are going to force that queen into retirement and snatch the crown for ourselves. Next, stop Canadian." Someone kicks the door to the office wide open. The two walk in, and Yoon Hye looks like she just saw a ghost. Then he snaps. "Nakwa, did you hear the news? Those idiots at Golden Sen took a massive short position against the Hanyang B Jaizen stocks we are currently holding." Yoon Hye is literally shaking in her boots right now. "Looks like they are trying to hex our company and force us to sell at a loss. What are we supposed to do?" He is freaking out. "Should we close our position before they fire off that killing intent? If we pull out now, our quarterly earnings are trashed and my dad is going to kill me." Nakwa's voice goes ice cold. "Do not you dare. If you close that position, I will use my curse on you instead. That rookie is dead meat. That instant death shaman is way out of his league. I am about to show them exactly who they are messing with." Instead of targeting the company, she flips the script and aims her deadly energy straight at Golden Sen instead. Jong Pyo just stands there with a wicked smirk on his face. "You really are the goat." He is obsessed. She skipped the defense and went straight for the jugular. It is a full-on war now. Ga-yoon is doing the math. Word is, they are a power duo. This time, I have to step up and actually do my part. Her eyes lock onto the person in front of her. She is determined. She cannot let him keep getting hurt all by himself like this. It is a game of chicken where only one side survives, and the news is spreading through the streets like wildfire. Cut to the city. Night falls on the city skyline. A few people are hanging out and chatting. Teja swirls his wine glass. It is probably just some massive inferiority complex. I mean, that is the only reason she would challenge him. Whenever he was around, she was always stuck playing second fiddle. Nakwa looks up at a figure shrouded in blinding light. Teja looks a little bummed out about the whole thing. I am the one who dragged him down so she could be number one. She never actually earned that spot on her own merit. He takes a sip and mumbles to himself. Whether it is a desperate need for validation or just plain jealousy, this showdown is as sweet as this glass of wine. He turns around. If he loses, then I get my revenge for that bodhisattva guy without even lifting a finger. But if she loses, we finally get to see what kind of new god he is packing. He is loving this. Honestly, we can just sit back and enjoy the show. Teja looks at the storm clouds. It is finally starting. She ranks the top of the loser class. Over here, Shi-sung is training 24/7, his face screaming that he is going to win. Suddenly, that red portal rips through the sky, and Ho-hwan steps out looking like a total boss. Meanwhile, Nak-hoa is doing some fan dance thing, her eyes locked on the clouds above. Now a brown portal opens up, spitting out a mysterious log. This one-eyed demon king shows up acting all tough, while a massive angel-winged god looms directly behind a powerful sorcerer. The god looks all peaceful and kind, a total 180 from the grumpy, serious dude in front. See, a wizard's power depends on which god picks them. Flashback time. Nak-hoa is just chilling, walking down the street. When Nak-hoa first hit the streets of Luyu, she was clutching her bag, staring way into the distance. She brushes her short hair back and looks up at the sky with a weird look. Then her face goes blank. She is seeing things. Guardian gods are literally chilling on top of the skyscrapers. One guy has a gray face and long black hair just floating in midair. Arms wide, super confident. Another one looks holy, arms crossed, glowing like a literal sun. The last guy has a sword and this dark purple aura that smells like straight-up murder. Nak-hoa sees this and just looks crushed. Like, she was totally hopeless and depressed. Look, being picked by a god means meeting their vibe. Getting a shiny, noble god is basically impossible. Ritual sorcerers usually get the high-class angel types, but everyone else ends up with the leftovers. These dark gods have creepy purple auras just floating skulls with no necks at all. Meanwhile, other wizards worship famous gods of disaster, plagues, and pure evil, desperately hoping to gain those dark powers for themselves. Nak-hoa was low-key jealous. Her guardian was a total weakling, just a dakibi, nothing special at all. She looks back with heavy eyes at the one-eyed creep following her. They just stare. She secretly mocks him. Yeah, that dakibi guy. She knows exactly what he is. Folktales say he carries a spiked club just to bully old people. Textbooks say he is a loser who gets tricked, or just scares kids at night. Kids hide under blankets. This dakibi can only scare little children, and that is it. She knew she had to keep grinding. No handouts from heaven for her. Nak-hoa is not the type to whine about her bad luck. She stops looking at him and walks. Nak-hoa's pace is still slow, still steady, just like it always has been, but her mind is set. No more spacing out. She was not born a pro, but her aggression is legendary. Through that shift, she finds her edge and sharpens her skills. Fact is, a dakibi gets stronger the more it fights. After months of sweating, the demon changed. Her dakibi was finally leveling up its status. When the time was right and she'd shed enough blood, her hard work finally paid off. Reaching the peak, the one-eyed demon is now way more powerful than ever. He is dripping with black energy. Nak-hoa actually synchronized her soul with his. Their combined power is terrifying, the absolute limit for a low-tier spirit. The payoff arrived. She got the title. She became a demon king. Now, Hoa doesn't back down from anything. The one-eyed marches like a beast right behind her. Back to now, a voice snaps. So what? Ho-hwan mocks, literally chewing on the demon's head. Looking for pity? Since when do low-tier scrubs like you checkmate anyone? Both are on top of skyscrapers. Jia's jaw drops. She cannot believe this. Truong Pio is just as shocked as Jia Yoon. Neither even had time to react. She panics, looking at Shi-sung. He is already gasping for air before the god even arrives. The master closes her eyes. I thought he was better than me. Jia pouts, watching him. But now her gaze gets heavy and her forehead is wrinkled with worry. Seriously, how did things get this messed up? Damn it. Then his eyes snap wide open, his pupils suddenly turning a deep, bloody red. He mutters, finally, it is a demon calamity. Hu-hon is totally over it, snapping back at him to quit the nagging. I was getting bored anyway, so let us end this. Hu-hon tosses the severed head into a high arc before crushing it between his teeth. One Horn probably has no idea where he is right now, but it does not matter. He is completely out of the fight. A loud crunching sound echoes through the air. Blood sprays out everywhere like a fountain, leaving him totally stunned. Their faces go dark as two massive waves of killing intent collide. Suddenly, Trung Tu grinds his teeth hard. He just realized the brutal price he has to pay for that last little brawl. His eyes bulge out. Whoever loses this round has to tank the combined killing intent of both fighters at once. Truong Pio looks over at Hoa, who is already gasping for air. Her eyes are shaking and she can barely even keep herself upright. These black, web-like patterns start crawling up her neck. A second later, Nak Hoa reaches up, her fingers trembling as she touches her throat. She lets out a gasp, and things get even more gruesome. Blood starts spraying out of her neck in a steady stream. Right from those strange patterns, she loses her grip. Her fan and her blade both clatter uselessly onto the hard floor below. The floor is quickly staining a deep, dark crimson. Is this really the end? I spent my whole life fighting like hell to beat those monsters. In this moment, Nak Hoa feels totally broken. She clutches her neck, desperate and unable to believe this is her actual reality right now. She grips herself with a look of pure shock. She honestly thought she had finally made it through to the other side. She barely even had time to sit on that throne before another monster showed up. I mean, is this really it? Is this my absolute limit as a shaman? As she stumbles and prepares for the end, fate takes over. She collapses hard, her ceremonial hat tumbling right off of her head. Truong Pio rushes in to catch her. The look in his eyes is weirdly full of concern and genuine deep affection. Nak Hoa whispers as the blood keeps flowing out. I look hideous. I did not want you to see me like this. She gasps out her final words. I am sorry, but Truong Pio has a different plan. He just frowns as if he is looking at her one last time. Truong Pio reaches out and brushes a few strands of hair away. With his other hand, he pulls a talisman from his chest. After that, Truong Pio carefully places those few strands of hair right on top of the paper talisman. He suddenly grips them both with everything he has got and kisses them. Hoa watches him, stunned, as she finally realizes he is performing a sacrifice ritual. Sure enough, the patterns on her neck start to fade away. The bleeding stops almost instantly. It is a miracle. She stammers in total disbelief. You. Meanwhile, those exact same markings start appearing on the hands of Truong Pio himself. But Truong Pio does not regret a thing. He tells her calmly that his life belongs to her anyway. He gives her a comforting smile even as the web-like pattern crawls all the way up his own neck. Why would I be scared to give back what I owe? He says as memories flood back. In that moment, his old memories flood back when he was totally depressed, with his hair just hanging limp. He was sitting there, listening to a doctor's diagnosis. He just played with his hands, bored. The test results were always the same. He was so sick of these useless checkups. Nothing was ever found. The doctor really did not know what to tell the kid. He just sat there in silence, fiddling with his fingers without saying a word. For now, I will just give you some painkillers. While waiting for his meds in the lobby, he was deep in thought. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, describing his symptoms perfectly. It is a weird pain with no cause, right? Like someone is sticking a nail into your peripheral nerves. Am I right? Hearing those words, Truong Tu looks up and he sees Nak Hoa standing there looking like a total girl boss. She has her hands in the pockets of a long red coat, wearing dark shades that look super cool. Then she speaks up first. She explains, that is a spirit illness. If you ignore it, someone is going to die. Either you or your family. He stands there like she is trying to brainwash him with some cult stuff. But then he jumps up because he is just too curious. How do you know my symptoms? Nak Hoa just thinks he is funny and mocks him. What kind of cult stuff are you talking about? People really will say anything to someone they just met, will they not? Then she takes off her glasses and tilts her head. Want me to cure you? Just like that, he became her first client. He just sat there with his head down while she performed a wild ritual dance all around him. After the ritual, while he is still dizzy, she asks if he has cash to build her a shrine. He just shakes his head. Sweating like she just stepped out of a shower, she goes quiet while she tries to calculate the costs for him. Next thing you know, they are hitting up fashion shops to pick out some new gear. She is basically buying him a whole new wardrobe, having him try on every single outfit. He obediently tries on a few looks. She looks in the mirror and gives him her seal of approval. Not bad at all. So from that day on, whenever she went to perform a ritual or train her spiritual energy, he just followed her around like it was the most natural thing in the world. He just stood there, quiet, watching her go all out with those prayers and rituals. Who knew a smile could actually hit Truong Tio's gloomy face? Back in the present, the guy is ready to throw his life away just to protect her. Tio reached out, stroked her cheek, and whispered, if the star vanishes, the ship is stuck and won't ever set sail. Blood was soaked all over him now. The whole vibe was getting creepy as hell. Suddenly, a wooden door popped up next to the headless unicorn. Moments passed, the door creaked open, and this weird white mist came screaming out from that twisted, creepy dimension. Then Doublehorn kicked that door down and let out a massive roar. Trong Tio's inner demon just joined the chat. Tio's evil spirit. Doublehorn's neck was bleeding out, but he was still screaming, trying to bark out some orders. Demon King Unicorn, go earn that title. Hearing that, he grabbed his own head and tried to do something crazy. Next thing you know, Doublehorn literally ripped his own head off. Then, he chucked it straight at the unicorn without even blinking. You'd think he was done for, totally paralyzed. But nope, the unicorn caught that head out of midair like it was nothing. Then, he quickly fused the head and body back together. A brand new physical form was created. Trong Tio, with a smirk, finally called out. His eyes were sharp, constantly shouting for her. He stared straight ahead with a cocky grin, repeating her name over and over. He grabbed her, pressing his hand against her cheek. Suddenly, something sharp went right through his neck. He looked into her eyes and spoke softly. He leaned in, forehead to forehead, and whispered, "Please, just keep on shining." After that, his life just flickered out, and he collapsed onto the floor. Nak Hoa sat there paralyzed, eyes wide with trauma. Up close, his eyes were shut forever. Blood splattered all over his neck. Her bright red lips were held tight. Since he called her a star, she decided to be one. Her sharp gaze hid behind a fan as she spoke up. "I will shine." She stood tall, raising both hands, her voice booming with total confidence. Up top, weird veins started bulging on the back of the unicorn's neck. His shoulders were swelling up in a totally freakish way. The unicorn went full beast mode, muscles popping, wearing a creepy mask with a jagged, demonic grin. He hovered there, face to face with Ho-Hon, who looked absolutely stunned. The kid's face went pale, total disbelief written all over him. I mean, the fight was already over, right? Jia-on stepped up, screaming out in pure terror. It's total slaughter. The support mage's spiritual energy has vanished completely. Her eyes didn't even blink as she stared ahead with total determination and said, "Prepare for round 2. Heads up. Ni Shuang, something way bigger is coming." His face was pure stress. You could see the unicorn's reflection right in his pupils. The beast hunched over, every single muscle in his body tightening up for action. He waved his 4 arms around in the air, his face twisted into a cocky, toothy grin. Ho-Hon stepped out into the city night, sounding sarcastic. "You just got your butt kicked, and now you're acting all tough with those eyes?" Standing firm against the night sky, he made a cold, bloody declaration. Time to rip it out. He lunged forward with insane speed. Letting out a roar, he launched a brutal whirlwind attack right at the unicorn. The unicorn used his massive hands to grab Ho-Hon's legs. He held his ground and pushed the attack right back. His top arms locked Ho-Hon's legs while his bottom hand wound up for a nasty blow, a heavy punch straight to the gut. The impact was huge. He roared, spit flying everywhere. Because of their link, Ni Shuang felt it too, coughing up a massive spray of dark red blood. The unicorn just kept raining down 1,000-pound punches on Ho-Hon. He opened his mouth wide, showing off those razor-sharp teeth. A glowing red ball of pure energy was charging up deep inside his throat. The unicorn fired a massive energy blast right from his mouth, completely swallowing Ho-Hon. Weird white fluid began dripping out from between his sharp, terrifying fangs. He cracked a sinister smile, looking totally satisfied with himself. Purple liquid sprayed out as Ho-Hon stood there, clamping his teeth down on the unicorn's severed arm. He looked him in the eye and mocked him. "Hey, you looking for this?" The unicorn just stood there, speechless, seeing his own limb inside the other guy's mouth. A hand with claws intertwined like a mix of soul and body. Ho-Hon's massive, razor-sharp talons were fully on display now. His face looked incredibly brave. With glowing eyes and purple blood still on his lips, he stood perfectly straight in a powerful stance and roared at the sky. Now that's a real demon king. Finally, a fight worth having for a comeback after 100 years. Nak Hoa held her folding fan and a small dagger high in the air and cried out. Seriously, a monster that can actually keep up with him. She looked sharp from the side, totally focused, her sentence trailing off. But then she looked at Truong Tio, showing a complete shift in her will. "This time, I won't let my spirit break or run from the fight like I did back then." The unicorn stepped onto the rooftop, finishing with a heavy, serious line, "Because I already made a promise." Di Shuang looks cold and focused, wiping a smear of blood from his lip while fueled by pure, raw determination. "I'm not summoning this demon with some weak-ass heart." Ho-Hon finally hits the pavement hard. Ho-Hon and Dokgak face off while Di Shuang and Hoa square up. His eyes are firm and steady. "I'm taking you down." Her mask is a mess, her lips red, and her eyes scream pure, unadulterated hate. "This is it." Ho-Hone delivers a massive overhead blow, pinning Gak straight into the dirt. A violent burst of purple light explodes, shooting a massive energy pillar into the night sky. Taeha watches the explosion from the shadows and whispers to himself, "Has there ever been a fight where bloodlust clashed this hard?" Cold as ice, he sips wine, wondering why Gak is getting totally crushed by Ho-Hone's massive frame. The power level of a high-rank sorcerer is a fact proven from the very start. Ho-Hone and Gak collide mid-air in a brutal struggle. He thinks to himself, the energy supplied by the sorcerer is way higher. So how is this fight still so even? His hand grips the wine glass, eyes wide with total shock as he gasps out, "Is Hoa's Gak holding its own because the very essence of a sorcerer is a curse?" Hoa is a complete mess right now, covered in tears and totally lost in her own head. Her own blood relatives cut her off the second she chose to be a sorcerer. Truong Ti was her first real family. She remembers her looking sharp and professional in that suit. A life spent cursing others. In the mirror, Truong Tio gives her a gentle, knowing smile. He was the one who proved life doesn't always have to be total trash. That kid wasn't her entire world. She lights a cigarette, looking completely burnt out. Truong Tio lights it for her. She realizes the truth of her own situation. Without him, everything feels empty. Now he's just a body in the blood. "You stole him from me, damn you!" Her eyes glow red with pure rage and dark magic as she makes her final vow. "I will curse you until your last breath, you king of killers." Gak takes Ho-Hone's sharp claws head on. A powerful swing rips through the air. Hoa's spite is way stronger than Di Shuang's. She is closing the gap with pure bloodlust. Taeha watches closely, thinking to himself, even if I face Hoa and push this darkness back, he looks down, realizing a grim truth. Her partner will sacrifice everything for this one moment. His hand tightens around the wine glass until his knuckles turn white. The glass shatters on the floor. My pride is taking a serious hit here, he thinks while standing on the roof. Honestly, I'm relieved I don't have to deal with a mess that annoying. He turns his back, hands in his pockets, giving orders to his servant. I need to hit the shrine and pray. His eyes light up. I missed this rush. A genius versus a total underdog giving it their all. The battle rages all night long. Finally, dawn hits and the stars fade. It's over. Two monsters stand face to face. Songgak grits his teeth through the pain, stammering as Ho-Hone speaks with total calm. "Sorry for calling you trash. This fight was actually worth finding a new vessel after waiting 100 long years." Hoa is barely standing, gasping for air as she stumbles forward, step by step. She clutches her chest, panting over the motionless body of Di Shuang. She broke her promise. She cries out, then pulls him close. "We didn't go down without a fight." The battle ends. Di Shuang grabs her tight, breathing like his lungs are on fire. This fight will be legendary, a clash so violent it required a grand killing ritual in Luyo. He grips the charms and some hair, then suddenly shoves them into his mouth. Hoa narrows her eyes. This fight finally proves who the real boss is. Ho-Hone and Songgak glare at each other with pure hatred. The tension is thick as both sorcerers refuse to back down now. Nah, Lu Yu doesn't give a damn about the process. Milo and Jer are tripping after what they saw. Then Uyo drops the truth bomb. In this game, only the results actually matter. Suddenly, everyone is losing it, clutching their heads in pure panic. The brutal reality hits hard the second the market finally opens up. Stock prices are absolutely cratering, sending shockwaves through the crowd. One guy screams that every single ticker is just falling off a cliff. The dude next to him is sweating bullets. Wasn't it just Hansang, Jason, Sion we had to worry about today? Why is everything bleeding red? This sudden market crash is turning into a total nightmare for everyone. Mito and Justin are glued to the financial news. He turns around, eyes wide, asking what the hell just happened. "Chief Me, does this chaos have something to do with our fight?" Mito just keeps her cool and responds. The demon tiger and the unicorn unleashed such pure, evil energy that everything just collided. She can still see that terrifying clash in her mind. Milo calmly explains that the massive energy burst messed with the company's holdings. Basically, their entire stock portfolios just melted into thin air. With the market tanking for no clear reason, retail investors are panic selling everywhere. It is a straight-up bloodbath across the board. Someone shouts out "Hoi!" and Justin spins around, totally confused. He looks at Di Shuang and asks how he even fought like that. Both of them jump in surprise. Di Shuang sits up, clutching his aching head. He struggles to speak, asking what happened to those Han Jason stocks they were supposed to pump. Mito rushes over, acting like a total pro. Seriously. So professional. She jokes around, teasing him that the very first thing he asks about after passing out from exhaustion is the final score of the fight. Then Mito hands Di Shuang her phone to check. The screen shows the stock price actually managed to tick up a little bit. He coldly mutters that the gain is smaller than he expected. Mido explains that the other side was desperately trying to block their move. She stammers that the weak impact makes perfect sense given the situation. But more importantly, she suddenly reaches out and gently runs her fingers through Hai-sung's hair. "You're the undisputed king of this world now. You really went through hell for this win." Hearing that, Di Shuang just closes his eyes tight, while Mido beams with a huge, playful smile. It was a rough one, for sure. But seriously, that whole killing intent style is totally wrecking your body and needs to change. She gives Di Shuang's cheek a playful pinch. "Why do you end up in the hospital every single time you fight? At this rate, you should just buy yourself a permanent VIP suite." Jason jumps in, asking if they're serious. Maybe a long-term lease like a real baller, but Mido just ignores him and stays firm. "I was just joking." The director was only kidding. Right then, a delivery guy walks in carrying a huge fruit basket. "Is this Di Shuang's room?" he asks curiously, and the guy confirms it. Di Shuang wonders what the delivery is, and the guy answers, "But I'm not sure if everything will even fit in here. There are a ton of other drivers waiting right outside." He just stares at the delivery guy, totally stunned. Before long, the entire hospital room is literally overflowing with gifts of every kind. Most of these gifts are incredibly expensive. Jason and Teung are caught totally off guard while Mido looks around. It seems like the rumors have already spread through the underworld. She picks up one of the gifts and mentions that he actually took down Manhwa. The gift comes with a card wishing him a speedy recovery, calling him the undisputed king of killers and the new leader of the pack. Meanwhile, Tesu sits back, giving some very specific instructions. The moment that Mage gets out of the hospital, set up a meeting. "Tell him if he ditches Golden Zalmat for us, there is a massive cash bonus waiting." Chairman Tesu Johan points out that the market has been locked down by Ung and Ing for way too long now. It is finally time for some fresh blood to shake things up. Director Chu Johan of Lusung Venture and Truong Thi both chime in, suggesting they maintain a solid relationship with Golden Siamo for now, but watch your step so we don't turn Ung into an enemy just yet. He pushes up his glasses and says he has a strong feeling about this. Both sides are about to go into all-out war, and the whole world is going to shake. The director of investment doesn't quite catch the drift and asks what the actual plan is. The big boss simply walks over and tells them all to just sit tight and leave it alone. Oh-sang is totally confused and asks why. The boss closes his eyes and says it is because this mess will only skyrocket their value. You can't sell hunting rifles unless there are wild boars tearing up the mountain. Taeha is carefully calculating every move to boost Oh-hong's worth. To run a business for blessing mages, you need a killer mage to stir up some chaos first. He sounds dangerous. But Taeha makes it clear, if that wild boar even thinks about touching our fields, he will personally take the shot and put it down. Oh-sang just smirks, saying a brain like that is wasted on simple tasks. Why not just take over and try managing the whole thing yourself? Taeha gives a polite laugh and says if the salary for a pro manager is 50 billion a year, then maybe he will consider it. A flicker of light appears as Hoa slowly opens her eyes in bed. She looks around in a panic, wondering if she is actually still alive. Nak Hoa struggles to sit up, her whole body trembling as she grips her arm. Her limbs are still there, but her eyes are vacant. That killing intent felt like a needle to the soul the moment it hit. Someone bursts in with news. The doc says it is just a minor leak and he is low on red syrup. Duty bows, muttering that it only ended this way because the unicorn fought until its last breath, neutralizing the demon fox. Nahoa Hoa asks nervously if Tio is finally gone. No answer, but she looks like she just saw a ghost. She keeps pushing, trembling and crying, saying it was not about the unicorn being good. That kid fought in my place. What the hell am I supposed to do now? She loses it, clutching her head. Duty cries, trying to calm her down. Even without Lu Yo, through the struggle, you keep shining. That is probably the curse Tio left behind for you. Nahoa, more and more fruit baskets are flooding the hospital room. Everyone is visiting Hai Seung today. He is busy peeling fruit while Deho stuffs his face, looking totally happy about it. They are all pigging out. Deho turns and says, "Looks like it is time for me to get a move on." The rest of them groan, stuffed to the gills. "My mouth tastes like a tropical forest, man. You really can eat." Hai Seung points at the crates of food. "Just take whatever, guys. If you are sick of fruit, we have got fancy chocolates." Hearing that, Deho rushes over to scavenge. He grabs 2 boxes of fruit, saying he has to bring these for his daughter. "I am going to feed her the good stuff." Hai soon grins and tells him to say hi, but Deho waves him off. "Or should I just tell her you are stuck in the hospital? Stay healthy and quit getting hospitalized every time you do rituals." He gives a shy laugh. "Yeah, I know. My boss already chewed me out." Then Hai Seung looks like he remembered something important. He asks, "So Hanlo Lahong is not coming by today?" Deho answers quickly, "I checked in, and she said she is coming alone tonight. Says she has something private to talk about." Suddenly, Jia Yun walks in. She is totally stuttering. I was planning to, He listens closely as she continues. I am saying that I am quitting my role as your ritual assistant. Hi, Sung's jaw hits the floor. Did I do something wrong? Is it the pay? I thought I shared the cash fairly. He wonders if he screwed up during the ritual. Did I push her too hard to do things my way? I messed up. Jia Yun shuts her eyes tight. I know what you are thinking. You are searching for something you did wrong to me. But it is not that. It is because I am just not good enough. Hearing this shocks Hai-soon even more. She spills it all, sounding defeated. Back during the ritual against the Kim Nangbo family, I thought I was actually useful. But then Jia Yun sadly looks back, blaming herself for what happened during that ritual against the home demon. I did nothing besides starting the ceremony. When Deho and you guys were getting shredded, I just stood there, saving my skin. She remembers just standing there, watching. After you got hit and caught that sickness, I was totally useless. I did absolutely nothing. Even so, I still felt that way. Jia Yun really had been trying her hardest. As an assistant, it is only natural that my power is weaker than the main mage. I was just the backup plan for a worst-case scenario. Opening the ceremony was enough. She touches the burner, hand shaking. Jia Yun stares, her voice trembling. I told myself I just needed to catch up. Closing the gap now would be nothing to fear. Then she forced herself to focus up. First things first, just prepare for the ritual perfectly. Keep it together. But then, Jia Yun realized the truth. This was not a gap that I could ever actually close. Two beams of light swallowed the fox and the unicorn, exploding into a massive flash. Jia Yun's eyes went wide as saucers. She thinks for a second, then says firmly, I do not have the guts to perform a massive ritual to protect my mage. Jia Yun tells Hai Sung that a useless coward like her does not deserve to be an assistant for a big mage. She turns to leave, reaching into her jacket. She pulls out a piece of paper and hands it over. Just a formality. This is my resignation. She drops it on his bed. Every single cent I have made, minus altar costs, I am paying back. Jia Yun keeps talking. Because compared to what I actually did, I got paid way too much. Thanks for everything, she turns, but he grabs her arm. Finally, he speaks up. What the hell is this? You just say your piece and quit just like that? You think it is easy? Hai Sung fires back. Oh, so you are saying you are quitting because you do not think you have the skills, right? He glares at her. Well, I cannot let you go then, because I am still lacking plenty of things myself. Jia Yun is totally confused. Lacking? You are a natural-born genius. Hai Seung jumps out of bed. Fine. I am a genius. Do geniuses live all by themselves? Do I set the traps and handle every single thing alone? No way. Look, I'm just not ready to fly solo yet. He didn't say a word, just gripped her hand tight. I need a partner to fill the void, but Jia Ung shoved him back. Go find a deacon who's actually worth your time. That's why I'm the problem. Her voice cracked with pure self-doubt. I refuse to be the one dragging you down through the mud. I've already taken too much. I won't be your dead weight anymore. Tears streaming, she meant every single word. Images of her old crew flashed by. I originally came for the bag, but now you guys are family. That's why I feel like absolute trash. Then she just bolted. She remembered her old self for a second, just a broke kid who didn't have a thing and knew zero about this cutthroat magic world. He snapped, his voice heavy with frustration. Just the fact that you walked with me this far is enough. You don't need to feel guilty for anything. We're finishing this together. He wouldn't let go. If you bail now, it'll haunt me forever. I'm telling you. I will legit lose the whole ritual ceremony just because I'm worried about you. Her knees buckled under the weight of it all. My foster dad, the old master, warned me once with a dark look that blessing mages always end up dying from their own selfishness. See, blessing mages die of ego, but curse mages? They die from catchin' feelings. You're headed for disaster, kid. Fine, forget it. I'm taking back what I said about quitting. Instead, just give me a vacation. He just stood there blinking in total confusion. A vacation? Are you serious right now? Look, I need some time alone to see if I'm even fit to watch your back or be your support anymore. I mean it. She slipped away to a quiet spot by herself, eyes cold as ice. Without saying a word, she just walked straight inside the building. Stopping at the desk, she reached out for the door handle. She shut her eyes tight. I'm here to see the master, Jim Un. Let me in. Na-un stood there looking salty. Seriously? The nerve of her. She just leaves and comes back whenever she feels like it. Now you need help? You think we're just gonna roll out the red carpet? Suddenly, a voice boomed. Come in. She ran inside as fast as she could. Jiamon was dead still. Her heart absolutely sank. She bowed low. Master, I'm back. He wheezed out. What brings you here, kid? I want to be strong. No, stronger, like you were when you were young. I want to be the greatest curse mage this world has ever seen. That's my dream. He turned slowly. Look me in the eye, child. He turned and looked at her. I see the fire in your eyes. You finally found a reason to get strong. But if I baby you now, the other disciples will lose their minds. Deep down, he was glowing. Honestly, it's good to see you. His hands were shaking like crazy. Oh, kid. Seeing him like that broke her heart. She couldn't help it and just hugged him tight, tears falling. He smiled, patting her head. I'll be the wind at your back. Inside a locked room, a priest knelt on a mat surrounded by charms and sacred snakes. The walls were covered in ritual papers, and everything was set for a dark ceremony. He slowly placed his hands on her shoulders, pouring a massive surge of raw energy straight into her body. She winced, knuckles turning white as she fought the agony. The priest was locked in. This was the fourth disciple of the underworld god, Inganga. His face was dead serious as he flooded her with pure divine energy. A moment later, his eyes snapped open. The aura faded. The room went quiet. He just sat there. Then he clicked his tongue, looking disgusted. With a brain like that? Forget about being strong. She spun around, totally rattled. Wait, what? Why? I had skills back when I trained under the master. He scoffed. What's talent anyway? She looked him dead in the eye. Something you're born with. Exactly. You're born with it. Now listen up. Talent is just like random art supplies you'd get for a school project. Not everyone gets the gold leaf, but anyone can make a masterpiece if they try. Like a carved wooden deer or a Mona Lisa made of scrap paper. Even a basic stone statue has to be carved with soul. Look, kid, just like you said, the materials you started with weren't half bad. You were actually given plenty of stuff when you were young. If you knew how to use them right, even if you weren't some super genius, you could have been a top-tier professional mage by now. Suddenly, his eyes flared red. He was fuming. But you? You spent all that potential making total trash. Two people sat across from each other, and he kept grilling her. Why? What the hell were you thinking, picking a Western demon god? Jia-an stayed quiet for a long time after that verbal smackdown. A minute later, she looked up, eyes full of sadness, to answer. Because I wanted to be special. She flashed back to when she was just a kid. I just did not have any real talent. Back then, she would sit in a magic circle, eyes glued to an ancient book. Little Jia-an, reading every single line. I thought if I picked some basic god, I would never stand out from the crowd. Langa facepalmed in pure frustration. The further the gap between the vessel and the god, the harder it is to use power, he explained. The distance between you and this Faiso guy is basically infinite. He is way too far away. He cannot even hear your prayers clearly, let alone lend you enough juice to actually do anything significant. Junaga's hands clenched, teeth grinding in a total rage. This was a complete disaster. That youthful, impulsive need to be special has completely messed up your connection to the divine. You are such a stupid student. Jia-an looked up with a face that was literally begging for some kind of help. Is there any way? Anything at all? Langa just closed his eyes, looking completely helpless and defeated. Like I said, since you wasted all the ritual materials, getting a proper new god is not an option anymore. There is absolutely no way. Luo Han, tears just kept pouring down her face. She was totally losing it. The waterworks were real, like a damn river. She started bawling her eyes out, looking like a lost little kid. He finally calmed down and told her, that is exactly why I said you have to start off right. You have to pick a god that actually fits who you are. You think other mages are stupid for picking gods that match their souls? Langa lectured her, but kept it low-key. The master always spoiled you. I knew it. He has always been way more strict with the rest of us. Na-an walked in from outside and told him to stop making her cry. Jiamun spoke up clearly. Who said there was no way? Why would there not be? Langa turned to look at the master. If there is a fix, spill it. He calmly mentioned a method. You just have to go into the shadow chamber. Jia-an perked up. The shadow chamber? Is that a hideout? Her brother looked pretty stressed out. Looks like the master finally wants to turn this little brat into a real adult today. There is a small wooden shack tucked away in the corner of the garden. That is the shadow chamber, a tiny building on Jiamun's outer edge hiding something mysterious. That annex is a massive artificial void space, a place where nothing exists. No sound ever gets out, and they even control every single beam of light inside. Everyone walked up to the entrance of the shadow chamber, standing there and staring into the pitch-black void. Langa explained that this place is for mages with broken divine connections or those who cannot talk to their gods. Praying in a place totally cut off from the world makes it way more likely your voice reaches the gods. Jia-an had some doubts. If it is just praying in a quiet room, why the overkill setup? He gave her a look like she was being naive. Have you ever been stuck in total, absolute isolation before? He asked. He kept going. Once every outside noise is blocked, the only thing you hear in that dead silence is your own breathing and heartbeat. A sound coming from deep inside your own body. Most people cannot handle it. It is totally unnerving. Those sounds create this nasty, unique harmony that makes you feel totally nauseous and dizzy. Langa's eyes narrowed as he asked, "And what about absolute darkness?" "Your eyes work overtime. In the dark, your pupils stay wide open, trying to find anything at all. You will start seeing things you never imagined. White squiggles or static dots showing up like some crazy mental hallucinations. It is enough to drive anyone insane." He pointed straight into the dark room itself. "Only 3 types of people walk out of that room: the ones who quit and the ones who go insane." But Jiam-un added one more: "The ones who get strong." She walked toward that door with determination. Jiam-un warned her, "If you do not open the door from the inside, I will not be checking on you for 3 whole days." As the door closed, he mentioned one thing: despair. That is the weapon of a regular mage. Jia-an's face went tense, hanging on his every word. Look for something to hold on to and beg. She looked through the crack, both scared and ready. Jiamun's voice echoed inside. "Stay there until you feel absolutely pathetic and small. Just wait." The room went pitch black. Jia-an stood there in the shadows, all by herself now. Who knows how long it has been? Without light, time just disappears. Her hands felt the pain. No sound made the room feel infinite. She bit her lip, terrified. Infinite time and space made a tiny human like her feel even smaller. A tiny figure swallowed by the dark. Anne sat down, hands together, praying. All she could do was cling to some god. She gasped for air, totally exhausted. Except for that one day, had he ever even answered Jia-an's prayers? Pure darkness swallowed Jia-an's small frame. Was this whole thing just a lie? Or was that god just watching my misery for his own sick amusement? Something inside her body started shifting. Even the crushing anxiety made her pulse roar like a drum in her ears. Red streaks began leaking from her ears. She felt like she was losing it, her vision blurring into total chaos. No, maybe I went insane the second I stepped into this dump. Jia-an gripped her clothes tight. "I have to be crazy." She balled her hands into fists. "This place is a madhouse." Jia-an pounded her fists against her legs repeatedly. Only a psycho could chase him down. Her heart beat harder and faster. "You need to be crazy to qualify." She remembered her master's words: search, cling, and beg, until you feel like the lowest, most pathetic creature alive. Jia-an slammed her hands together in prayer. She screamed in rage. "Even if I'm insane, I am not quitting." Her voice rang out with total conviction. "Until you answer me, I am not leaving this spot, Jia." Anne threw out one last plea. "Just once, answer this empty prayer." Her eyes widened, staring into the void. Someone craving too much. Someone wanting the impossible. Someone who rejects their own flaws in simple peace. Suddenly, a dark god appeared, reaching out. "Come to me, little one." Jia-an stood and moved forward. Why? She ran with her eyes shut tight, her body moving on pure instinct. Her hand reached out and suddenly, she grabbed him. She clung to Miss Flea like a long-lost lover she had been aching for her entire life. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. Heartbroken, the deity asked the lost sheep, "What's hurting you so much?" Jia-an balled her fist and punched Fisofli. "I accepted you as my god." Her eyes burned with pure rage. "But you just left me hanging all this time." Her arms finally dropped, her strength completely drained away. She looked up at him, eyes wet with sorrow. "I am pathetic. Even with a god like you, I can't let go." Physosop tilted his head, staring her down. "What is it you want?" Anne snapped upright, her face turning ice cold. "Power," she stated. "Power to catch up to that brilliant genius." She ground her teeth with sheer determination, taking one step at a time without a single hint of hesitation. She sprinted ahead into the unknown. "Give me the strength to keep moving forward." Fopali pointed upward and gave a nod. "Fine." His sharp claw sliced across her hand, drawing blood. Fisofli declared, "I am your shepherd, and you are my only sheep in this land." His face appeared on her palm. "I, Memsoflian, will listen to your prayers. Now listen, don't stress just because your shepherd is far away. My little goat." Fizofli looked smug. "I'm watching everything from the top of the garden." The outer door creaked open with a harsh metal sound. Everyone outside was waiting with their nerves on edge. Jia-an exhaled in relief. Langa felt a weight lift seeing her, but was also pretty shocked. Jia-an stepped toward the group, her legs shaking. Master asked softly, "So, did you find your god?" She held her bleeding arm and smirked. More than that, she raised her hand to show them the mark. "I actually touched him." Master's eyes nearly popped out. "The divine seal?" The mark was etched deep into her palm. They all saw it. The dark energy and divine power inside her had intensified. Langa gasped in total awe. "You actually pulled it off." Jia-an let out a long, heavy breath. "Just got lucky." As soon as she said it, Master naturally slumped over. Anne panicked and rushed to his side. Master! She checked his breathing. Relax, the woman said. He is just sleeping. He sat right here for the 2 days you were inside. I guess the exhaustion finally just caught up with him. Anne knelt down, watching Master in silence. She took his hands in hers, her eyes filled with deep sadness. She remembered him holding her tiny hand, gently ruffling her hair as a kid. Get strong, kid. Back then, Anne would just pout and cry. Being a shaman is a lonely road, and it only gets lonelier. He told her not to cry now, save those tears for later. She stood up, looking at him sadly. Ga walked over and whispered, Make sure you do your best. Wherever you go, don't embarrass your master. Anne's eyes turned stone cold. I am doing it. From now on, this is how I roll, big brother. She folded her hands and bowed to everyone. Thank you. Standing there were her mentors and teammates. Her quick break in the district was officially over. The door swung open, and she stepped back into the high-tech modern office. Every pair of eyes in the room locked onto her the second she stepped through the door. Tilted her head and flashed a bright grin. Everyone jumped up and tackled her with hugs. She was smothered in love, totally shocked but clearly loving the attention. Sung cheered her return with a huge welcome. Just smiled back and gave a casual wave to the rest of the crew. Mito stood back with arms crossed, realizing the worrying was totally pointless. By the end of that year, the Modal Lamotia team hit their biggest numbers ever. Looking at the first half performance during the meeting, the charts were literal fire. Everyone was partying and drinking like there was no tomorrow to celebrate the win. When they spotted Mito acting all serious and broody in the corner by themselves, the whole gang turned around and poured beer over their heads just to force them into joining the wild celebration. Sung and the boss shared a deep look. Nobody in the city would dare cross the power that Golden Sella held in the market these days. The sound of keyboards clicking filled the office. If any company out there actually tried to mess with them, one quick ritual would crush them into the dirt. Clasped her hands inside the shrine with a dead serious look, her eyebrows furrowing together in deep concentration. A glowing mark appeared on her hand as raw power surged. She poured her heart into the music, making the strings roar. Sung made the bells chime with every flick of his wrist, like a massive wave was building up. Stepping inside the room, the loud ringing just kept echoing off the walls. Sung and the squad walked in looking like absolute bosses. They were kicking off a brand new era, and nothing was going to stop them now. Outside, the sky was crystal clear above the massive and intimidating Financial Supervisory Service building. Hongxi dropped the news. The Minister of Finance and Economy just arrived and is currently sipping tea in the director's office. The director asked, Secretary Hong, has a big-shot minister ever actually asked to meet with someone from the Prohibition Bureau before? Hongxi kept it real. The minister meeting the head of the FSS is normal, but calling for the Prohibition Bureau? Honestly, sir, I think this might actually be the very first time that has happened. The director went quiet. The fact that shamans are running wild in the financial district while the government builds a bureau to control them? High society absolutely hates that kind of vibe. Her footsteps echoed through the hall as she got lost in her own racing thoughts. They usually just pretend we do not exist, so why the sudden invite? It felt totally sus to her. The director looked totally drained. I have a really bad feeling about this, she whispered. Her assistant tried to stay positive, saying it is probably just a first-day greeting. They both hurried toward the meeting room. The director walked over to the table where a mysterious figure was already waiting for them. He introduced her as the head of the Prohibition Bureau under the Financial Supervisory Service, Director Kim Jang-ok. She gave a polite, stiff bow. The man sitting there was the Minister of Finance and Economy, Heosu. He did not waste time. Since you are busy, I will get straight to the point to keep things polite. The president wants the Korean stock market to more than double during his term. All the numbers and charts started flashing on the screen. That way, people stop obsessing over real estate and actually get hyped about investing in the stock market instead. Naturally, that solves the government's biggest headache, keeping those insane housing prices under control. I totally understand the policy goals of the president and the minister, but I fail to see what any of this has to do with my bureau. Then the man replied that the president recently heard rumors about these prohibition shamans. She listened with a shocked but serious face. On top of that, there is intel that a group in the district is getting rich by using dark rituals to tank stock prices, which goes directly against our government's entire economic strategy. He slowly set his teacup down on the table. The president is dead set on this. He wants all those stock-tanking shamans wiped out of the district for good. The director looked around, clearly stressed. I want to make sure I heard you correctly, Minister. Are you telling me you want us to just purge every shaman who messes with the market? Is that the play? He gave a fake little smirk. I did not realize my words were that hard to understand, Director. She shot back. Oh, I heard you perfectly. You basically summoned me here to order a full-blown crackdown on specific shamans using our bureau's power, but that is not how we operate at all. But our job is to keep the balance between all the practitioners in the city, while stopping dark energy from hurting people. The director's face went cold. We are not a hit squad that picks favorites and deletes the rest. That is just not happening. She stood her ground firmly. Legally, there is no way to just oppress them. Our bureau was not built for that. It goes against everything we stand for. But someone cut her off. Jang Mo waved his hand. Director, why so dramatic? The director was about to snap back. Minister is not even done yet. Maybe he has got a backup plan that is not totally nuclear for our economy? Sorry, Minister. My agency is strictly supposed to stay neutral in these complicated matters. Which matters more, the official neutrality of the agency or the survival of our country? He questioned if market freedom or public happiness was worth more. Song Jen started looking pretty stressed out. What about speculators betting on the market crashing just to make a quick buck? Is that more valuable than investors who believe in Korea? He calmly picked up his tea. That is how the president would answer. He smirked. Look, Director, I did not bring you here for a lecture. He kept talking in riddles. I called you here to tell you to do absolutely nothing. Do not move a finger. Just sit back and watch the chaos unfold around you. That is your version of patriotism. The director stormed out, demanding to see Minister Heo's schedule. Hong-si pulled out her phone, scrolling through it intensely. She reported a meeting with investment firms in the city. Which ones are going? It is a lunch with 5 stars and 11 other big firms like Stockmart and Fibonacci. The name made her eyes narrow. Suspicious. Everyone sat at the banquet, fingers tapping nervously, until Song-ji finally stood up. Glad to see everyone enjoyed the meal today. One last toast before we finish up. He toasted to a market boom and global financial status while the others looked totally annoyed. Everyone raised their glass together, except for one guy. Oh Song calmly wiped his mouth, ignored the looks, and tossed his napkin. Song Jen looked pissed. Chairman Oh, something to say? He stayed silent while the room got irritated. Finally, he spoke. The support is trash compared to the job. I am being clear, Minister. Big shots like you leave after 5 years, whether you win or lose. Businessmen like us bet it all. Our past, our future, and our entire reputation. Song snapped, get to the point. He slammed the table. Give me some conditions. Number 1, leak the government picks to us first. Then, provide unlimited funding from the budget. Oh, Song smirked. Agree to those, and 5 stars will do our part for the country. With that kind of cash, clearing those ceremonial shamans out of the city is easy. Infinite money and a priest, the ultimate weapon of our time. It is not just easy, it is mandatory to wipe them out. He paused and walked away. Destroy every single company that ever used them. He was dead serious. The market is going insane, and those shamans will fight until the very end. Call in all 5 fingers of 5 stars right now. Loud and clear, the garden is blooming. See you soon, priest. Calm and beautiful. 5 stars finance. Seat 2, Priestess Mayon. If they call, I go. See you tomorrow morning. Finally, a summons. 5 stars finance. Seat 3, Priest Bong Ho. Jang Bong is back. He laughed like a maniac. Bring wine and more women. Hungry grabbed his phone, hitting the DJ booth with headphones on, chanting a sutra. 5 stars finance. Seat 4, DJ Nam Ang. Higan was focused. Smoke poured from the machine. Perfect chance to lose the replacement label. Another all-nighter for me. 5 stars finance. Seat 5, Priest Y Tigan. All 4 are here. T2, signaled. Hand the files to Bong Ho and Mayon. He breaks it down for them. This is the list of stock tickers we are going to bless from now on. The 4 of them scan the list like it is gold. Also, any stocks marked in purple are where the death shamans are playing their games. There are specific instructions marked on the page. We need to be surgical with these blessing rituals. Myling gasps. That is a massive list of picks. She makes a point. Usually, to save our divine energy, the big bosses do not handle things personally unless it involves massive corporate profits or major trade deals. So why the sudden pivot to such a high-stakes aggressive strategy? The Master Taoist TH explains instantly. The government is stepping in to pump these stock prices and back the blessing shamans with heavy funding. He analyzes it. A ritual altar with no precedent. For us, this is peak hunting season. T lays down the law. Do not hold anything back. Show them every claw you have been hiding. Everyone starts laughing like crazy. A thought sparks. Rumor has it the finance minister met with investment firms using blessing shamans and promised them massive government support for their portfolios. Someone pulls out their phone to check the latest alerts. The computer screens light up with messages. At the same time, a brutal tax audit is launching against companies using death shamans for their gains. People carry blue boxes with grim faces. AMO Securities. The National Tax Office is officially here. It clicks. Stock prices are swinging violently in one direction. The CTI index just smashed its record. These are clear signs of national will. Everyone is glued to the breaking news on TV right now. Headline news says stock investing is the new real estate. Luilo has zero intention of fighting this trend. They are going with the flow. Investment firms are dumping their death shamans and replacing them with blessing shamans. Inside the office, people are already clearing out their desks. A guy hands the last box of stuff to a girl looking totally crushed. Justin speaks up, shattering the tense silence in the room. Right now, we are sitting pretty. The cash you earned from that last gig is even bigger than what we started with. We have already dumped that money into index funds to ride the market wave. He grins. No need to worry about the team getting dissolved or losing our spot. But Young and Mito just sigh. Justin looks away, clearly distracted. In a market controlled by others, he says picking up scraps is not exactly a great feeling. He wants the whole cake, not just crumbs. Thoughts race about the government's promises and the insane hype driving the market upward. Nindo stays quiet, thinking. For the death shamans and the companies that hired them, things are getting chaotic and messy. Then she wonders, is this a new era of chaos? In times of war, who do people turn to? Exactly. They look for a king. Suddenly Lou walks in. He tells all three of them to get out to the lobby right now. Vanham's next words shock everyone. The death shamans and their corporate reps are outside. They want to see the king of death. They are looking for a savior. Outside the room, it is dead silent. Not a sound. But inside, everyone is gathered around the table. Li Xin speaks up. What else can we do? We are backed into a corner here. From Luke Thon Investment, the exorcist Mr. Li Xin, from the Department of Handling Vengeful Spirits, is ready for the ritual. The old man is worried. If they sit still, they are toast. But if they move, those 5-star guys and the Master Taoist are waiting. Loy nods. He is from Thin Kai Asset Management, a powerful shaman performing the major rituals for them. The guy with the dark agenda suddenly snaps. We have to go, no matter what. At least go down swinging. My blood is boiling. I cannot live like this. A freelance shaman and a rogue monk are busy cursing and yelling like idiots in the background. His reaction is exactly what the Master Taoist wanted. He calmly tells them they are so mad they might just blow everything up together. The rep from Dongbai Investment, Shaman A, who carries the mark of the beast, pushes back against the claims immediately. Well, at least come up with a decent solution for us. Stop sitting there acting all high and mighty. Bok Chio loses it, pointing right at the old man. If you have no plan, stop blaming me. Enough. This is giving me a massive headache. He thinks if only Hoa were here right now. Li Xin looks down, exhausted. This group of unofficial death shamans in Luoyang is a complete mess. It was never this chaotic. He remembers how majestic Nak Hoa looked. She had that special aura and a mind sharp as a blade. She always found a way out. He grips his cane and shakes. Being without a leader is more painful than he ever imagined. Then Li Xin growls. What if we use the King of Death? Hearing this, Kyo, Loe, Duok, and Bak Chio are completely stunned. On this side, the debate is getting heated. Duok yells back. The King of Death? Bak Chio shouts. Old man, are you serious? Did you not say we should never mention that guy's name again after what happened with Nak Hoa and Truong Tio? Even if we ignore his power, just based on his history with those two, he asks, sounding totally confused. Look, we already told everyone, this guy isn't our leader. He's a total fake. Li Xin lost his mind and snapped. Listen here, kid. I'm not senile yet. He's not our boss. Then he quieted down because, honestly, the situation was getting way too intense for comfort right now. Li Xin flashed back to that one sorcerer walking away. Over a dozen mages had already bailed on the city. He saw them getting wrecked left and right, with even more being hunted down by those 5-star creeps. Old man Gimgi swore he'd sell his soul to a demon just to stay alive. Li Xin chimed back in, Look, this isn't about betraying our people or anything. The cold stares of Teha and Thi Sung flashed by, baiting him to go head-to-head with the boss. He could already see his enemies eating dirt. If the guy gets hunted, we'll just call it payback for Nak Hoa. But if he pulls off a win, our mages might actually survive. It's basically a win-win for everyone involved. Batru smirked like he just won the lottery. Total pro move, he said, jumping up. No more stalling. Let's go track this guy down right now. Bat Chu shot a look, rushing everyone to meet the king. Over here, Justin, Mito, and the gang were just chilling by the elevator, waiting for the lobby. Di Shung was sweating bullets. If they were looking for him, Mito figured they were probably coming to beg for some serious backup. Look, you're the face of the local mages now, but she looked totally ticked off. I know what I said, she snapped, but this is just way too much. Mito rolled her eyes. These jerks didn't even say hi before trying to steal our lunch money. They were ghosting us before, but now they just waltz into our headquarters like they own the place. Justin gave a bored sigh. Work is still work, people. He tried to calm everyone down. Let's just hear their pitch. Who knows? Maybe they're actually bringing a sweet deal to the table. The big boss looks serious. The head of the startup investment fund is actually here. That guy is a total legend. Mito was skeptical though. Since he wasn't wearing his formal robes, she figured a mage who literally kills people instantly shouldn't look like some random high school student, right? They'll definitely treat us like total jokes. Mito reached into her pocket and shoved her hand toward Di Sheng. He jumped back, totally confused. Wait, what are you doing with that? But Mito told him to shut up and stand still for this emergency fix. A second later, she looked up. There, all done. Di Sheng's hair was tied back, making him turn bright red. Mito snapped at him immediately. I've got your back, okay? So don't let those wannabe mages out there scare you one bit. Justin just stood there staring. Actually, that look really works for you. She laid it out clear. No matter what they say, we are the bosses here. Mito grabbed his shoulder. You're the king, remember? Then the four of them marched out. They headed straight for the crowd. Di Sung couldn't stop staring. These were the legendary Sanlet mages everyone was talking about. He cut his eyes over to Li Xin, the supposed king of mages. Di Sheng was totally thrown off. He didn't feel any evil vibes or crazy power from them at all. I need to check this out, he muttered, taking a closer look. That smallpox demon guy was just watching Li Xin. Di Sheng's face went totally dark. Man, the world is seriously full of crazy people. Ho Hon stepped up and growled. You really trying to flex an evil god in my face? He was shocked. Smallpox demon? Li Xin shot that down fast. No. What even is that thing anyway? Ho Hon just stood there, vibing the room, then suddenly let out a massive, bone-shaking roar that echoed. The old man ducked behind his cane. Li Xin squinted his eyes open just in time to see a creepy red glow under his feet. His lips were moving like he wanted to talk, but Ni Duang just waved him off. That's enough, he said, playing it cool. You guys know I can't really control this thing, so don't tick it off. Ho Hon looked pretty annoyed about it, bossing that punk around. The marks on Li Xin's neck just vanished into thin air. Suddenly, the old man dropped to his knees. Tell me the god's name. Di Shuang spoke up for him. Ho Hon, the big ghost. Li Xin just bowed his head. This was an ancient god, half plague and half death. Honestly, it makes total sense things ended up like this. Guess it's time to swallow my pride. He slammed his head on the floor right then and there. Li Xin, servant of the smallpox demon, reporting to the king. Everyone just stood there with their jaws dropping. He finally snapped out of it. Sir, seriously? Do you even have any self-respect left at all? You literally just met him and you're already kneeling? Ba Chio was freaking out. Old man, do you really have to go this far? Li Xin kept his head down. I have to do this because he's literally the only person alive who can save our mages and their clients. Hai Sung rushed over to help the old guy up. Please, just stand up. You're making me feel super awkward here. Mito smirked. First he tests us, now he's acting all sad just to get some pity. This old geezer is even sneakier than he used to be. She put her hands on her hips. If you're gonna bow, do it right the first time. Everyone out! Doan heard her and made a face, but he kept his mouth shut. After a minute, he stepped up. Okay, that was a pretty trash first impression. My bad. Joe Hone reached out and handed over his business card. I'm the chairman of the Startup Investment Fund. Justin took the card and nodded. Chairman Chu Hone. Yeah, I definitely remember you. He looked curious. We met at that forum once, right? Then Hone smiled and went in for a handshake. Congrats on your success and finding that shaman known as the King of Killers, he said politely. I even sent a gift to your hospital room, do you remember? Hearing that, Yi Shuang finally realized this was one of the guys who had sent him a get-well-soon gift. Du Hone apologized once more, emphasizing how sorry he was for the sheer rudeness of the shaman from their company. Then, the King of Killers and director Justin Lai Jian basically demanded that everyone in the room hold hands. Midu kept her annoyed face. You really think we want to hold hands? We have zero reason to touch you people. He did not back down. Let me ask you, with the smell of blood filling Luilo right now, how do you plan to survive? Duan suddenly remembered the other two factions, the 5 stars and those annoying little minions of theirs. Those creeps get their policy intel straight from the government through Eden Taoist, the guy currently hunting down every last shaman. Then he just asked point blank, how are you going to deal with them? Midu snapped her answer back instantly. We do nothing. We just keep the King of Killers hidden until this madness ends and then wait for our chance. But he kept being difficult. You honestly think you know exactly when this whole crazy cycle is going to end? And when it does end, what if the 5 stars and their investor cronies have already taken over all of Luilo? Justin and Thi Shuang were stunned. Duan tried to sound convincing. It is hard now, but if the government backs them, they will expand, grab all the top shamans, and then what? You think you can still profit off the King of Killers? If we are going to fight, it has to be right now. He insisted that this was the only moment. Suddenly, Li Teha stepped out and spoke up. So, this is where everyone is gathered to plot their little schemes. He marched forward with a terrifying vibe. Working hard late at night, I see. You shamans are dedicated, Ngo gasped out. Li Teha. Yi Shuang watched the guy walk past him. Li Teha. His eyes were filled with nothing but pure worry. Yi Shuang remembered back when Mi Do brought over a massive stack of papers and dropped them on the table. Mi Do told him these were stocks that would pay out big if they shorted them. Just scan them and mark any that feel right. She acted casual, saying since they were partners, he had to make these kinds of calls. Yi Shuang started reading, totally shocked. He pointed at the paper immediately. Hey, I see some of these stock codes are highlighted in bright yellow marker. What does this symbol mean, boss? She put a cigarette in her mouth and muttered, those are the ones that will kill you. Yi Shuang was stunned. What? Mi Do explained those were the stocks where Eden Taoist Li Teha was definitely involved. He listened intently as Yi Shuang nervously asked if they really had a chance once they got back into the game. Our momentum feels pretty good right now. Even so, do you still believe that we have absolutely no chance of winning? She was dead certain about it, but looking at him, you could see a new level of determination in his eyes. Mi Do started telling a story. Before I found you, I trained a shaman named Chio Chi. She remembered every detail. If you are a genius, Chi was way beyond that. But even a guy like him got crushed in his Luilo debut. A vision of a bloodied warrior appeared. It was all because of that absolute monster named Eden Taoist Li Teha. Seeing that sight made Mi Do lose it. She screamed, terrified, explaining that he is not just some soldier with a weapon. Teha stepped forward, his clothes soaked in a deep red. His face was stained crimson. He is not a man, he is war. Yi Shuang stared at his back. This was the same Li Teha that she had been warning him about. He looked so angry, the veins in his neck were popping, but Mi Do saw it and stopped him. Do not gamble your life. I cannot lose another person. She grabbed Justin's hand and pleaded, Director, I am begging you with everything I have. Do not partner with that man. If we make Li Teha angry, Yi Shuang is going to end up dead. He agreed, saying they had to listen to Boss Mi. Teha looked around. Keep doing your work. Why are you staring? Justin forced a nervous laugh. You just barge into a company and start pushing people around? That is some nerve. Director Chu Hone, sorry about your offer. Suddenly, Ju Hone's eye narrowed into a savage grin. Justin froze. What is that smile? In that split second, everyone forgot that the man standing there was a beast who survived hell to become director so young. A moment later, Hone smirked. It is high pressure, discussing an alliance with us while the Eden Taoist is right here. But we have reached the point of no return. I think it is time we stop hiding and just be honest. Mi Do clenched her fists in a rage. What on earth is this crazy lunatic talking about right now? He reached his hand out toward the Eden Taoist, and then Ju Hoen just kept on talking like it was nothing. We are sick of the games you and the 5 stars play. We hate your rigged matches where hedge funds get played. So we are about to kick off a wild rebellion to flip the whole system upside down. Li Shin just watched from afar, thinking that guy joined up only because he is devious and has scary depth. He looked at Tiang, knowing this move forces the King of Assassins to jump in and fight for us. For Golden Xia, this is a dead-end move. Mito felt the danger and started stressing out. Total trap. Even if they try to take it back, Teha will not buy it since everything lines up perfectly. Teha finally spoke up, saying he heard the last Soleil sorcerers were all hanging out here, so he dropped by. He turned to Ti Sheng. So, it really is true? Te growled, get in here. He balled his fists up tight, and then Teha just walked away. I am not here to talk or warn you guys. Let us just scrap and see who is still standing at the end. He nodded, saying he should probably bounce so they could plot in peace. T started walking off, but then a hand suddenly snatched his collar very hard from behind. Ngo was shaking with rage. What the hell was that move you just pulled? If you want to die, do it alone. Why come here and act a fool? He just shrugged. Boring talk. Forget it. We are talking investor cash, a whole army of sorcerers, and all the high-level political connections you can imagine. Hone looked over. I am handing this to the King of Assassins. Then Bakchi whispered to Lai Shin. Hold up, did we not come here just to bait the King of Assassins into fighting that priest guy? Getting hired like this puts our heads on the line, right? Old Lai Shin just stood there acting totally clueless. The boss is playing chess and I can't keep up, he thought while analyzing the situation. But if we do not do this, neither the King of Assassins nor Lai Tha will ever jump into the war. Duat got loud. Honestly, it is fine. Seeing you guys today, I would much rather side with the King of Assassins than that priest. The Pope suggested 5-on-5, but the director said 7-3. He still hated that and wanted 6-4. JS squinted and offered 6.8 to 3.2, but Johan haggled for 6.5 to 3.5. They shook on it. Mito tried to stop them, but Tin shut him down, saying the trigger is already pulled. so just focus on grabbing as much loot as possible. Doan bowed to the king of assassins, asking for a favor. Then the whole squad turned around and just dipped. Taeha and Oo were chilling together. He raised a glass and said even a cornered rat will bite back. Is that it? Thaw asked the chairman to set up a massive game, one that hurts enough to trap them all for the final kill. Oh Sao was shocked. You mean a game where you can take down all 5 fingers at once? He nodded. Exactly. They are not just going all out. They are going to put their whole lives on the line. If we hold back, it is an insult to the game. Oh Song chuckled. I cannot even hate being told what to do when you are this cold. Then he dropped one more thing. The snitch told him a massive army of sorcerers is on the move right now. Sorcerers are swarming Golden Silet. Moat thinks they are plotting with the king. A tech guy on the inside helped us out with info. I checked his work phone and found he was chatting with Chu Hon's secretary. Caught him red-handed. Seo figured out Chu Hon baited you here to drag Golden Sea Lot and the king of assassins into this mess. Tae played it cool and said, just like the boss always says, the vibes do not matter. What matters is the king of assassins is in the war. He pictured Kai Sung dying by his own hands very soon. But then Taeha flipped. No, wait. Maybe that is just part of the plan too. Osong said the real win is Nu Tin rebuilding everything. He swirled his glass. They shared a look and toasted to the chaos ahead. Mito was chilling alone, taking a long drag of her cigarette, when she heard a voice scream, "Help me, sis!" Mito remembered running away, totally helpless. People were screaming for an ambulance. Someone call 911 right now. These idiots. She rushed over to grab Chi Shung, who was bleeding out and in bad shape. But when she grabbed his arm, it just came right off. Mito was traumatized. She just stood there, paralyzed by the horror. Sis, please, save me. I do not want to die. Mito just stared in terror as Chi Swang screamed for help. That memory made her shake with pure fear. Mito crushed her cigarette and grabbed her phone immediately to make a call. Mito barked out an order. Get the car ready right now. I have to go see Chi right away.